SenVStyle.com. SenVStyle.com.
All right, listeners. So welcome, of course, to another edition of the Black Agenda Podcast, this time live, and we have a special guest. And so I'm your co-host, Evan Dito, along with my co-host, Adrian Guest, and we are happy and excited to start our Black History Month episode series with Dr. Larry Robinson from Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida. And so we have the privilege of speaking with a president from an HBCU, which is no small feat. And so we're excited to have him on the show. We're grateful that he gave us his time. And so just to give you a little bit of background about Dr. Robertson, he is, like I say, he is the president of Florida A&M University, better known as FAMU. And on the show, he became the university's 12th president in 2017. And he is a distinguished professor and researcher in the School of the Environment at FAMU. And so, Dr. Robinson, we're happy to have you on the show, and we appreciate you giving us your time.
Well, thank you, Devin. It's my pleasure to be here. And as you talk to HBCU presidents and leaders around the country, I'm just pleased to be among those that you decided to interview. So I feel very privileged to have the opportunity to talk to you this evening.
Thank you. And we appreciate you coming on. And so let's kind of start, we wanted to start with the history, of course, the history and the value of historically Black colleges and universities. And so in your own background, you started out at a historically Black college, which is Lee Moyne Owen College in Memphis. And so you started there and you transferred to what was then Memphis State University, which is now the University of Memphis. And then you went on to receive your doctorate in nuclear chemistry from Washington University in St. Louis. And so we just wanted to kind of start and ask you, when you were coming up as a young man back then, what were your views and thoughts when it came to the importance of HBCUs and the value of them? And did you, when you were coming out of high school, did you have people in your family who were saying you need to go to an HBCU? Kind of walk us through how you decided your path as far as your higher education.
So let me start by just stating to everyone that I am first generation. My older brother and sister attended college as well. My older sister and I both attended the Moyne Owen. My older brother attended a small private PWI in Memphis called Christian Brothers, and he went on to the University of Memphis. Get a master's in physics. My sister got her master's degree in business from the Moyne Owen. And so it was a remarkable experience at the Moyne Owen. My parents, my grandparents, in particular my grandmother, had this dream that we would all go to college someday. And the Moyne Owen provided the perfect opportunity for me. And going to the Moyne Owen and then moving to some of these other institution types made me really appreciate the value of an HBCU experience. It's ironic that I was told to transfer from the Moyne Owen because as a chemistry major, I was told that if I wanted to go into graduate school, which I was interested in, then it would be in my best interest to go to a place that had a certified chemistry program, right? And not knowing any better, right, that's what I did. But I will tell you this, the experience at the Morenon was nurturing, encouraging. I told people I wanted to go to graduate school. People said, well, maybe you can do better by going to medical school. I didn't want to be a doctor, but the point is, they were trying to project me forward, right? They had
Mhm.
total confidence in my ability to become something or somebody. I had a slightly different experience when I, went across town. And one of those things that really shocked me was that there was a expectation that somehow the educational quality was different or lower. So I was required to audit, my science courses that I took at the Illinois, until I started, doing better than some of the other students in those classes, and then that experiment ended. So what I learned immediately was that the rigor and quality of those courses at the Illinois that I took in chemistry and so forth were just as rigorous as the place across town. The perception, however, was different, right?
Mhm.
But what really makes a difference for HBCUs in general, and this is what I tell parents all of the time, certainly at FAMU. So when you come to us, you don't have to prove to us that you have the innate ability to be anything that you want to be. In fact, we expect you to be great, right? And we need you to be great because our entire culture and the society in general needs you to be great. And so we have that expectation. And so you don't have to worry about some of the nonsense about proving that you can be a scientist, a chemist, or a doctor, or lawyer. That's what we expect you to become. But more importantly, we need you to become that in order to preserve the culture and really tend to the issues that we confront as a people.
That's a that's an excellent perspective, Dr. Robinson, because it really just goes deep into why we need HBCUs in the first place. And, some people think that HBCUs just came about because African Americans were maybe the pioneers of school choice, but it really came down to the fact that education just wasn't freely given to us like it was
Right.
for the majority group. There was a
Yep.
time when we just had to kind of go on our own and establish our own schools. And our second question, Dr. Robinson, kind of speaks to that. Tell us a little bit about that perseverance that people like your founders, Thomas Gibbs and Thomas Tucker, had to have in starting a college like that, and even that you and your colleagues, that dedication that you have to have when you're
Right.
coming up against such inequality and the fact that society almost constantly puts people of color down.
Yeah. Okay. I often tell people to think about it in this context. Can you imagine? Just imagine on October the 3rd, 1887, the first day that this institution started as the normal school for colors, right? How much a challenge that had to have been, how much struggle they had to endure just to get to that point. But to get to 1888, 1889, just think about the struggles and challenges that they had to endure. And so, as tough as the challenges that we face are, I am certain that throughout our history, our 133-year history at Hampton University, that we have seen some tougher times, but we have persevered because we understand and believe in the mission, and we understand and know that our job is not yet done. I gave a speech once to our students at the President's Convocation, and I sort of walked them through that history. Talked about what it must have been like in 1887, what it must have been like during the Great Depression, and of course we all know how it was during the era of social injustice, violence against African Americans, and so forth. But we persevered. And the question I challenged them with is, why do you think we did that, right? Why do you think those folks went through all of that uh, in order to preserve this institution? And the answer is simple. And it's the same answer I told them then. And that is, those folks back in 1887 knew that the class of 2021 was coming and they had to make a place for them. they couldn't count on anybody else to do it. They couldn't rely upon the rest of society to educate African Americans. We had to take that into our own hands. We had to take responsibility for that. Others would may have done it in a way that would have been to their best interest, but we had to do it in a way that preserved the culture, but also got our students ready for the challenges of then and the challenges of now, as well as what we, anticipate might happen in the future. So we owe it to all of those who persevered, gave their lives, because if you really think about it, the one of the most valuable commodities that people have tried so hard to deprive people of in terms of keeping people locked out of opportunities is through education, right?
Mhm.
And here it is, we stand at this great place in 2021 with all of these wonderful opportunities to educate young people and get them ready for the world. We ought to take that very, very seriously and understand what it means, not just to us, but for those who are going to be questioning of what happened at FAMU, during the great pandemic of 2020 and 2021. And we have to be on the record of showing that we did the things that were necessary, to keep the place vibrant and alive for others to come. People we don't even know yet, but we know that they'll be coming.
Right. And that no, go ahead, Adrian.
No, go, no. I was just gonna jump in and say, wow, that was amazing, Dr. Roberts. I really loved that. Just really, you know, thinking ahead. I'm one of the people who I always say as a millennial, I'm more of a visionary. I kind of like to think more forward, and that's whenever you said that, that really stuck out to me because Devin and I, we've talked in the past that that's an issue with a large a large group of our people is that we
Mhm.
can't think ahead and be that forward progressive. So when you said that, that was really really powerful the driving force behind why people like back in the 1800s were able to keep going is because they knew that times are going to get better and they had to be better for the next generation. So that's really really awesome. Devin, before we go into our first break, I'll let you do some thoughts and then you can take us into the break.
No, I think I echo everything you said. And so what we're going to touch on, it was interesting to hear your story about when you transferred from Lemoyne Owens to Memphis State and how they, went through your courses and tried to say that, maybe this wasn't rigorous enough. We're going to touch on that part of the perception that the education that you get at an HBCU is somehow less than or not up to standard or up to par. And so that's actually our next segment. So we're going to come back to that. So listeners, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll get back into the perception of HBCUs and the education that you're getting there. And again, we're continuing our conversation with Dr. Larry Robinson, who is president of Florida A&M University, also known as FAMU. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
All right, viewers, let's get back into our interview. Remember, today we have Dr. Larry Robinson, president of FAMU, with us today, who's talking to us about HBCUs and how vitally important they are. Dr. Robinson, you touched on in our first segment, transferring and the pressure you had because everyone kind of said that you need to go to a better school. And one of the things that I think about, because I had some pressure from friends and colleagues when I was thinking about going to grad school to look at, your Harvards and your Berkeleys and things like that. And even when you do those top, Google searches, of business schools you need to go to, or just schools in general, it seems like everybody points you to those more Ivy League schools. You don't get pointed to HBCUs. It takes people of color like us trying to almost, encourage, other Blacks even to go to HBCUs because no one's ever pointing to our institutions. So, Dr. Robinson, when you talk to people about HBCUs, how do you get, especially Black students who they've been kind of flooded with so much media about all these other schools, how do you get them to even consider, the value and the potential they can have conversely to like an Ivy League school?
Yeah. So the first thing is going back to that transfer story. Just sort of a quick anecdote is that more doesn't mean better, and bigger doesn't mean better. And so one of the criteria for having the certification of chemistry programs by the American Chemical Society, for example, has to do with how many of these kinds of professors you have and how many of those kinds of professors you have and what number and so forth. But it's really in terms of the educational experience is what that relationship is that a student has with those professors that's really going to help determine how well they do and the quality of that overall educational experience. And so what really unique about Florida A&M and M and institutions of this type is that we have people here teaching chemistry, right? Who believe in the students, right? And who want to see that student succeed. They're not here, with the assumption that the kid in front of them or the young man or woman in front of them in that classroom can't be successful. And that's a huge difference, right? It's a huge difference. And everybody around them is interested in their success as well. You don't have to feel like an outlier, to be smart because so many folks are smart in the mess. And so that's the first thing on this quality point. But then there are other indicators that this whole story is mythical. First of all, with regards to let's just take the state of Florida, and you can pick any state that has a significant number of HBCUs. We created the African American middle class in this state, because where else could you have gone if you were going to get a college degree, but of the, four HBCUs in this
Mhm.
state, and we're the only public HBCU in this state, by the way. And so, all of the successes where people now are privileged to be able to send their daughters to other schools, who are residents of this state and around the country, you really have to give a lot of credit to the education that they got at somebody's historically Black college or university, right? And so we wouldn't be in these positions were it not for that. But then there's this story that sometimes goes unnoticed, and that is if you really look at where institutions like Washington University and Ivy League schools go to get African Americans who go into graduate and professional programs, guess where they come, right? FAMU, along with our counterparts, we lead the nation in terms of the institutions of origin where African Americans come from and go on to get these post-baccalaureate degrees, PhDs in particular, in STEM and other related disciplines. It's really, really amazing. Plus, what people are beginning to realize is that we have a number of graduate and professional programs of our own that get students to that so-called next level where you're talking about law, pharmacy, medical schools, all of these things we have, and we have a track record of students who do amazing things when they leave, right? And sometimes we spend so much time on the sort of input parameters, we forget about the real measure of success of an institution is what the graduates do when they leave. And so when I think about all of the people, some of these graduates that we've had, like, John Thompson, the chairman of the board, Microsoft, right, who got his education right here at FAMU, is chairing the board of, arguably the largest or one of the largest companies in the world. We have people like Keisha Lance Bottoms, a graduate of FAMU, who's who's running the largest,
Yeah.
African American, city, so to speak, or one of the major cities in the southern United States and the United States in general, and on, right? And so there are so many examples where people who've come to our institutions and gotten the skills that are needed to go out and compete against anybody, no matter where they came from or where they went to school in this nation. And so that's the real story. It's not often told because it doesn't serve the interests of those who want to portray something different. But when you start looking at the fact that, we produce one out of every five graduate in this country at the undergraduate level, and we constitute what 3% or so of all of the institutions in this country. We produce 50% of the teachers, African American teachers in this country, 50% of the lawyers, 80% of the African American judges, and all of those people are out there doing phenomenal things.
Mhm.
It's silly to talk about anything other than the high standards and the high quality educational experiences that students receive at these institutions. But it's beyond what they get in the classroom. By the way, Keisha Lance Bottoms, could have been just about anything she wanted to do. She left here with a degree in journalism. She went on and got a degree in law. She could have, rested on her laurels, went home, been a great corporate lawyer or whatever, but she decided to do something bigger. She wanted to have an impact on her community. And that's the other, element, characteristic that we, ingrain in our students here. We need you to do something other than just go to work, make a good living, and write off the rest of the world. The world needs you. They need every bit of you in order for the experience that you have had here to pay the dividends that we think it should. And so when you put all that together, I tell parents all of the time that, we if you look at the statistics at HBCUs in terms of success with African Americans and other graduates, and by the way, we don't stand on the steps here and tell anyone they can't come. We have been in the only co-ed educational institution in this public university system of Florida throughout its history of the original three institutions here. So I like to tell people we got it, we got it right from the start, and we continue, with that great tradition. Today our doors are open to everyone, but for a parent not to take a serious look at sending their sons or daughters to an HBCU in 2021, I think it's a serious mistake and it borders on being irresponsible. But look, the interest in our institution and HBCUs is very, very, high. And some of that has been brought on by some of the people who have brought attention to the great work we do, like our vice president, Kamala Harris, who
Hmm.
attended, Howard University. But we have so many examples. But when you can link her academic path and successes to an HBCU, it helps the rest of the world, realize, Adrian, what you already know. Okay.
Right. And so you kind of touched on it there, but despite what everybody's trying to say about, HBCUs when it comes to the education you're getting, even there at FAMU, you were touching on it, y'all, it's the number one public HBCU in America, number one HBCU for African American bachelor's degrees, number one HBCU for research, number two producer of African American professional doctoral degrees, and the number two best value college in Florida. I mean, obviously that would tell you that that's an amazing, amazing institution that you can have the ability to go to. And so, before we go on a break, if you could just kind of tell us, what what has FAMU done to achieve those types of marks where you are the
Mhm.
number one public HBCU in America, and just kind of tell us what you've done to get to that point,
Yeah.
and
And
then how
so
you're using that.
so we have a plan, right? We developed a strategic plan that we implemented in 2017 with a 5-year, sort of horizon, 2017 to 2022. And in that plan, we clearly defined, right, our priorities. We developed 6 priorities. The number one priority is what we call an exceptional student experience. And really, all of the other 5 tie back to that priority. And so we all know what our purpose is, right? We all know why we are here. It's not about me necessarily, it's about what I can do to advance our institutional mission, primarily contributing to the success outcomes for our students. And so all of these other, metrics around graduation rates, retention rate, employment, and all of those things moving in the right direction because we have made those a priority. Now, there's so many other parts to a student experience, but what you have to have is first, and the appropriate array of academic programs that students are interested in and that can get them to the places that they need to go. And we have that. But I think our real success has been, this keen focus on the strategic plan with priorities in it that are relevant to what an educational institution ought to be focusing on. And that's what we've done. Now, there's one accolade though that you didn't mention that I'm really,
Oh,
really proud of because I think it tells the story um, better than others, and that is, we were ranked 20th in the nation of all institutions of higher education in terms of social mobility, right? And that's a
mm,
measure of, the sort of socioeconomic status of the student coming in, Pell recipients,
mhm.
and the graduation rate associated with those first-time in college students. And so that's what really tells the story. We have, not lost our focus on making sure that, we do create additional opportunities for students, expanding, the impact and still tending to those communities that are underserved and underrepresented, but also providing them the same opportunity that anyone else has to share the rigorous educational experiences and the rich cultural experiences at the university, but focusing also on the bottom line, getting them out of here in a time frame that allows them to leave, with less debt and so on and so forth, right? So it's been through a strategic focus that we've achieved, these rankings and so forth. But it's really the story behind the rankings, right? That really tell the the real impact of what we're doing at Florida A&M University.
Exactly, exactly. We like that. And that'll be a great way to wrap up our second segment. Viewers, when we come back, our third segment, we're going to talk a little bit about funding and diversity of HBCUs. So stick with
Mhm.
us. We'll be right back.
All right, listeners. So we are continuing our conversation with Dr. Larry Robinson, who is the president of Florida A&M, aka FAMU. And so we are again happy to have him on the show. And so, Dr. Robinson, we talked a little bit in the last segment about, some of the achievements as far as rankings when it comes to increasing the value of the education that students are getting at Florida A&M. But we know that you did that with challenges, some huge challenges, particularly when it comes to funding. And so
Yes.
we know that has been an issue for decades, trying to get proper funding to historically black colleges and universities. And so it's, right now we know the pandemic is raging and Congress is getting ready to shovel out, $1.9 trillion to help with checks and schools and testing and vaccines. And so, we just wanted to ask you, we know that funding for HBCUs has been an issue, and it was a hot topic during the election because President Trump was saying that he had signed some more permanent funding. But if you had a chance to kind of speak to Congress right now as they're getting ready to pass this relief bill, if you had a chance to speak to Congress and President Biden, what would you say to them about why it's important to properly fund HBCUs going into the future and things like that?
Right. And so part of the story, Devin, is the lack of funding that has occurred traditionally throughout our history, right? And so we're in a catch-up mode, right? I mean, we really are. And if you think about what we've gotten done in spite of being inadequately funded from federal sources as well as state sources,
Mhm.
that's still, a remarkable story. However, we have to fight the battle to make sure we get our fair share from Washington and from the state. Then we have to do our own, right? We can't depend totally upon anyone, these entities to support us. But the message to Washington would be, and by the way, we really appreciate the CARES Act monies and the HERF one
Mhm.
and HERF two monies that we've gotten and we will receive. But those monies have been about what it needed to get through, the financial challenges of the pandemic itself. It's not like, there's going to be a truckload of money left, because when you think about, the investments we've had to make in modifying classrooms,
Mhm.
to get them up to speed for this new, mostly virtual mode that we're operating in, the cost for personal protective equipment, right? The purchasing of laptops for students and faculty that we had to invest, millions of dollars in, uh, and then just the day-to-day expenses associated with disinfecting and cleaning buildings and so forth. It's just about break even, okay?
Mm.
And so what I want the message to be to the incoming administration, now let's look at some sustainable long-term investments in HBCUs so we can address, issues around infrastructure, engaging us more in federal research opportunities, and let's do everything that we can to expand funds to support students and families in need. Because here's what's happening, Devin, it's going to be with us for a while. We're beginning to see already families being impacted economically by COVID-19.
Mm.
It's bad enough we've lost over 400,000 people's lives due to this pandemic, and countless others who have been sick, you know. Um, but we're now beginning to experience that wave of people who have lost their jobs or lost part of their livelihood, including our students, right? And so we might have, and it's a wonderful thing that we have a vaccine that's on the way. And by the way, I've had my first shot as one of those in the 65
Hi.
plus age. I get my second shot in just a few days. However, these other ailments are going to be with us for a while. And so while we might think it's adequate just to provide money to support getting through the pandemic, I'm worried about the financial circumstances for these students that we serve and their parents, for a couple of years, down the road, if not longer. So making it easier for them financially, to go to Florida A&M University and other historically black colleges is tremendously important. So like expanding the amount of money is available via Pell, and
Mm.
looking at, not just sort of a short-term, non-recurring investments is where I want to go. And by the way, when it comes to research, if we properly invest in HBCUs, a lot of the disparities that we're seeing, that COVID-19 has sort of pulled back, the lid on for the rest of the world to see. We have seen this and been screaming about it. Allow us to
Hmm.
fund the research to get at these problems, right? And if we can get that message across, then I think the next pandemic or whatever it is, we'll be in a much better position. And in order to get there, though, we're going to have to invest in historical black colleges and its research infrastructure to do that.
You know, you're, you're
So
Now, I was
go
going to
ahead.
say you're absolutely right. I mean, we started our show talking about education and the importance and the value, and how you talked about all of these other things are just symptoms of a population that hasn't been properly educated, and how we need to have HBCUs as a part of that medicine, to kind of give the people what they need so that they can actually move towards success. So it's just great that you kind of highlighted that, because it just really speaks well to what we've been trying to push ever since we started in 2020, and what we as a people really need, because it comes back to the education. And
Hmm.
the other thing that we wanted to ask, Dr. Robson, in this, and this is something that some people may say it's an issue, some people may say it's not, but we just kind of wanted to get your perspective on this. Now, when you look at an HBCU, definitely if you look at FAMU and probably by large all HBCUs, you're going to see that the student body is predominantly African American. That's just kind of what the nature is. Obviously, that's kind of what HBCUs were established for. So our question to you, and thinking about how this whole separate but equal funding of HBCUs to other schools, do you think that HBCUs would gain more support if their student bodies were more diverse? And do you think HBCUs should even have to be focused on diversity because of the nature of why they were established.
Yeah, and so just to be transparent, I established a diversity and inclusion, council at this university somewhere around 2017, 2018, because we have to live the standard that we expect others to live by. And so we are just as interested in diversity within the people who work here, and then really, if you looked at our faculty, you find it incredibly diverse. But then I think the assumption is that that diversity doesn't exist in our student body, when in fact it does, right? We probably have somewhere, by the way, we have students, from 35 states, 70 countries or so, right? So it's amazingly diverse, and they come from Florida, Georgia. I mean, it's just amazing, where our students come from. But I believe somewhere around 15% of our graduates are non-African American. So it's a fairly diverse environment already. We actually have, we rolled it out last year. We have a recruitment video, in English. We have it in Spanish, right? Because we realize that they should have the opportunity, like anyone else, to experience the wonderful opportunities that we provide at this university. And so the reason that that's important, though, is because it sends a message to the rest of the world that this institution is committed to the same values we would like to see the rest of the world, right? From the corporate sector to other educational institutions commit to. But we do believe, though, like many other institutions, we have a special uh, expertise in educating African Americans, right? We understand that demographic extremely well, but we also understand that every student who steps on this campus is a member of the Rattler family, not just one day, but forever. And we claim all of them, no matter what they look like, what their religious orientation is, sexual orientation. We invite everybody to be a member of the Florida A&M University Rattler family. And that's something that we're serious about.
And that's a message that I think will resonate with anybody, Black, white, Asian, like, Hispanic. They're going to understand that message and welcome that. And so we just wanted to ask, because we know the conversation is out there of people noticing that some HBCUs are becoming more diverse. It's not just African Americans on campus. And so we just want to make sure we hit that point. And so we're almost done. We got one final question for you. It's just a final message, get your thoughts on a really broad question. And so we're going to take one last little break here, and then we'll come right back.
All right.
All right, viewers, let's go ahead and wrap this up. As always at the Black Agenda, we like to pose kind of a final message to our guests to kind of set them up and kind of wrap the episode up in a good bow and send it off to you guys. So remember, we are joined today with Dr. Larry Robinson from FAMU. He's the president there, the 12th president of the university. So Dr. Robinson, again, we really, really appreciate you being here with us today. To kind of set the stage for your final message, we're in Black History Month, and we felt that, HBCUs kind of have a special place in history for Black Americans, because in our mind, it's kind of the point where we as a people decide to kind of take back a right that was stripped from us because education is so important. And when you think about how HBCUs have really worked to play key roles throughout history to kind of blossom and even propel some of the greatest minds of the civil rights movement, you can see how vitally important, HBCUs were to us even obtaining civil rights. So in a way, you all, who work in HBCUs, y'all have been fighting a good fight for a long time, putting in countless hours and a lot of elbow grease. But one of the things that Devin and I understand is that, at some point you're going to retire. At some point, the endowment could shrink. So whenever we're thinking about HBCUs and we're thinking about the message you said that your founders had about this institution being around for generations to come, we would like you to tell us and tell our listeners, what do you need from people like us in the community? Because we know you're working hard, we know you're putting in those hours. But as a final message, tell us, what do you need from the community to make sure that HBCUs are going to be around for generations to come?
Right. So first of all, I think we have to be very, very careful about the messages that we, you know, portray regarding these institutions. I tell, some of our graduates all of the time that, when you have had a successful career as a result of attending Florida A&M University, and you decide not to give back to the institution because you had a bad experience, in financial aid in your freshman year, right? That's that's really kind of that's problematic. And so I think what we have to show the world and expect from ourselves is that we have to support these institutions in every way possible. And in some of you, like you and Devin, y'all can write big checks, right? Some people will write small checks, but others will work on our behalf in terms of their roles in Congress or state legislatures and municipal offices and so forth. But you're always fighting on our behalf. And the one thing you have to do is put a fire hose to any nonsense that tends to portray a different message when you know better, right? So you might hear something negative about an HBCU, and hear the same thing about another institution, and not give it a second thought. But for us, that story might resonate, in the media for days and in your minds for days. But we have to get beyond that. We have to embrace and adopt these institutions and recognize that they're the ones that got us there, right, to where we are. Otherwise, we are back in this boat depending solely upon others to support that. That's a bad proposition altogether. So far, we're really having a banner year at FAMU and fundraising. And I have to give a huge shout out to our alums who have stepped up over the last few years in terms of their contributions to the university. Well, they're really doing some amazing things, right? But just because you didn't go here, right, or graduate from here, doesn't mean you can't support us. So you're always looking to support the institution in any and every way that you can, because it's important that when we go out and make the case for the private sector to give to FAMU, that we have clear and undeniable evidence that we're doing the same things ourselves.
Yeah.
So that's just one of the messages that we have to realize. And then please know that for every African American success story that you might find elsewhere, you might find a lot more of those stories at our HBCUs. And we just haven't always told those, right? And
Mm.
so we need those of you out there who know those stories to tell them, right? You went to school with some of these great folks who you sat beside in your classroom, and what I do in our freshman orientation programs, when they let me speak anyway, I tell the students to look to their left and look to their right and recognize that they're looking into the faces of America's future leaders, right? I want all of you to be successful. And that's what we need to tell people. We're working on, maintaining, and fulfilling this American dream. And I think our commitment to it might be greater than others for some of the things that we've seen lately playing out in our nation's capital. And that's one of the things we can always count on is that, we will fight the fight in a peaceful and orderly way when things aren't right. And that's what some of the peaceful marches were about this past year, because of some of the heinous acts that happened, on the behalf of others to African Americans around this country. I was amazed. Our students have a rich history of peaceful protest. Our football team, they had a peaceful march, this summer. I mean, it's just amazing. But this is the value of these institutions. Think where we would be as a nation without them, right? Think where we would be as a people without them. If you trust that all of the things that you value with regard to your culture, your health, physical and mental health, will be taken care of by someone else, then I really think you need to sit down and really, revisit that notion. And HBCUs have done so much, in educating our folks and working on those issues in terms of research that are relevant to our communities as well. And I'm not willing to entrust that to anyone else entirely. I will partner with anyone where we have a mutual interest, but we need to be at the table at all times when it comes to what's in the best interest of the people we love so much at this institution.
We thank you. Yeah, that's the powerful message, and that's something anybody can take with them as we move forward after this pandemic. Trying to get back to normal, whatever that is. But yes, Dr. Larry Robertson, we thank you for giving you your time. We are right at 45 minutes, so we try to keep it on schedule here. But again, we thank you for giving your time and giving us some insight to what you all are doing down there in Tallahassee. I've never been there, but this has been a way for me to kind of peer into, through your eyes, what's going on at FAMU. And so we just appreciate you giving us your time and your insight. And so I'm sure, Adrian, you got some thoughts.
Yeah, my only last thought after Dr. Robinson's message was that we might need to consider adopting HBCU. That might need to be a thing. Even if you didn't go there, you can always, be a member of that pool of money that can kind of get the mission. So that may be a thing to highlight, later on down the road for us, Devin. Adopt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
All right. Hey, listeners, rather viewers, you heard it here. We got Dr. Robinson. He said, "Let's do it." So we'll all do it together. We'll reach back out. We'll see how we can get that started, because I think that would be a great concept. And I think that what you said about how it all takes a community, it takes a village to get this thing going. That's what that's all about. So we appreciate that.
Well, thank you for what you guys are doing, bringing attention to these wonderful institutions around this nation. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. We thank you.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and end this episode, viewers. We appreciate you for attending and being with us today to talk to Dr. Larry Robinson from FAMU. Make sure you be on the lookout. We're going to have more HBCUs on. We're going to be doing a series, but we wanted to make sure to have one special one in the month of Black History Month, again, because they just hold a special place in our history. So until then, be on the lookout for our later content, and we'll catch you next time.
Zenvstyle.com. 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 Zenvstyle.com.
All right, welcome to another edition of the Black Agenda podcast. And today I'm your co-host, Devin Dito, along with my co-host, Adrian Guest. And we are happy to be here with you to bring you another, part of our HBCU awareness series. And today we are grateful and excited to have Grambling State University and its president, Dr. Rick Gallo. So we appreciate you coming on the show, Dr. Gallo.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me. I've been looking forward to this.
Thank you. And we're happy to have you on the show. And just for those folks who don't know, Dr. Gallo was named the 10th president of Grambling State University in 2016. And he is a former Louisiana state senator and state representative. And Dr. Gallo is actually a graduate of Grambling State in 1987, where he received a Bachelor of Arts in Arts and History. And he also went on to earn his Juris Doctorate from Southern University in 1990. So again, a very distinguished guest, and we're excited to have him on the show with us. And so, Dr. Gallo, our first question, you started your career, your college career, at Grambling State. And so we just off the top, real general question, what does it mean, to go from being a student on campus to now being the president and leading that university? And how important was it for you as a young college student coming up to choose an HBCU for your undergraduate and graduate?
Sure. So my story actually starts a little earlier than that. I attended nursery school through college on this campus. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, my childhood home is literally across the street from the campus. So I grew up in this community. My mother taught history here. My dad was a businessman and a barber here in town. So I have lived in Grambling pretty much all my life, with the exception of the 3 years I was in Baton Rouge in law school. So it is, and it's funny, I get the question, what were you doing, or where were you living before you became president? I was living in Grambling. So so it is, it was a very easy transition. I never thought when I was, growing up here, or certainly as a college student, never in a million years thought that I would be president. As a matter of fact, being president or working at the university was one of three things I said I would never do. So I said I would never work at the university. Obviously, I do. I said that I would never live in Grambling. After I left to go to law school, I said I would never return. So that was number two. And number three, I said I would never go into politics. And the basis behind that story, my dad was always involved in politics. And when I was 15, he was the mayor. And a lady called our house one morning about 5 a.m. to let the mayor know that a dog turned over her garbage can. That was something that the mayor needed to know at 5 a.m. And so at that point, with all the wisdom of a 15-year-old, I said, I'll never be a politician. I'll never go run for public office. And so all the things I said I would never do, I'm doing.
Yeah, and that's that's so interesting that you're 3 for 3. Everything you said you wouldn't do.
Yeah.
Here you are in 2021 and doing, most of those things.
Well,
So
and look, I tell people all the time, one of my favorite scriptures is Proverbs 19:21. Many of the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. And so, as much as we, plan to do all of these things, God does have purpose for our lives. And I'm so thankful that He has given me the opportunity to live out the purpose that I believe He has for my life. And so it's a really amazing feeling to feel like I'm walking in God's purpose for my life. And so, if this is what He purposed for me to do, hey, I'm all for it, because I know He's in it, He's involved in it, and He's supporting us throughout. And so a lot of the success that we see, here at the university, as much as I would love to claim credit for it, I'll say, it's part of God's plan. So it's got to work, right?
that's exactly right. It's funny how things, how life works out, And so, and one of the things we wanted to ask you about was kind of, life before being, president of the university. And so you, like we mentioned earlier, you were, a state representative, from 2000 to about 2012, you were a member of the Louisiana House of Representatives, holding the District 11 seat for those who are familiar with that area. And then you went on to win your first race to become a state senator. And so we know that funding for HBCUs and just education in general is a touchy issue. It's been controversial. And so we just wanted to ask, during your time in the Louisiana House, did you find yourself, as an HBCU graduate, did you ever find yourself in the middle of discussions about, funding for HBCUs? And did you ever find yourself maybe having to stress the importance of why we needed to properly fund HBCUs?
Sure, and of course I could spend 2 hours talking about this, but I know you don't have that much time, so I'll try to make it concise. So when I went to the legislature in 2000, the state of Louisiana was funding about 65% of all higher ed funding, and that wasn't just HBCUs, that was all higher education. Today, that's about 25%. So we saw basically a flip of the funding mechanism, and mainly that occurred during the tenure of Republican Governor Bobby Jindal. So he reduced the state support for higher ed and increased tuition. So basically, we shifted the responsibility or the burden for funding higher education on the backs of our students during that 8-year period that he was in the governor's office. So I've seen a great transition just in terms of our funding. We've always historically been underfunded, and now when you look at the burden of higher education being placed on the backs of our students, the whole issue of student debt or student loan debt, that is a major topic now among those in Washington. It's certainly not new to us. It is something that we are very, very much familiar with. But hey, look, when we were founded back in 1901, as many HBCUs were founded because African Americans had no option for pursuing higher education. Look, we've always done more with less, and we will not allow this moment to pass us by without doing all that we have to do, regardless of the lack of resources. We will always find a way to make it work.
Exactly. And that's the story that we've heard. We talked to Dr. Larry Robinson down at FAMU. We heard that exact same story, doing more with less, especially now after the financial crisis, things really got tough. And then we have the pandemic. And so just challenge after challenge, every school is having to work through. And so, we know the next question here is, we know that education obviously is a great tool. It's a great indicator for where you will eventually end up in life as far as your income and being able to move up classes. And so, but we do know HBCUs have absolutely been a way for Black and Brown communities to rise up. I mean, we know many HBCUs are responsible for a lot of the bachelor degrees that a lot of African Americans get, and even becoming more graduate degrees too. And so, Dr. Robinson at FAMU told us that story just isn't really, I guess, being told enough.
Mm-hmm.
How important HBCUs were, particularly the 1920s and onward, how important they were to building out and rounding out the Black middle class. And so, give us your take on how important HBCUs are to building that middle class in Black America, and why isn't this something you think that's been marketed more and we just don't know more about that?
Sure. And of course, at the end of the day, it is our responsibility to tell our story. And so, and look, Larry Robinson is one of my mentors. I have certainly gained a lot from and learned a lot from Larry Robinson about higher education and higher ed administration. But when you look at the Black middle class and historically in Louisiana, for instance, if you wanted to be a teacher, you went to Grambling or you went to Southern. Okay, that was just your pathway towards that Black middle class. Well, now we're basically looking at two missions that we're running simultaneously. Number one, we've partnered with Clemson to start the Call Me Mr. program here. So we are educating young Black men to be teachers. If you look nationally, there are only 2% of classroom teachers are African American male. In the state of Louisiana, it's 4%, but still, that number is not enough. The first bachelor's degree that was awarded at Grambling was in teacher education. So this is not new for us, but it is something that we are renewing as a mission that we are absolutely committed to, and that is ensuring that students in the classroom will have a Black teacher who they can see in front of that classroom, who can impact them and can provide the type of leadership that is sorely missed in the classroom. Now, on the flip side of that, and part of our other mission now is making sure that we're preparing a workforce that not only prepares the Black middle class, but is relevant for the jobs, not just of 2021, but of 2031 and 2041. So Grambling has the state's first and only bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. We have the state of Louisiana's first and only bachelor's degree in cloud computing. And so when you look at the McKinsey reports and other reports on the landscape of the workforce and the world of work, there's so much emphasis on cybersecurity and on cloud. I mean, we're on Zoom right now, which is a cloud-based solution, right? I mean, more and more, and this pandemic has only put an exclamation point on the fact that cloud is here to stay and is a much greater part of how we will do business, how we will conduct school, how we will communicate with one another. And so again, I think us having those degree programs absolutely position us to provide a workforce that will be relevant. Our students won't have a problem finding a job when they leave here with a cybersecurity degree, with a cloud computing degree, with a teaching degree. They will have jobs that will absolutely be available, and they're good paying jobs, and will also add to the fiber and fabric of our country and support national defense, and everything. So we're just really excited about being able to talk about that dual track that we're involved in.
And that's so great to hear, honestly, because we know how important HBCUs are. So I think it's pretty exciting to hear how Grambling is trying to position itself to be valuable to students who are going to be wanting jobs that may not necessarily exist right now. And so you can go, to somewhere like Grambling State University, be prepared for a
Yeah.
21st century job. So that's excellent to hear that.
Oh, look, and you mentioned Dr. Robinson and FAMU. I mean, a lot of the STEM areas in engineering and other areas that they are well known for right now. Look, here's the thing: we're putting out graduates who are excellent in their fields, regardless of being an HBCU. I just think that it provides our students an opportunity to grow and matriculate in an environment where they are celebrated and not tolerated. Okay. And of course, in this whole social unrest environment that we're involved in right now in Charlottesville and George Floyd and everything else, our students need to know that there is a FAMU, there's a Grambling, there's a Southern, there's Pine Bluff, schools that they can go to where they can see people who look like them, that are committed to their success. When they look at buildings around on campus, like here at Grambling, you'll see Woodson Hall, named for Carter G. Woodson, the father of Black history, Carver Hall, Black scientists. I mean, all of our buildings, there's no Robert E. Lee building or Robert E. Lee Street on Grambling's campus that, our students are surrounded by Black excellence. And so again, it just provides our student that something extra that gives them confidence to know that they are important, and their excellence will absolutely provide them an opportunity to do anything and go anywhere.
Exactly. And that message is one that we're trying to echo, that you can go to HBCUs and be successful and extremely successful in your career. But we do want to ask, and we're going to do this in our next segment. So that's going to do it for our first segment. But when we come back after the break, we wanted to ask, you mentioned it, the perception out there, because we know, me, Adrian, and that HBCUs are invaluable to what, to African Americans in our community. But we know that the public perception sometimes when it comes to recruiters and advisors at certain schools, it's not always that HBCUs are valued or seen in that same light. So that's something we want to ask you. So we're going to take our first break and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So we're continuing our conversation with Grambling State University President, Dr. Rick Gallo. And so we talked at length in the beginning about, just the university and what they're doing and funding. And so now we want to talk about the perception of HBCUs. And so, Dr. Gallo, we know society has a way of putting, a distorted image of minority communities out there, particularly when it comes to African Americans. And we know some of that is applied to HBCUs, with people thinking that their courses aren't rigorous enough, or, that your degree is not worth the same as someone who went to, say, a Princeton or Yale or Harvard. And so, students are told this. A lot of African American students who go to high school are told to attend, popular PWIs instead of going to say an HBCU. And we just wanted to ask you, down at Grambling State, what are you all doing to kind of counter this argument and show those young students that you can succeed at Grambling just like you can succeed at Harvard?
Sure, and so one example I think really encapsulates the point on this. We have a graduate by the name of Charles Blow. Charles is originally from Gibbsland, Louisiana, which is near here in North Louisiana. Charles graduated in mass communications and went to work at the New York Times, and he's a columnist with the New York Times. You see him on CNN and on MSNBC. I don't know that Charles has ever been invited on to Fox, but you see him on a number of major stations. He just wrote his second book. His first one was Fire Shut Up in My Bones, and this one, the second one, is The Devil That You Know. The Black Manifesto, and again from Grambling. He lives in Atlanta now, but lived in New York for many years. Incredibly successful and is well known in his circles. Right, so and Charles has told this story. His son was a student at Yale and was going to the library one evening and was approached by the university police there at Yale and had guns pulled on him because he was a young Black man going into the library. That I think it really puts an exclamation point on what too many of our students are facing when they attend some of these PWIs. And so, that's not going to happen it didn't happen to Charles when he was a student here at Grambling. He was never profiled by the university police department for going to the library. And so again, this whole environment of nurturing and supporting our students to provide them the pathway to be successful is something that I think no PWI can argue that they're able to provide that same level of support. And certainly, here at Grambling, we've got students from 42 states and 30 foreign countries. We have a very diverse population of students. More than a third of our students come from outside of the state of Louisiana. And so I think the product that we produce is clearly the advantage that we have. So people can criticize and talk about what they perceive to be some level of inferiority, but the graduates that we produce are engaged in every imaginable industry out there.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, one of HBCU graduates, vice president now. It's not unreal to think that coming from an HBCU, you can go on to do great things. And when you talk about the environment to be nurturing and be very supportive, it just reflects back to me going through college, because I went to Mississippi State because they didn't really talk much about HBCUs where I was. And I went to Mississippi State. You didn't see that same sort of culture to nurture and support like you would, or like I had heard, when I would go to speak to some of my fraternity brothers from JSU or Alcorn or something like that. It was a totally different dynamic to where it was a community and everyone was trying to make sure you weren't falling behind, you were actually succeeding. Conversely, with Mississippi State, if you fall behind, they've got your tuition, so that's kind of all that matters.
Yeah.
But despite all of that negativity that HBCUs have to face and that Grambling has to face in general, you all have really been able to thrive and you've been able to really succeed despite all of that, that backlash. Even in just a short stint as president, you've been awarded the HBCU Grow Lead Award for Best Leadership at the group's 2017 Annual Lead Conference. And you've been able to achieve record enrollment, a record number of donations from alumni and donors, and was able to start a nursing program at Grambling. So despite all of this, things are happening in Louisiana, things are happening at Grambling State University. So if you could, just talk to us a little bit about what you've been able to do and what Grambling has done, since you've been there to really achieve these types of successes.
Sure. So, it starts with our students. And just 10 minutes before I came on with you, Darian Williams, who was an SGA president here at Grambling in my second, he served 2 terms, so my second and third year as president. He now works in Washington. He was on the staff of former Congressman Cedric Richmond, who is now senior advisor to President Biden. And so when I think about students, then graduates like Adarian, who are really at the center of power in our country right now. The Miss Grambling, who was here my first year, completed her master's of public health at Morehouse Medical School. Our students are doing amazing things, which is really, at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. It is about having great students who go out and produce and do well. And so when you think about these awards and all of that, it starts with the students. It starts with our students doing amazing things. My first year as president, our football team won the HBCU national championship. We saw increases in our enrollment after that. We've had increases every year since I became president. It's not because of me. It's because of all the things that our students are doing, saying good things about the university. We've got a great team. We've got committed faculty. It is just there's so many people who are responsible. Our alumni all over the country. I mean, they do an amazing job of recruiting students for us. And as much as we would love to be able to send recruiters to all 50 states, we aren't able to do that. But look, our alums go to career fairs, they go to college fairs and high school recruiting events and represent us there. And they are a huge part of why we continue to see our enrollment grow. We've entered into strategic partnerships, Sodexo Magic, which of course is co-owned by Irvin Magic Johnson, to have a partnership with someone who's such an incredible businessman as Mr. Johnson is, but also such a celebrity. I think really just continues to elevate our presence in media. I was in New York a couple of months after we signed the contract with Mr. Johnson, and a young man at the hotel said, I had a Grambling shirt on. He said, "Grambling, didn't you all just do something with Magic Johnson?" He didn't know what it was. He just knew that he saw Grambling and Magic Johnson. And I said, "Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm Rick Gallo, I'm the president." He said, "You were on the picture." So I mean, these types of relationships and partnerships have really given us an opportunity to tell the world more about the great things we're doing here. Doug Williams, of course, Super Bowl, first African-American to start as quarterback in a Super Bowl for the formerly Redskins, the Washington football team now. And all the work that he's doing in elevating our profile and our presence in national conversations now. Look, there's just so many people who are responsible for all the amazing things that we're just so incredibly grateful for right now.
That's awesome. I think that's one thing we've realized is that there's always a lot of moving pieces behind the scenes that's happening to make this thing come about. Not to mention the Tiger Marching Band. Devin and I, we both are tuba players, so we know all about listening to SWAC bands, and I know that y'all get a lot of press and a lot of attention from the band because it's great sound year after year.
Well, look, and talking about the band, they're on their way back from recording. They will be, as well as FAMU, their band. Both of our bands will be performing for the NBA All-Star game. So our bands will play leading up to the introductions of the players for the All-Star game. So yeah, our band played in the first Super Bowl. We've played in 6 Super Bowls, which is more than any artist, band, actor, anybody. Nobody has performed 6 times in a Super Bowl other than the Grambling State University World Fame Tiger Marching Band.
No, I like that. Hey, so you've heard it here, viewers. You got a treat today. So, Dr. Gallo, we're going to wrap up this second segment here, and when we come back, one of the things that we really want to talk about, is awareness and really trying to build that, and talk, get out of this public perception and really see how we can get the ball moving for forward trajectory for HBCU. So, viewers, stick with us. We're going to take one more break, and we'll be back into our third segment. All right, viewers, welcome back. We're going to get back into this. Remember, we're joined today with Dr. Rick Gallo, Grambling State University president. This third segment that we want to bring to you viewers is going to be kind of themed building HBCU awareness. So Dr. Gallo, one thing that we know is, funding. We kind of talked about that a little bit in the second segment. We know that that's lagging. And we know that, each, presidential administration almost tries to correct the separate but equal kind of funding that we have with different sort of executive orders. But it seems like our schools are still not getting the proper due and the proper resources. We've even seen, because I went onto Grambling's website and I was kind of doing a little digging, but we saw that kind of, at least with the recent statistics, even the endowment for the university kind of declined a little bit with, like I said, with the recent statistics. One thing that you see, with Grambling State University and with most HBCUs, the student body is, 85 to 90%, African American. And that's, like I said, typical with most HBCUs. So the question here, because of those demographics, do you think or do you feel that society still treats us as, second class, citizens, second class universities because maybe we're predominantly African American? And do you think if the demographics were maybe higher in white Americans, awareness levels would be any different?
Yeah, so the only way I ever feel inferior is if I let someone make me feel inferior, and I'm just not built that way. Okay, and so the graduates we produce are as good, if not better, than any other school. So and again, that's a part of that whole being surrounded by a village, of folks who let you know that you are valuable, that you are. I'll give you a great example. We've got a member of the Graham fam who lives in the Dallas area, originally from Dallas, came here, and she participated in all of the talent shows that we had, and plays that were put on, and just every opportunity to be engaged in performing. We knew her here as Erica Wright.
Mm-hmm.
The world knows her as Erykah Badu. See, she had the opportunity to cultivate her gifting here on this campus. Nobody judged her. She was not an outcast because maybe she dressed a little differently or because her style was different. No, we give you the opportunity to develop who you really are without judgment. So if you want to wear your hair natural, guess what? You can wear your hair natural, and you're not singled out or marginalized because you're different. Because hey, guess what? The person in the class next to you may have natural hair too, or not. But you have the ability to grow comfortable in your Blackness, in who you are. And so when you go out into the world, nobody can take your self-confidence away from you. That's one of the many things that we instill and provide our students that absolutely prepares them to be successful. Most recently, and she just left the position, but the first female police chief in Dallas, Texas, Renee Hall, was a Grambling State University graduate. Okay, African American female police chief in Dallas, Texas. Look, she can go and lead any police department anywhere because she got her foundation of training right here at Grambling. Again, you look at what Doug Williams did in the Super Bowl. I know that was many years ago, but there were people who never would have imagined that John Elway's Denver Broncos would fall short to a team being led by Doug Williams. But that's exactly what they did. I mean, across the board, look at Tom Moorhead, one of our graduates, the only African-American Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, McLaren dealer in the United States of America, right here from Monroe, Louisiana, a graduate of Grambling State University. Look, I mean, I could go on and on of all of the successful business people, all of the Randy Huggins, who was one of the writers on the show The Quad, and I don't know if you ever saw that, but it was a fictional HBCU show on BET, and you know, Randy is filming a new project out in Atlanta right now. We've got graduates who are, you know, absolutely able to stand toe to toe with anyone in their respective industry. So, you know, we don't listen to the critics, and we're not tone deaf, but we do not let other people's perception of us determine who we are as an institution, nor do our graduates allow themselves to be defined by what someone else may think. And again, we can compete with anybody, anywhere, anytime.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I think that when you look at it, go toe to toe. I mean, everyone. I mean, you can even in, because one of the things that I study in economics, I took a labor economics course because that's what my degree is in, economics. And one of the things that we studied was the fact that when you look at someone's college trajectory, if they have the same sort of work ethic, you could place them in Harvard, you could place them in Mississippi State, and that student is going to get the same sort of, you know, educational value because, you know, that student is that student. It's just that society for some reason has different indicators for depending on where you come from. And it seems like, you know, and I don't know, you maybe could speak to this. I don't know if because, you know, the demographics for HBCUs are predominantly African American, if, you know, if maybe they were more diverse, do you think that would help to bring any more awareness to the cause and the value of HBCUs?
No. And look, you know, today a student can go to any school that they choose to or want to, obviously, if they have the meet the admissions criteria. But look, we were founded because African Americans could not get an education anywhere else. All right. So, you know, we will always be true to the mission of educating African Americans. Now, yes, we do have a diverse student body to a certain extent. When you look at programs like our nursing program, for instance, we have a lot of, you know, other race students who are a part of that program. If you look at some of our, like our soccer team, for instance, you know, it is a very diverse soccer team. So we don't discriminate against anyone. So anyone who wants to come here is certainly welcome too. But we would not be true to why we were founded in 1901, when Booker T. Washington answered a letter from Black farmers in North Louisiana saying we want to start a school, and he sent Charles P. Adams to start a school here in rural North Louisiana. You know, when Eddie Robinson was hired as the football coach in 1941, he was told by the president at that time, Ralph Waldo Emerson Jones, "I want you to make Grambling football the Black Notre Dame of college football." He didn't say, "I want you to make Grambling football Notre Dame football." He said, "I want you to make Grambling the Black Notre Dame of college football." That was in 1941. Can you imagine the obstacles that Eddie Robinson faced in segregated North Louisiana, you know, where, you know, many of his early teams, you know, couldn't even stay overnight when they traveled to play at other schools, because there were no accommodations available for them. So, you know, our road to this point of success has not been an easy one, and we would not be true to who we are now to say that we would have to rely on other race students to come here and make us relevant. We make ourselves relevant based upon the high quality of education. Again, no other school in the state of Louisiana can say they have a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity or a bachelor's degree in cloud computing. No other school in the state of Louisiana can say they have a digital library under construction. When it's opened in June, we will be the first and only school in the state of Louisiana to have a a digital library. We'll be only one of a handful in the entire country. We'll be the only HBCU with a digital library. We will make ourselves relevant in that way, and so other schools can certainly come and look at this library once it's open and model theirs after it. But nobody will be able to say that they were the first, not in this state.
No, I and trust me, we at the Black Agenda, we totally support everything you're saying. But you just get that narrative, that by playing into, being Black centric, it, puts down others or something like that. But when you think about the reason why, HBCUs came about, I mean, that's why we've had to do it that way, because, throughout history, we can't trust for someone else to properly educate our people and properly give our people an opportunity. So it is really important upon us to take it into our own hands. So that's why we really, really are thankful for the work that you are doing at Grambling State and other HBCUs, because without you doing it, like I said, we can't, give that, authority to others, because they're not going to properly do it. They're going to, give us these half truths that we've always gotten K through 12. And then whenever you get the opportunity to go to an HBCU, then you can actually get, get some of the scales to kind of come off of your eyes there. And then to kind of go into our second question here, you yourself, you're a great example. We've kind of talked a lot about examples of who we can look at in society as, pillars of success. But you yourself, I mean, you're an example that an HBCU can produce a high achieving student. But there does seem to be some sort of lack of awareness in being able to see this, because I mean, we've talked about this. And when you have all of this going on, it almost seems like it just creates almost like a void in people's mind. Even we had, when we spoke to FAMU's president, we talked about Dr. Larry Robinson, and we talked about how certain HBCUs, depending on what field you're going to, like maybe if you're going to be a lawyer, maybe if you're going to be an engineer or a scientist, maybe you should go to MIT, or maybe you should go to some other school. But I mean, you're a lawyer, you graduated from Grambling, you went to an HBCU to really further your career. We wanted to kind of give you an opportunity to give maybe like a little bit of a recruitment pitch, because again, there is, some people who, with Dr. Robinson, he was told, because he was going, I think, into chemical engineering, that he should go to a different school and not an HBCU because of the particular field. So what's your recruitment pitch to some of these parents or students who may be listening and watching this thinking, well, I'm going to do something like neuroscience or whatever, so I really need to go to this school as opposed to going to an HBCU?
Well, again, part of it is giving students an opportunity to really develop not only their substantive learning and skills, but also a level of confidence to go out and face the world that they will absolutely get here and won't necessarily get at at a PWI. You can start here and go anywhere. So we have one of our alums who was a classmate of mine, who also went from nursery school to college on this campus, Dr. Stephanie Miles Richardson. She went on to get her veterinary degree from Tuskegee, and she also has a PhD. She worked for a long time with the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, and is now the associate dean at the Morehouse School of Medicine. Stephanie, and when the pandemic broke out, she was invited on a number of different news shows to talk about the pandemic. Ways that individuals could shield themselves from exposure and things like that. So she was viewed as an expert in this infectious disease. So, we prepare students who want to go and further their education. We've got MOUs with LSU's medical school in Shreveport, or with Meharry Medical College in Nashville, and with Morehouse. We've got an MOU with Logan Chiropractic School in Missouri, if you want to go on to be a chiropractor. We've got so many. We're about to roll one out with Arizona State. We've got so many different relationships. So we have provided pathways for our students who want to go and get advanced degrees. And I can assure you that they're able to compete with students from MIT and Florida State and Michigan State and Notre Dame and USC and any place else, because we give them a solid foundation that they can go and be successful no matter where they are.
And that's at the end of the day, that's what we really trying to do with this HBCU awareness series. We're trying to put out that narrative, because even though Devin and I, we're both born and raised in Mississippi. There are HBCUs in Mississippi, but in our high schools and things, you don't really, unless you are in a community that had an HBCU in that zip code, you don't really get talked about HBCUs. I mean, if you're in Mississippi, you don't live in Jackson or around the Delta, you're going to always hear about Ole Miss or Mississippi State, or they're going to tell you to go somewhere else. So it's so vitally important to have these sorts of conversations and really just stress the importance and the value that an HBCU brings to the table, that you can go there and you can truly be whatever you want to. You don't have to believe these false narratives that only Ivy League schools are the schools you need to go to if you want to get the six-figure salary as a graduate, from business school. So really, really thank you for stressing that, because that recruitment pitch to parents and students, we really, really need that. So we're going to take our last break here, Dr. Gallo, and when we come back, we're just going to end our episode as always with our final message, just a way to kind of send our episode off to our viewers in a great big old bow. So viewers, stick with us, and we're going to continue our conversation with Dr. Rick Gallo. So stick with us. Viewers, let's get into this. As always, when we have our special guests, we like to allow them a final message, a way to kind of end our episode, send it off to you in a great big old bow, as we say. So remember, we've been joined today with Dr. Rick Gallo, Grambling State University president. So Dr. Gallo, just to kind of set the stage up for your final message, minority communities are playing catch up in our society. Dev and I, we've had several episodes to talk about where we're just trying to just catch up and just play with everyone else. Depending on where you live, your zip code, the class level of your parents, many Americans are really bound by their surroundings. And this has really just been going on generation after generation. But fortunately, HBCUs came on the map, and they've been able to kind of help to correct some of this. They've been able to kind of wrong some of these rights. And we talked about the fact that HBCUs have really aided towards building the vast majority of the middle class, the Black middle class in America, really working to better students in the communities that reside there. But, to really steer our people towards a prosperous future, Devin and I, we know that you and HBCUs, you can't really do it alone. I mean, you're just, so many institutions, so many people. So we want you to kind of leave us with the last messages. If you were going to maybe give like a fireside chat and be in the homes of every American in our country, give them a message that's going to bolster the support for HBCUs and why it's so important to have HBCUs here.
Right. So, and again, I appreciate number one, you guys inviting me on to talk to you this afternoon, and for your vision of wanting to be the positive messengers on behalf of HBCUs. If we had more who were willing to, provide us this platform, then obviously we would certainly have a much better shot at educating those who may just simply not know about many of the great things that we're doing at Grambling and at other HBCUs. But it's amazing, man. I've traveled all around the country, and almost without fail, no matter where I go, and people find out that I'm from Grambling, and certainly if they find out I'm the president of Grambling, somebody's got an Eddie Robinson story. How many people have I met who say, I met Coach Robinson in the airport at LaGuardia Airport in New York, and he was just so kind and just so humble, and took time to sign an autograph and shared a moment with me. people recognize the G. And although, of course, Green Bay is the originator of that G, and we also share it with Georgia. When I go through the airport in Atlanta, there's no mistake that black and gold G is for Grambling. It is not for Georgia. All right. And so, we are the beneficiaries of a great brand. When you think about people like Willis Reed, who played for the New York Knicks, one of the 50 greatest players in NBA history, is a Grambling State University graduate from Bernice, Louisiana, right up the road. And Mr. Reed actually retired and lives here in the Grambling community now. It didn't matter that he came from an HBCU. When he got out on the floor, he was able to put that rock in the bucket and brought a championship to the Knicks, which is something I know they wish they could do right now. So when you think about Coach Robinson putting over 200 of his players in the NFL, at one point we led the state of Louisiana in the number of our former players who were in the NFL Hall of Fame. Up until 2 years ago, we led the state. We led LSU, Louisiana Tech, everyone else. LSU went ahead of us with 2, so they're one ahead of us now. But so we're number 2 in the state in terms of our former players who are in the NFL Hall of Fame. Again, we've got graduates who have excelled in every imaginable field of human endeavor, in law, in medicine, teachers, nurses. You can start at Grambling and literally go anywhere. And of course, now that we're in this digital age, you're only a mouse click away or a Google search away from Grambling or any other institution in the world. And so, as we continue to broaden our digital footprint, and you think about the fact that we produce more African Americans in computer science and computer information systems than any other school in the state of Louisiana. We have one of the largest criminal justice programs. And in our master's program, we graduate more from our master's program than all other Louisiana colleges combined. Those are all things that when I say it, people say, oh, wow, I had no idea you all produce more, graduates in computer science in the state than LSU and ULL and other schools. Well, look, we have a responsibility to tell our story. And if we don't tell it, then we certainly can't expect that anybody else will tell it right. Because typically when people tell your story, they're going to tell it from their lens. So it may be a lens of, not being as excellent as we are. And so that's why it's so incredibly important that and I appreciate you all inviting me on. So it gives me the chance to talk about the great things that we're doing here at Grambling. And there will be people who will be able to tune in to your podcast and will share it and like it and will know more about Grambling after they finish than they did before they started. So again, we're incredibly grateful. God's been so good to us. He just continues to bless us with amazing students, with new programs, with great opportunities, and we're excited about the future. We continue to grow, and we know that our future is bright here at Grambling. So now's a good time. And look, Beyonce knows how great we are. I mean, when she had an opportunity to invite any band that she wanted to be a part of her the launch of her new Adidas Ivy Park partnership, who did she invite to Coachella, California? Grambling State University, place where everybody is somebody.
I like it. I love it. I love that message there. I love that ending because that is, like you say, if you didn't get anything from this interview, that last little 30 seconds there at the end, that is what we wanted to get out of this interview for people to take home with them, that this is what you can do. And this is the education that you can get from Grambling State University, where Dr. Rick Gallo is the president, and they're doing some amazing things down there in all fields of education. So no matter what you're trying to do, it's absolutely worth a look, for Grambling or any HBCU, but really Grambling State, as you just heard, dictated there by the president. So again, Dr. Rick Gallo, we appreciate you giving us your time. This was an amazing interview. And again, it gives us a window into what's going on down there at Grambling State, the amazing things that you all are doing, and will continue to do as we move on past this, this pandemic and try to get back to, whatever normal is. Hopefully, one day we'll be able to come down there and meet you in person, maybe interview in person when things are back to normal. But we appreciate you giving us your time. Adrian, any last thoughts before we go?
Other than this is awesome. When Devin and I knew that March was HBCU Awareness Month, we just knew that we had to do an HBCU Awareness series. We're coming out of Black History Month, where we've been doing a lot of talks about Black history and how we've kind of stressed, our value to society, 365 days out of the year, and not just try to, cram it all into one month. And HBCUs hold a special place and show, special value to our society. So we just thank you, Dr. Gallo. Can't thank you enough.
Sure.
Again, this is awesome, and we look forward to, being able to connect with you and the university more.
Well, look, Devin, when you dropped off, I found out that both of you guys are tuba players. So maybe y'all need to come down for homecoming, and we might be able to slip y'all into the alumni band and perform with the world famed alumni band. How about that?
That would be incredible.
We're gonna, Dr. Gallo, we're gonna keep this, and we're gonna play
that.
this for the band director when we come over there. We're gonna say your university president said that we could play, so here it is. Here it is in color.
Look, Dr. Roebuck is amazing. She's the first female band director in Grambling's history, and
wow.
She is absolutely amazing. Dr. Nicole Roebuck is our director, and she is. I tell you what, she's getting it done. She is getting it done. We're so proud of the work that she and the world fame are doing. Again, they'll be performing with or along with FAMU's band for the NBA All-Star game. Again, those are things that they're. Mississippi State. You say you went to Mississippi State, right?
We both did. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Mississippi State band is not performing for the NBA All-Star game, but Grambling and FAMU are. All right.
We are not.
I would say go and tell that, right?
Yeah, I would say not to throw too much shade at Mississippi State, but the band experience was nowhere near the level of band experience we could have had at Grambling or any HBCU for that matter.
That's right.
It was hands down your band experience that HBCUs can provide are superior. So if you're in band, viewers, you better check out Grambling or HBCU, especially Grambling, because their band is by far one of the best in the land. So
baddest in the land. No, not one of the best. We're the baddest in the land.
Well,
you can tell Larry Robinson I said that, okay?
I was about to say we can't say too much because we're gonna be interviewing JSU president too, so we can't ruffle too many feathers.
Oh, look, Dr. Hudson's doing a great job over there. I was texting with him yesterday. We're gonna they will come here to play on March 6th, and I tell you what, he's doing a great job. Dr. Hudson's doing an amazing job, and we're just grateful to have him as a colleague and looking forward to hosting he and the JSU Tigers on March 6th.
No, that's awesome. It sounds like, you all in higher administration with HBCUs, great camaraderie. So it's great to see that relationship has flourished, even outside of, being, students and things. That's really great to kind of see that y'all, Texan, working together, mentoring and things like that. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Look, David Wilson up at Morgan State does an amazing job up there. Has been a great mentor to me, and we're working on an MOU partnership with our cybersecurity program and his graduate program in cybersecurity. If y'all gave me another hour, I could absolutely tell you a whole lot more about just what a close-knit community we have as HBCU leaders. And although we may compete, like with Southern in the Bayou Classic, Ray Belton is my frat brother. He's my friend. And although we compete once, and this year to be twice for Bayou Classic, we are friends, and we absolutely support one another, because if Grambling does well, Southern does well, we all do well. And so I want all HBCUs to win. I'm pulling for every HBCU, unless we're playing them on that particular day, and then I'll pull for them the next day. All right.
I was about to say, it's a nice friendly rivalry. You know, everybody's
Absolutely.
still friends, but you still want to be the best at the end of the day. No?
Indeed.
So,
Look, thank
but
you guys so much. I really appreciate this opportunity.
thank you. And we
All
appreciate you
right.
giving us your time. And so viewers, this was Dr. Rick Gallo. He's the president at Grambling State University. You can see it there in the background. And so whenever you see the black and gold G there, don't remember, it's not Georgia. It's for Grambling State.
It is Grambling State University, the place where everybody is somebody.
All
There you
right.
go.
And with that, we're going to take a break here. And then when we come back, Devin and I, we're just going to end our episode. So viewers, stick with us. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. So as always, we like to end our show with giving you, some looking forward, to tell you some things that we're going to be doing and what's upcoming for our show. And so first, we want to let you know that the interview you saw today is part of a broader series about HBCUs, and it's going to be because we are recognizing HBCU Awareness Month, and we're going to be doing this HBCU Awareness Series. And so each week, we will be releasing a conversation with the leader at an HBCU. And that goes from Howard to Grambling State that you heard today. We have quite a lineup, for this month. And so make sure you stick around, make sure you subscribe to our channel so that you don't miss any of the conversations that we have. And if you haven't already, go ahead and go back and listen to our conversation with President Thomas Hudson of Jackson State University, a great conversation. And so make sure you go back and listen to him, listen to our conversation with Dr. Leigh Robinson from FAMU. This series is going to be great. And so we're going to try to compile some really, really good things that, students and educators and just regular people can kind of tune in and see what's happening at our HBCUs. And so we're going to be doing that, but we also bring you the news on Saturday, every Saturday at 7:30. You can catch us on our weekly roundup show. As always, we try to make sure to bring you the breaking news of the week, and we do that on our Saturday show. And so we'll be coming live on March 6th at 7:30 p.m. as usual on Facebook and YouTube. So you can watch us there. Make sure you share it with your people so you can keep up with what's going on in our community. And so we always say this, but this venture here at the Black Agenda is not free. Unfortunately, it looks great, sounds great, but it does cost money to get it to look like this. And so, Adrian, you can tell the people where they can donate to us.
Yeah, Devin, you're right. It does cost money because I every month I see those dollars, adding up, coming out. So yeah, viewers, we'd love to be able to have you as a monthly patron. All you got to do, you can go to our website, blackagendapod.com. Whenever you're listening to our audio podcast, you can just hit the donate or the patron button and it'll take you there. The reason you do that, yes, you're doing it to help us to make this easier for us to put it together and bring it to you. But we're really trying to transform this to more than just an audio podcast, video podcast. We want to be an organization, an institution for our community. We want to be able to help and work with other nonprofits. So that's why you're doing that, to really make this thing blossom, flourish, and go even further than what we imagined. And speaking of, working with other nonprofits, one of the new initiatives that Devin and I wanted to do was start selecting a charity of the month and starting to highlight that and driving some web attention to them, maybe building some social media awareness for them. And for the month of March, just to kind of coincide with our HBCU awareness series, we're going to be doing Thurgood Marshall College Fund for our charity of the month for the month of March. Their mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership development. They really work to, fund a lot of HBCUs with their students and things. So we really wanted to, like I said, highlight them in addition to going with our HBCU awareness series. So yeah, Devin, plenty of reasons to give. Viewers start off by doing just $1 a month because $1 a month is very small and we blow $1 a month on a lot of stuff, but this is something that'll actually benefit.
That is right. That is right. That's a great message. And of course, before we go, we always like to tell you to like, share, and follow us on social media. And so again, that you can find the Black Agenda Podcast on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. You can follow us at Black Agenda Pod. That's our handle. And again, that's at Black Agenda Pod. And so make sure you follow us and like us. Also, you can now visit our new website, which is blackagendapod.com. And that's blackagendapod.com. You can go there. You can see all of our recorded episodes for the podcast. You can see our weekly roundups. And you can also donate to us, like Adrian just explained to you a few seconds ago. So make sure you go and check that out. That's blackagendapod.com. We're just trying to get the message out there, about HBCUs, but also other issues that are important to our community. So make sure you share this content with your family, your friends, coworkers, anybody. Share it with everybody and listen to us and like us and follow us. And so before we go, Adrian, any last thoughts?
No, other than make sure you subscribe to our channel. Make sure you stay on the loop to these HBCUs. If you've got some nieces, nephews, cousins, brothers, sisters, anybody that's college age, consider sitting them down in front of one of these conversations with one of the leaders and educate them on the importance of choosing the HBCU.
Absolutely. And so with that, we appreciate you watching and staying with us, and we'll catch you next time. Thank you for watching.
All right, viewers, welcome to the Black Agenda Podcast. I'm your co-host, Adrian Guest, along with co-host Devin Dito. And today we are continuing our HBCU Awareness Series, and we're going to be bringing you Howard University and their Provost and Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Anthony Wuta. So just to give you a little bit of information about him, and honestly, we're kind of hyping him up because we looked at his bio, and he is actually, you're very impressive.
It's impressive.
Yeah, exactly. But viewers, just to give you a little information, Anthony K. Wuta, PhD, RPH, is the provost of Howard University. He previously served in various roles at the university, including as dean of the College of Pharmacy and assistant provost for international programs. Dr. Wuta also served as director for the Center for Minority Health Services Research and for the Center of Excellence. Dr. Wuta received a Bachelor of Arts degree in biochemistry from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County in 1987. He then completed a Bachelor of Arts in Pharmacy and a Doctor of Philosophy in Pharmacy Administration at the University of Maryland, Baltimore School of Pharmacy. Dr. Wuta also served various research interests, including pharmacoepidemiology, international health, health services outcome research, and evaluations of large population databases, particularly in the area of AIDS and HIV infection older patients. He also is the recipient of various awards and acclamations, including the 1998 Excellence Award for Professor in the Division of Pharmacy, College of Pharmacy, Nursing, and Allied Health Services, and the 2007 Distinguished Faculty Award from the Harvard University Pharmacy Alumni Association. So I know, viewers, that's a mouthful, a little bit more than we give on most guests, but we were really, really excited to have Dr. Wuta with us. And like I said, going over his bio, I mean, you are really, really an impressive guest and person to speak to. So thank you, Dr. Wuta, for being with us today.
Good afternoon, and thank you both. Thank you, Adrian and Devin. And I have to say, my mom would be very proud of how you read my CV, and and she would be even more impressed. So thank you very much.
Oh yeah, no problem at all. I mean, just starting off with it. I mean, your bio, as we've said, is extensive. It's impressive. It's very thorough. It just shows that education was a backbone and a pillar, something that you really pride yourself on doing. You've served, as we said, as dean of the College of Pharmacy and assistant provost for international program, and now you're the provost and chief academic officer of a storied institution like Howard University, somewhat we would say maybe like a family name in a lot of household Black communities. So, for you, what has it meant to serve in this role at an HBCU? And as a young student, what was your perception or view of HBCUs?
That's a great question, and again, thank you for having me. I'm certainly proud to be able to represent Howard University, and I was just reflecting the other day. It hit me that I've been at Howard for 25 years now. I came as an assistant professor in 1996, and I would say that probably my greatest influence in really coming to Howard was probably my father. My dad was a professor at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, another HBCU, and he also served in an administrative capacity there. So I really grew up on an HBCU campus. We used to travel with my father to his office, to his labs, and interact with his students. And when I went away to college, I attended the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, which is a predominantly white institution, but I had spent almost all of my childhood on an HBCU campus. And so finishing pharmacy school and finishing graduate school, when I heard that there was a position available at Howard for a young assistant professor, I jumped at the opportunity because we had always held Howard in high esteem. My father had a number of colleagues that he conducted research with at Howard. I had some friends who went to Howard as undergrads. So it was almost a dream come true for me to be able to come to Howard and work as a faculty member and as a researcher. And so I really did not believe I would stay at Howard for 25 years. Really, my thinking was that I would at the university for 5 years and then maybe going to work in the pharmaceutical industry. But I've been really blessed and have had the opportunities to work with some great students, with some great faculty, researchers, and colleagues, and that's really what has kept me at the institution for this amount of time.
No, and that's great to hear. It's funny how life works out. We were talking with Dr. Rick Gallo from Grambling State University, and he didn't plan on staying in Grambling and being president. He said he would never do politics, would never be in any kind of capacity like that. Hey, here he is, president of the university. So it's always funny to hear those stories of how you got to where you are now. And so we know that Howard is a top ranking school. But the community at large undervalues HBCUs, and so as the chief academic officer, you have to provide administrative oversight for the schools, colleges, and academic support resources of Howard. And so, what is your driving principle or theme that you carry with you as you're acting as the chief academic officer to inspire and coach your colleagues to continue this long storied history of excellence and continue that legacy onward?
That's a great question, and Howard was a great institution when I arrived in 1996, and as I've progressed through my academic career, what has really stood foremost in my mind is trying to assure that our students receive the best educational experience possible. So as a faculty member, that's what I kept trying to do. My goal was to become a better teacher, to become a better researcher, to make sure I was staying on top of my field so that I could provide to our students the best educational experience. And then as I moved into an administrative capacity, first as the dean of the College of Pharmacy and then into university administration, my mindset was really still the same. How can we make sure that we're improving the academic experience for our students? How do we make sure that the student holistically is developing socially, is developing academically, is developing in terms of their sense of a commitment to the community, and assuring that when they finish at Howard University and they obtain a Howard University degree, that they're really in position to become leaders. So whether that's in medicine or engineering or social work or law or communications or any of the 120 programs that we have, I see my responsibility as trying to ensure that the Howard University education and the Howard University degree that our students receive really puts them in position to be leaders. And it's as strong an education as we can provide to them, because it's a competitive environment that we're in. It's a competitive world that our students are entering, and a lot of fields change so quickly, and information has become available so rapidly that we really have to educate and teach our students not just to be knowledgeable about the information that is currently in their field, but really to seek to be lifelong learners, that you're going to get your degree and you're going to get the education over the 4 years or so that you're at Howard, but immediately after graduation, when you go into the work force, or if you go to graduate or professional school, or if you go into the military, there's going to be an expectation that you're continuing to upgrade that knowledge, and you're continuing to be a lifelong learner, so that you will really be competitive wherever you go.
Yeah,
That's important. I think that's one of the things. No, no, sorry about that. That's one of the things that we always try to remind people of, that you've really got to be ongoing, lifelong learning. You've got to, work, go toe to toe to make sure that you keep that legacy going. And we really see, with Howard, that's what y'all are doing. Keeping that legacy of excellence and truth. I believe is on the website there, and those are really, really powerful statements. So, Devin, before we take our first break, any last thoughts on our first segment here?
No, I echo everything you just said. It was great to hear, Dr. Wutaw's role and continuing on the legacy and what they're focused on. So, no, excellent answer there. That we're gonna. A lot of people really need to hear that type of message and hear what they're focusing on. So, that's it.
All right. Well, hey, viewers, we're going to take our first break here. And when we get back, we're going to come in with our second segment, where we're going to be talking about the societal perception of HBCUs. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
We're here at Howard University today in order to extend our vaccination program for COVID-19. Howard is a part of the city's network that is working hard to get every citizen vaccinated against COVID.
I think this is about community. This is a public health crisis. It particularly affects people of color, and protecting ourselves, protecting others, it's just the right thing to do.
Well, Howard is a place that African Americans can come and feel comfortable. The trust is here. We see our medical doctors in here. They're giving us a shot. I think it's wonderful.
I was shocked at how efficient this process was. This is a breath of fresh air.
Howard, as always, has supported the community. We're stepping up again, as we did earlier when we did testing. Now we're stepping up to extend the reach of the city to be able to get as many people as possible vaccinated.
All right, viewers, let's get back into it. We're going to get into segment 2 here. And just remember, we're joined today with Dr. Anthony Wutaw, Provost and Chief Academic Officer at Howard University. Dr. Wutaw, one of the things that we've been kind of talking about within our HBCU awareness series is that society hasn't seemed to caught up with the value of what HBCUs bring to the table. But, when we think about Howard University, like I said, to me, I feel like it's like a household name in a lot of Black families. I mean, it's got a lot of meaning. When you think about, Howard University, you think about, Thurgood Marshall, and obviously you think about Vice President Kamala Harris. Howard certainly has a lot of heavy hitters when it comes to their alumni. One of the main things that we're wanting to help with is this perception that you can go to an HBCU, you can come out and be anything you want to be. Our question here is, do you feel that since Howard has a lot of prominent graduates, society maybe views it differently than other HBCUs? And if so, do you think it'll take, having prominent names to get people to care more about, universities and HBCUs?
Well, I think for over 150 years now, HBCUs have been contributing to the fabric of America, have been contributing to education, educating some of the brightest and the best that the country has to offer. And in addition to the individual accomplishments, and you name some of our more prominent alums, and Vice President Harris, and Thurgood Marshall, and Zora Neale Hurston, and Felicia Rashad. But I think, while we're certainly proud of those, each and every one of those alums, if you think about the greater context of what HBCUs have done, and I've heard someone argue, and I would second that argument, that there would not be a Black middle class today were it not for HBCUs and the work that they had done to provide opportunities to create Black doctors, Black engineers, Black dentists, Black lawyers, particularly at a time where there weren't very many options in terms of where African Americans could be educated. And I think that's a valid position, that there probably would not be a Black middle class today were it not for the contributions that HBCUs have made. But even today, if you think about the significant number, for example, the number of physicians that are educated in this country, between Howard and Meharry, we educate a significant percentage of the African American physicians even today. There are only two HBCU dental schools, again, Howard and Meharry. And if you consider the significant number of dentists, I believe it's still over 30 to 40% of African American dentists that are educated between Howard and Meharry. I had mentioned medical schools. I want to also acknowledge Charles Drew and Morehouse, in terms of what they're doing in terms of educating African American physicians. But if we look at other areas, if we look at law, if we look at communications, Howard is the number one producer of minority communications and journalism degrees. We're the number two producer of African American lawyers. And you could just go from discipline to discipline, category to category, look at STEM, and the contributions made by HBCUs across the board in almost every discipline. It really speaks to, one, the burden that we still carry in terms of educating African Americans, and also contributing to the social consciousness of the country. As I mentioned, I'm not an HBCU grad. I went to University of Maryland, but because I grew up on an HBCU, I had a unique perspective. We literally grew up on campus, and went to all the homecomings, and participated in the activities. Stokely Carmichael stayed at our house when he visited UMES. Ella Fitzgerald, and just the exposure I had as a young person to some of these notable figures, and some of these legends, and just to think about what HBCUs provide in terms of access, still to African American students. So whether it's a Howard, or it's a Fort Valley State, or it's a Mississippi Valley State, or it's a Jackson State, or certainly the Spelman, the Morehouse, Morgan State, Lincoln. Each institution still has a significant contribution that they're making, not only in their communities, but certainly to the students that we are educating. I think Howard is unique, in that we're we're the only HBCU that is a comprehensive research 2 institution that also has a full academic health center. So the fact that we have a medical school, a dental school, a pharmacy school, nursing and allied health, as well as the law school, School of Business, Communications, Engineering, and the fact that we're in Washington, D.C., it does put us in a unique position where we can advocate for and speak to the quality of HBCUs writ large. And I think that it also gives us the opportunity to say, hey, not only is Howard doing good things, not only is Vice President Harris certainly a Howard alum. She's the first HBCU alum to sit in this position. She's the first, obviously, the first AKA to be in position to serve as Vice President of the United States. She's the first woman, period, to serve in this role. And so that there's a lot that is on her shoulder in terms of being able to continue to demonstrate excellence. But I think she also gives us an opportunity to put that spotlight on HBCUs and say, hey, this is the type of individual, the type of exemplar that HBCUs are capable of producing. And she's obviously fantastic, has done great things, and will continue to do great things. But when you look at Stacey Abrams and when you look at other Spelman grads and you look at grads from Morehouse and you look at grads from Morgan State, there's a long lineage of success and contributions that HBCUs continue to make. And I think that that's something that we should be proud to speak to. And I think it's something that we should continue to trumpet. If we don't toot our own horns and we don't speak to contributions that we're making as institutions and that our alums are making, we can't expect someone else to do that on our behalf.
Yeah, and that's very, very true. Very true there. And you've touched on a lot of the high marks and accomplishments that Howard has. And just to kind of add to that, the National Science Foundation has ranked Howard as the top producer of African American undergraduates who later earned a science and engineering doctoral degree. And Howard University, continues to produce lots of talented artists, and even the Washington Post kind of giving you all the name of an incubator for cinematographers. And so, in a world that feels like having a historically Black college and university, it may not necessarily be necessary in a world in 2021. What has Howard done to achieve these kind of marks where you are ranking 1 or 2 in producer of African American graduates? How have you been able to achieve these marks, but also how are you communicating those accomplishments to, say, prospective students, but also the greater public at large?
Sure. Well, we certainly have had a great foundation, and we've continued to build on the great legacy that Howard has had since 1867. But Dr. Wayne Frederick, our current president, really, when he asked me to serve in this role, he made clear that his vision and his expectation of a Howard University education is framed around excellence. Dr. Frederick is a 3-time alum of Howard. He received his bachelor's degree, his medical degree, and he also has an MBA from Howard. And from his perspective, what Howard gave to him was really framed around academic excellence. And so that was what we have really tried to stress, and that what we have tried to build upon, that every aspect of a Howard education should be framed around excellence. And we want to make sure that when we talk about the quality of our medical program or the quality of our law school or the quality of our communications curriculum, it's entirely focused around excellence. And his perspective and his thinking was, if we do it well and we do it at such a high level, we don't have to make excuses for who we are and why we deserve to be here. It's really the quality of the experiences that we provide for our students, and then the quality of our students and the quality of our alums will speak for itself. And so when we've created programs and partnerships, for example, with Google, our computer science collaboration, we called Howard West, and now it's known as Tech Exchange. And we did something similar with Amazon Studios, our Howard Entertainment program, where we've sent communications, fine arts, business, and law students to really be embedded in the entertainment industry in LA. What we had proposed and what we really built the program around is our students are just as qualified, just as intelligent and just as bright as a student from Stanford or UCLA or Berkeley. The only difference is they don't have the same access to be in those industries in Silicon Valley or in LA. But if we created a circumstance that they could be in Silicon Valley, that they could be on Google's campus, that they could interact with Google's employees, or they could be at Amazon Studios and interact with entertainment executives, they would be so blown away by the character and the quality and the excellence of our students that it really would open up a pipeline for them. And that's exactly what we're seeing, that if we frame the academic experience of our students around an expectation of excellence, you can't deny excellence. You can shut out folks based on their color. You can shut out folks based on their gender. You can shut out folks based on a number of things, but you can't deny excellence when it's sitting in front of you and when it demonstrates itself. And that's what we want to continue to build our programs around, not making excuses, but really framed around this is a high quality program. These are high quality students. And if you give them an opportunity in your industry, if you give them an opportunity in your institution, in your program, their quality will speak for itself.
Very true. And that's so great to hear. Just the few interviews we've done, we see, HBCUs positioning themselves for, to give their students opportunities for jobs that may not exist now, but they will exist in the future. And so we've heard that, from every president. So it's the message we're trying to get around. The reason we ask these questions is so that people watching can understand that HBCUs are right in the thick of, what the next, decade and decade after that are going to look like as far as the positions that are going to be available. So you can go to these institutions and be prepared for a 21st century job or career that may not necessarily exist right now. And so that's the message that we wanted to touch on. And so we're going to take another quick break, Dr. Wuta, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about some of the awareness and diversity things that are happening at HBCU. So we have a couple questions about that. So stick with us and we'll be right back. All right, viewers, so welcome back. We're continuing our conversation with Dr. Anthony Wuta from Howard University. He is the current provost and chief academic officer. And so we've talked, about the achievements that are happening at Howard University. We talked about their alumni a little bit, and we talked about their history. And so we want to talk about kind of the perception and awareness and diversity things that are happening on a lot of HBCU campuses. And so Dr. Wuta, when HBCUs were first founded, obviously their goal was to educate, African Americans who weren't able to attend predominantly white institutions at the time. And so that has changed. And in 2001, those barriers aren't there. And many African American students are going to PWIs now. And some HBCUs are having to kind of change on the fly and expand their recruitment focus to include all races of students, and not just, Black students. And so funding also plays a key role in here too. We've seen less state funding and they're shifting the burden to students now. And so, obviously HBCUs are not immune to that. So they have to shift their focus and expand the student pool. And so, our question to you is what is Howard University focusing on when it comes to, student diversity? And then also, has Howard had to tweak its messaging to get across that HBCUs can educate not only African American students, but students of all races?
Sure, and that's a great question. One of the unique things about Howard, again, Howard was founded in 1867, and we were chartered by Congress. First of all, a lot of people aren't aware of that. But Howard was really founded as a co-educational diverse institution from the beginning. And so among our earliest students were the children of freed slaves, but also the children of several of the founders who were white. And so they thought it was appropriate that as an institution, our earliest students and in our earliest classes, you had Black students, you had white students, you had men, you had women, and if you had an opportunity to see the earliest seal of the university, it actually has a Black student on the seal, a white student on the seal, and a Native American student. And sort of the point was that Howard was intended to be a diverse institution from the beginning. Certainly, our mission is focused on the education of African Americans and students from the African diaspora. But as I mentioned, we've been open to students from a variety of cultures and from a variety of countries. I think our first international students actually came to the university from China within 10 years of its founding. So again, Howard, even from our inception, was really intended to be a diverse place. It was intended to be a place where students would be able to receive and achieve educational objectives, regardless of their race, their color, their gender. I think one of the things that has changed because American society has evolved, and we certainly applaud and we certainly believe that it's important that a student have the ability to go to any institution that they choose to. I would hope. I have a daughter who's a freshman at Howard now, but when she was looking to schools, she looked at Ivy League schools and she looked at schools in the South. She looked at public schools, private schools, schools near the beach, schools in the mountains. I think it was important that she had the opportunity to consider where she wanted to get her education, where she wanted to grow and develop as a person and as a leader. And she made the decision that Howard would be that place for her, and I applaud her for that decision. But because of the variety of issues that you've mentioned for public institutions, we've seen a decrease in state funding over a period of time now. For private institutions, many of us are still really trying to keep our costs low to make sure that we can provide access to the students that we're committed to providing educational opportunities for. But we also have to compete with, we have to be competitive. We have to make sure that we're renewing our facilities, we're building new buildings, we're compensating faculty so that we can retain the best faculty. So we do have to consider, how do we make sure that we're providing the access that we need to provide, but also creating opportunities for students that may not have had access to a Howard education before. So what we're doing, and what I know a number of other institutions are doing, is we're looking at things like online education. Is there a way for us to provide a quality Howard education, but do it online or do it in a hybrid fashion? And the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, really had forced that upon us. We were all thinking about how to provide additional access through online courses, and then boom, everyone had to do it, within a week or two, as the pandemic really hit this country and hit our campuses. So we're looking at creating programs where we can provide access online. Is there a way for us to, for example, provide a Howard University education to someone who lives in California and just may not be able to travel across the country and may not be able to afford a room and board or living in DC? So that's certainly one thing that we're looking at, and that a number of other institutions are also doing, in terms of providing additional access and opening up the availability of our education online. I know that there are a number of HBCUs that are also more aggressively opening up access to international students. And that's again providing an opportunity for an HBCU education to a population of students who may not have even considered it, may not have been aware of HBCUs, but certainly may be interested in the programs that we provide, and may be interested in the way that we focus on cultural competence and that we focus on diversity, and that they may feel welcome in an HBCU environment in a way that they may not have felt in a PWI. And so I think all of those things are at play. But I think we're all thinking of ways that we can provide additional access to our educational programs, while at the same time being true to the mission of the institution and providing education to our primary population of African Americans and students from throughout the African diaspora, whether that may be in the Caribbean or directly from the continent, or many populations that have since developed in Europe and in South America and other places that we certainly also want to make sure have access to a Howard and an HBCU education.
And that's so important. I think that one of the things that we've spoken with throughout this segment with our other leaders about this awareness is just that depending on where you grew up, you may not have even really known much about an HBCU. I mean, Devin and I, we both grew up in Mississippi, and yes, there's Jackson State and Mississippi Valley, but unless you really live in those zip codes, your high school counselor isn't really pointing you to go to those HBCUs. They're not really pointing you to go to there. And when you even do, Google searches and look at top institutions, HBCUs don't really even come on the map. So it's just a really big issue for students getting to realize that HBCUs can pack a punch. But one of the things that we saw is that Howard is, the only HBCU that's listed in the U.S. News and World Report Best Colleges Top 100 list.
Mm-hmm.
So first off, congratulations, because we're talking with a lot of HBCUs, and like I said, as y'all are the first one on the list, that's quite an achievement. When stacked up universities outside of the HBCU world, we can obviously see that Howard is doing really, really awesome and performing. One question, Dr. Wutab, is the criteria to be on this list favorable to HBCUs? And how does it affect the awareness for HBCUs when it comes to choosing and valuing HBCUs when we only have one HBCU ranked as a top 100 college?
That's a great question. Yeah, Howard is, as you mentioned, we're number 80 on the U.S. News and World Report's top national universities list. So one of the things that U.S. News and World Reports does is they break down institutions into several categories. So they have the leading liberal arts schools and colleges, and then the leading research institutions. So while we're proud of the accomplishment of being listed with those other top institutions, we really don't focus on, our focus isn't how high we can be ranked. Our focus really is on providing the best quality programs, making sure that our students are graduating in a timely fashion, making sure that our great faculty have the resources and the environment that they need in order to be successful. And I think President Frederick's strategy had always been, let's focus on the things that help our students to get the highest quality and the best education, and focus on providing the environment and the experience for our faculty to be successful. And those other things will fall in place. Now, certainly, you have to be aware of what metrics they're using. And in some cases, some of those metrics aren't favorable to HBCUs. As an example, one of the things that U.S. News and World Reports uses are they conduct a survey, and sort of the perception that other institutions have of your institution weighs heavily. And so, the Harvards, the Yales, the Columbias, Johns Hopkins, they're always going to be ranked highly based on perception, because our perception is that they're great institutions. But if someone has not necessarily heard of a Jackson State, or they haven't necessarily heard of a Spelman, regardless of the great things that are going on at those institutions, they may not receive that same type of ranking that a Harvard or a Yale or a Princeton may receive. But some of the other metrics that they use, for example, we, as I mentioned, we monitor and we try to be aware of what metrics are being used. We're pleased that in the last several years, that they have tried to incorporate more of a social consciousness and elements of how well institutions are how well students, for example, on Pell Grants are performing at our institutions. So there has been some movement to try to be a little more flexible in terms of metrics that may impact students of color or students who would have a tendency to attend an HBCU. But we're going to continue to do the things that we believe are necessary for our students to have the best educational experience and to be prepared to be leaders. And to the extent that that helps us in terms of our ranking, that's great. But we don't stay up at night trying to figure out how do we climb up into the top 50, unless it's in the context of improving the institution, improving access for our students, improving the quality of our facilities, and improving the experience for our faculty so that they can then convey that excellent experience to our students.
No, you're absolutely right. I know whenever you started off talking about, the remote program and, being in California, I thought you were talking to me because I live in LA now. So I was like, I feel like you trying to tee me up. And hey, I'm already ready. I would love to, be there because I've tried to tell everybody that it's really awesome to have a heritage and to have that identity. One of the things that Devin and I, or rather, we had a shared friend at Mississippi State, and one of the things that we saw was that there's not a sense of community and supportiveness that you have at an HBCU, where everyone at the HBCU institution is behind you, wants to see your success. And some of the PWIs, we saw with our friend, it's not that way. It's like there's forces always playing against you, versus when you go to an institution like Howard or FAMU. Everybody wants to see your success. They see you, their success and your success. So it's really, really important and valuable for us to have these sorts of conversations, to let people know, if you're not looking at an HBCU, if that's not on your radar, you really need to consider it. Like I said, a lot of high school counselors may not have it on their radar, but viewers, if you know somebody who is getting ready to go to school, please have them, look at an HBCU. We don't have to be biased, but let them look at one and get this sense of value of what they can have by attending such institution. So we're going to take our last break here, and when we come back, we're going to do our final message, which is just our way to kind of wrap our episode up. So viewers, stick with us, and we'll be right back.
So as always, we like to end our conversations here with a final message from our guests. And so again, we are finishing our conversation with Dr. Anthony Wutaw, who is the Provost and Chief Academic Officer at Howard University. And so, Dr. Wutaw, we know many of our nation's HBCUs are in sort of a catch-up mode when it comes to funding. Years of underfunding has led many universities, to struggle to really be able to modernize their campuses and rooms and pay professors, but also they've been struggling to provide the type of student experience that many of this generation of students are seeking. And so, from the outside looking in, it seems like Howard is doing very well, and especially academically, but it seems like the university is doing okay funding wise. And this seems to be sort of an exception to the rule. We know that some schools are doing okay, some are doing better than others, but there was some big news just this week that the J. Willard and Alice S. Marriott Foundation and Howard University will be establishing what they call the Marriott Sorensen Center for Hospitality Leadership, and it's going to have a $20 million endowment provided by the philanthropy. And so for those of us who are watching and listening, and there may be people watching who may work at HBCUs or people who may be graduates of HBCUs, what is your message to them about what Howard has done to be able to position itself to be able to strike these types of partnerships, like the one with Marriott International? And then also, what do HBCUs need from the community to ensure that other institutions who may not be able to do these types of deals are getting the type of support they need, especially the smaller HBCUs?
No, sure. That's a great question. I would say, first of all, that we're certainly grateful to the Marriott Foundation for the significant gift that we've received from them. We've received some of the largest gifts in the history of the university over this past year, really framed around COVID-19, and probably just as much, if not more so, around the systemic racism reckoning that is taking place around the country. So while we're grateful for those gifts, I want to make sure that everyone is not misled to think that Howard is good now or that we have all the funds that we need. It's far from the case. If and I was on a call with the president of Bowie State last week, and she was making the point that if you look at the endowments of universities around the country, if you add up the endowment of all of the HBCUs around the country put together, it would total about $2 billion. There are at least 40 single universities around the country that have endowments of $2 billion or more, including Harvard, which has the largest endowment of over $40 billion. You could take the interest off of Harvard's endowment and run Howard University 3 times over. So just think about that. Just not Harvard's endowment, but just the interest that they earn on an annual basis, you could run 3 Howard universities. And so if you think about the resources that it takes to run a university, and that we oftentimes have students who come from the most needy circumstances and students who need significant amounts of financial aid, some of the brightest kids in the world, but just don't come from families with resources. What you'll also see is that HBCUs tend to have to award significant amounts of financial aid and support to make sure that our students can be successful. And so, yeah, we're certainly pleased with those contributions, but we really need to support our own institutions. And, if you're an alum of an HBCU, please donate to that institution. It helped to provide you with the educational background that has helped to frame your success. And the other reason why it is important is when we go to a Marriott or when we go to a Google or when we go to any of these corporations or philanthropists and talk about having them consider giving a gift to an HBCU, one of the first questions they ask is, how much support are you receiving from your alums? And so if your alums aren't supporting the work that you're doing, why do you think I, as a corporation or I, as a philanthropist, should support the work of your institution? And so when our alums give, it really helps provide to us a better case and a better rationale why we're supporting our own and how we can do even better if we have that partnership and that collaboration with these significant institutions. So we're going to continue. We've had to really start building up our development office and to identify individuals who can help to identify other philanthropists, other corporations that can help us building our programs, supporting our students, and making sure that we have a more stable financial circumstance. But I don't know any HBCU that doesn't need, additional contributions or couldn't use a significant gift. Howard, to your point, is probably in better financial circumstance than a number of HBCUs that are really struggling financially. But we should not mistake that to think that Howard is doing great and they don't need any additional resources. It's far from the truth. We need to renovate our campus. We need to build new buildings, and we need to create an environment for the students that we want to be leaders, so that they can be in an environment that is just as competitive and that prepares them every bit as well, if not better, than some of the leading PWI institutions. So, maybe the other point I'll make, and since this has been a difficult year, dealing with COVID-19 and the pandemic, and COVID-19, as you're aware, has more adversely impacted African Americans and communities of color. But you'll see around the country that the institutions that have been stepping up to make sure that our communities are serviced, our HBCUs, are really in the front of that charge. Howard had set up a testing center in an area of the city that really does not traditionally receive attention. We've started providing vaccines to the community, and starting with healthcare workers and first responders. But we've provided over 5,000 doses of the COVID vaccine to our communities and to our neighborhoods. And oftentimes the work that HBCUs do don't necessarily get public. We don't do it for the press. We don't do it to get attention. We do it because we know that our community needs this service. And if we don't do it, no one might do it. But we also need to be better in terms of promoting and saying, hey, look, these are some of the things that we're doing, and some of the reasons why we need our alums to really be more supportive, so that we can continue to provide this service, we can continue to provide excellent educational experiences, and we can continue to have a significant voice in the decision making. And maybe the last comment I'll make is, really, if you look at this most recent election, the most recent general election, not only with the election of Vice President Harris, but if you looked and saw what happened in Georgia, in a state that no one thought would turn blue, and that's directly attributable to the work of Stacey Abrams and directly attributable to Senator Warnock and the environment and the capacity that they put together to go into the community and motivate and organize folks to vote. That's directly the impact of HBCUs. And it would not have happened if there were not HBCUs involved in their education. It would not have happened if there weren't HBCUs involved in the grassroots. It would not have happened if our students weren't actively engaged in trying to make an impact and trying to make sure that circumstances are better for all people. And so, as we think about the impact of HBCUs, certainly the impact of Howard University, we oftentimes take for granted that, of course Howard is going to do that. Of course Jackson State is going to do that. Of course Spelman and Morehouse are going to do that. But we can't take our institutions for granted, because it takes resources to make sure that we can continue to make available the highest quality education in an environment that is nurturing, in an environment that really helps to promote leadership and inclusion. Those things don't just happen by happenstance. They happen because they're intentional, and they happen because we make a commitment to make sure that progress that has occurred over the last 150 plus years, you could say over the last 400 years, it's up to us to make sure that progress continues to happen.
That's
I
it.
love how,
Yeah. Go ahead, H.
no, I was just gonna say, I love how you ended that. talking about, that continuing that progress, because it reminds me of what Dr. Robinson at FAMU said about how their founders knew that there was going to be a class of 2021. You all know that there's going to be a class of 2050, a class of 2075 that's going to need to have a Howard University as an institution to educate the next generation of leaders. And it's just really awesome when you put it to numbers that if you add up all the HBCUs, which I think there's maybe a little over 100 HBCUs in the country, it's only a drop in the bucket, the endowment that Harvard or something like that has. So it just shows that, we can't take you all for granted because your resources are limited. You're not like these big corporations that we may think of. Your resources are more limited than we think. So we have to support you. And we've been telling our viewers, Dr. Wuta, even if you didn't attend an HBCU, you can still give. You can still give your dollars and cents. I'm sure Howard would love to have your money, even if you didn't attend the university. And honestly, HBCUs are going to need the vast majority of African Americans to give because a lot of us did not attend HBCUs like Devin and myself. So I just wanted to say that because we really appreciate you for being here. And we wanted to highlight what HBCUs bring to the table and bring to society so that we can help bring more awareness for your institution.
Thank you. It's certainly an honor being here, joining you. And, I'll be happy to join any other time you'd like to have me back.
Absolutely. No, we appreciate it. And just my little tidbit, I do appreciate you giving us some insight into how those partnerships, like the one with the Marriott Foundation, how they come about. And then the questions you're asked about how much do your alumni donate to the university? I think that's a different spin on that topic because normally when people ask, folks to donate, they think, okay, well, what am I donating to and what is the university doing? They don't necessarily think about what people on the outside see when they either see people donating to the university or when they don't see the university being supported by its alumni. You could be sending a message, by either donating or not donating. You don't even know it. And so it's interesting that you gave us that insight into how that part of the university works. And so we're grateful to have you on the show. We really appreciate it. Again, viewers, this is Dr. Anthony Wuta. He is the Provost and Chief Academic Officer at Howard University. Again, Dr. Wuta, we appreciate you joining us. And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. So as always, we like to end the show with just giving you some things that we're going to be doing that are coming up for the podcast. And so first off, we're going to be reworking our regular lineup for the month of March. And we're going to be highlighting HBCUs all month long. And so we have an impressive lineup for you. And we are excited to bring you schools from all around the country. You heard from Howard University's provost today. And we have more coming up with other university presidents and leaders. And we've already spoken with Grambling State President, Dr. Rick Gallo, and Florida A&M President, Dr. Larry Robinson. And so you can go back and listen to both of those interviews. They were great interviews with a lot of good information about what's currently going on at Grambling State and Florida A&M. And so be on the lookout. In the next few weeks, we'll have 2 episodes coming out each week on Tuesday and on Thursday. And so you can look forward to hearing from more leaders from around the country at our nation's HBCUs. And as always, we'll be back with you on Saturday, March 6th at 7:30 p.m. on Facebook and YouTube, bringing you all the news from the past week. And that's our weekly roundup. This is going to be weekly roundup number 7. So again, find us on Facebook and YouTube, and you can get all the news from the past week. And lastly, of course, we always say this venture is not free. We appreciate any kind of support. And so Adrian's going to let you know where you can donate to us.
Yeah, donating is really, really important. We talked about donating with our HBCUs. We would love some donations as well. Easiest way to donate is by going to our website, blackagendapod.com. Or if you do listen to our audio podcast on our Podbean host website or app, all you got to do is hit donate from there. Either way, really, really easy. But just go to our website. That's probably the easiest. But talking about why giving, because the why is really, really important. obviously, it'd be really great to make this more affordable for us and cheaper for us to put this together. But really, it's about taking our mission even further. We'd really like to sponsor different events. We'd really like to work with other nonprofits. And doing that takes money. We're in a capitalistic society and nothing's free. It's really, really easy. All you got to do is start off with $1 a month. We always say $1 a month goes a long way because you can get 3, 4, 5 people to do that. And now you've got $100 a month or whatever. So again, just go to our website, blackagendapod.com, and start by giving $1. One of the other things we really are starting to do is highlight a charity of the month. So we wanted to make sure to recognize for the month of March, we're going to be recognizing the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. Really works coinciding with our HBCU awareness series. Thurgood Marshall Fund, the college fund, they work to put a lot of students at HBCUs. Their mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership development. So really, really great organization. Awesome to highlight them along with our HBCU series. So yeah, Devin, easy ways to give, plenty of reasons why you should give.
Absolutely. And yes, we need all the support that we can get. And of course, before we go, we always like to tell you where you can find us on social media. You can like, share, and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and YouTube now. You can find us at Black Agenda Pod, and that's at Black Agenda Pod. And so like, share, and follow us there on our YouTube channel. You can see all of our video interviews. We're trying to bulk that up and get some extra stuff and get some good content in there. So make sure you go in there and to our channel, which is the Black Agenda Podcast. You can find us there. So make sure you share everything you see with friends, family, co-workers, anyone that's around you. Make sure you share our content. We're just trying to get this in front of as many people as possible to get the messages out from our guests to as many people as we can get it to. So with that, for me and Adrian, we appreciate you listening and appreciate you watching and look forward to some more great content like what you saw today. So we thank you for watching and listening, and we'll catch you next time.
All right, viewers, welcome to the Black Agenda Podcast. I'm your co-host, Adrian Guest, along with co-host Devin Dito. To continue our HBCU awareness series, we're bringing you Tuskegee University and their interim president, Dr. Charlotte Morris. Dr. Morris actually began her tenure at Tuskegee University as interim president on November 1st of 2020. Her 30-plus year tenure at Tuskegee has included numerous leadership and faculty appointments at the college and university. Her recent appointment as interim president is her third appointment to the university's top post, the first being in 2010, following the retirement of President Benjamin J. Payton. A native of Kaziazo, Mississippi, which is not very far from where I'm from, Dr. Morris completed a bachelor's degree in business education at Jackson State University, a master's degree in business administration and management at Delta State University, and a PhD in education and business administration from Kansas State University. She has completed additional graduate level coursework at the Harvard University Graduate School of Education's Institute for Educational Management, and also higher educational administration coursework at Southern Louisiana University, Carbondale, and Summer Institutes in Curriculum Development and Higher Education. She holds membership in the Society for Human Resources Management, Beta Gamma Sigma National Honor Society in Business, the Golden Key National Honor Society, and the National Council of Negro Women and African American on Education. So Dr. Morris is very, very qualified to talk to us about the state of HBCUs. And Dr. Morris, we're very, very excited to have you with us today.
Thank you so very much. Pleased to be here.
Yeah, for sure. And just to get right into it, Dr. Morris, we've been speaking to a variety of leaders from HBCUs because we wanted to do an HBCU awareness series to honor March as HBCU Awareness Month. And it's just really amazing to read the history of each institution and to just see the determination of each leader to bring value to their students, the colleagues, and the community. Really, really remarkable. And Tuskegee is no exception to this. If you're in the Black community, hopefully anybody, you should know that Tuskegee has a very rich history. Names like Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver, along with the Tuskegee Airmen, come into mind. It can even be noted that Tuskegee had involvement in the fight for civil rights, and there's a trail to honor the people that fought to help with civil rights. So being with that rich history of Tuskegee, our first question is, what has it been like for you to just lead such a great institution?
It's like something I've never dreamed, really. I started out at Tuskegee in the College of Business as not interim, but as associate professor and associate dean. I had no inkling that eventually I would be at the head of the university with all of the, I would say, challenges that go along with that position. But being at Tuskegee is like none other than you would imagine. The students talk about this Tuskegee spirit or the hallowed grounds of Booker T. Washington. So if you put all of that together and then talk about the programs that we offer, we are a small university, but very diverse. We have 41 bachelor's programs. We have 13 master's programs, and we have 4 PhD programs. We also have engineering, architecture. We also have the agricultural sciences because we are a land grant university. You see the 1890 land grant universities and Tuskegee University, which means that we were an add-on, but nonetheless, we still have that distinction. So we are moving toward the cutting edge of programs. We have several patents from our faculty. We have various centers of excellence on our campus. So when you think about what Booker T. Washington started with at Tuskegee, the $2,000, and what other presidents have been able to move forward with the university, I think that it's a tribute to those 7 individuals. We are 140 years old, and we've only had 7 presidents. So it's remarkable from whence we came and where we are now, but we are still striving to get better.
Wow, and that's a something we've heard from a lot of HBCUs, striving to get better, being on the cutting edge. And our next question is kind of more about you and your background. And so we know that, we read your bio. It's, you're Jackson State and Delta State graduate. And so when you were a young student coming up, what was your perception of HBCUs? And did you ever have to prove that the education you got at JSU and Delta State was just as good as any other PWI school?
No, I didn't have to prove that because I worked hard at Jackson State and graduated with honors and also at Delta State. So when I went to my PhD program, then I knew that I had to study, of course, to maintain that. But there were 30 of us there at the time. I'm going to tell you how old I am shortly, Anna. Anyway, there were 30 of us at the time at K-State compared to 50,000 of the other races combined with international students and all. So I didn't have a problem studying with them or reacting in the classroom environment with them because I knew what the requirements were in order for me to succeed in that area. And so I didn't have that kind of stigma attached to my degree at Jackson State and Delta State. However, there are some who graduated from some smaller colleges that were not valued, you might say. It wasn't that they weren't good institutions, but they just were not valued as the state institutions or like Jackson State and Delta State.
Yeah, and that's something we heard too, from Dr. Larry Robinson down at FAMU. He talked to us about how, he started at, I think it was Lemoyne-Owens College, and then he moved on to, I think it was
Memphis State.
Memphis State. And then Washington University, I believe, to get his, it was like a master's in like nuclear engineering. He's very, very smart. But when he got there, he said that, there were people who didn't value it the same way. And when he was thinking of going into that, people were telling him, you probably should go to other schools that, like your courses weren't rigorous enough when you were at Lemoyne-Owens. And so he talked about that. So that's why we wanted to ask. But we know the perception is out there that it's, somehow less than. It's not true, but people always have that perception. So we just wanted to ask that. And so that's going to do it for our first segment here. And when we come back after the break, we're going to talk about a little bit more about that, the perception that society has of HBCUs, but also talk about some of the accomplishments of institutions like Tuskegee University. So stick with us. And when we come back after the break, we'll discuss that.
Thank you.
Here at Tuskegee University, some of our historical figures like Booker T. Washington, George Washington Carver, those are some of the people that created or started that Tuskegee experience.
This place is so different. You have a support system, a real support system. We may ball and parlay, but the most important thing we do is graduate. And after we graduate, we accelerate in everything we do.
All right, viewers, let's get back into it. Remember, we're continuing our HBCU Awareness Series conversation with Dr. Charlotte Morris, interim president of Tuskegee University. The second segment, Dr. Morris, we want to really get into the societal perception of HBCUs. We've been really preaching that HBCUs can go toe-to-toe with any university. And just to give some people some facts about Tuskegee that we saw, here's a couple of facts. Tuskegee is the #1 producer of African-American aerospace science engineers in the nation, the only HBCU with a fully accredited College of Veterinary Medicine that offers the doctoral degree and produces over 75% of the African-American vets in the world, and the only college university campus in the nation to be designated a National Historic Site by the U.S. Congress. So, there's no reason, that you can't see that Tuskegee is doing awesome. I mean, you can clearly see, especially when you talk about these engineering, accreditations, really, really doing great. But that doesn't really change the narrative, unfortunately, that you see in society, because whenever you see, especially in high school with educators and counselors, and even some parents, they never really talk about, Tuskegee's engineering department. When you hear, engineering or veterinary medicine, particularly if you're in Mississippi, you hear about Mississippi State. You may even hear about Georgia Tech or something like that. But you never hear about Tuskegee, especially whenever you have these sorts of statistics. So our question to you, Dr. Morris, how do we change the narrative for Tuskegee and other HBCUs by large to show that HBCUs can really go toe to toe with any college or university?
Thank you. The first thing we need to do is start marketing our programs and telling our own story. Can't depend on others to tell our story for us. And once we do that, we already have the individuals out there who are examples of what we offer, and our engineering students, for instance, all of them have jobs before they even graduate from the university or they go to graduate school. So we need to put our story out, tell all the good news and tell some of the bad news too, because all of our institutions have challenges, whether they are PWIs or HBCUs. We all have our challenges, but we have a bit more of a challenge because we have to educate as we go along. We have to educate other people to look at our students. For instance, we are just getting to the point that we have Fortune 500 companies coming to our campus to interview our students. That was not true 10, 15 years ago, for instance. So our students get the same opportunities, and some of them outshine a lot of people from public universities and PWIs, and they are surprised to see that our students know what they know. But one of the advantages of going to an HBCU, you're going to get that nurturing environment. You're going to get people who care. You're going to get people who tell you the truth. You've got to, if you want to graduate or if you want to do this, you have got to study. You've got to come to class. And all of those things help to develop the whole individual. We go back to Booker T. Washington that said the head, the hands, and the heart. You got to educate the whole person in order to have a successful person in this global workplace. And they've got to have diverse talents. They just can't specialize in one thing and can't do another. They've got to have the diverse talents, and that's what we try and teach.
That's great. And that's exactly what we wanted to, why we did this, this series, is to get this, to try to help with telling that story, and trying to, tell people what's happening down at Tuskegee University. And, we've kind of talked about, some of the achievements by the university, and that, like you say, came with enormous challenges. Every institution has their own challenges, but one big story just to show that things really are happening down there. One thing that came out this week, or maybe about a week ago, was a story that came out that the Department of Defense is launching an aerospace education center of excellence at Tuskegee University. And that is humongous. And you're talking about the school that is already the #1 producer of African-American aerospace engineers. And so you just add that on top, and what you see is a high-performing institution that people are just now starting to recognize exists in Tuskegee, Alabama. So our question is, with things like the Department of Defense, you say Fortune 500 companies are just now getting in there. What did it take for the university to get to this point, to be such a high achieving institution? What was the focus, the drive to get here? And then also, how have you been able to strike these types of partnerships, and have you been successful in getting that message out to prospective students and parents?
We have, but Tuskegee has major strengths in the STEM areas. Number one, we do the liberal arts, but our strengths are in the STEM areas because of Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver, and some other instructors who were good in the sciences. So that's our major strength. But when you talk about what Tuskegee has been able to accomplish, we are number 4 among HBCUs, according to the U.S. News and World Report from last year. We are also number 20 in regional universities in the South. We are number 20 best undergraduate teaching institutions, and we keep that going because that's what the university was first founded to, was to teach the Black kids. So we still maintain that, and we are 33 among all universities in best value schools. So we, all of these things put together make for a good portfolio, you might say, for an institution like Tuskegee. And we have several centers of excellence like the one that you mentioned. It's the most recent one that we received, but we have material science and engineering. We have a PhD program in material science and engineering. So we have a lot of, I think our sponsored programs now total about $46 million. So we have a lot of faculty members who are doing research and who are getting out there writing proposals to these various entities to get grants and contracts. So it takes all of that together to build a first class, as we want to say, state-of-the-art institution.
No, and that's exactly right. I mean, and that's extremely impressive, just hearing you kind of lay it out there. And so we, that's what we wanted this series for. But I just want to see, what is it that makes Tuskegee so special and able to achieve these things? I know you all have a steadfast focus on teaching Black students, but how have you been able to sustain that? Because, I know you said you've only had 7 presidents, so that obviously helps. With having that focus on teaching sustain over such a long period. But what is going, like when you get to Tuskegee, what is the message that is drilled into students to ensure they go on to be lifelong learners, but also excel in their careers?
Well, that's part of our mission, actually, is to train individuals to become lifelong learners and to get an education that will serve them well in working in the global economy, not just within the states, but globally. And so we try and instill in them that thirst for knowledge and continuous education, because if you go and get a bachelor's degree and you stop at that point, then you stop learning and you will cease to be valuable to anyone after a while, because this is a fast moving world now, and you have to be prepared in order to maintain work, simple work. So that's the economy that we live in.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think you have to get to a point to where you've got to be competitive. We live, 2020 has shown us that, with this virtual environment, you can easily be replaced, or, things can go to a situation where they don't need as much of a workforce. So you've got to figure out how you can be, competitive, how you can be on the cutting edge. And that's what you all are, preparing students to do at Tuskegee. So that's really, really awesome that y'all are doing that. That's going to do it here for our second segment, talking about societal perception. We're going to take another break, and when we get into it, we want to talk a little bit more about diversity and awareness. So viewers, stick with us, enjoy the break, and we'll be right back.
All right, viewers, welcome back. We are continuing our conversation with Dr. Charlotte Morris from Tuskegee University. She's the current interim president. And so we've talked a lot about the accomplishments at Tuskegee and what they're doing to stay on the cutting edge of the ever-changing workforce. And so, Dr. Morris, during our series, we've spoken with other HBCU presidents, and some have talked about dealing with the new challenge of the 21st century, which is that the environment for prospective students has changed a little bit, where now you're having more African-American students who are attending, predominantly white institutions now. And so that's added a new challenge where we know that your main focus, of course, is teaching Black students, but some other HBCUs have started to maybe focus on international students and building awareness in other, racial communities here in the States about HBCUs can educate not just Black students, but everybody. And it's a place that anybody can go and get a great education. And so we just wanted to ask you, at Tuskegee, how is the university, adjusting to this new environment of having to compete more, I guess, for African-American students? And what is the focus when it comes to diversity?
Well, we do have some non-African-American students, and we have international students. Our College of Veterinary Medicine, however, has the largest number of white students, because students who cannot get in programs at other institutions, of course, come to Tuskegee. And so we had to set a limit there on the number, and it's at least half and half. But we educate all students, even though Tuskegee was organized to train African-American students. We still, even in the beginning, we had an open door policy to anyone who wanted to come. Of course, back then, of course, only African-Americans came. But what has not filtered into individuals and our friends on the other side is that HBCUs came about because we were unable to go to their institutions. And that's something that they have trouble remembering or trouble understanding, that we didn't just build HBCUs. Why y'all got to have your own schools? Well, we have them because we couldn't go to yours. And so we, and that's why our institution was organized, because this slave who could not read and write, right at the turn of the Reconstruction, decided that I want my people in Tuskegee to have a school to go to. And it was his idea. His name is Lewis Adams, but it was his idea to talk to the legislature and make a deal with the legislature. Okay, you give us a school to teach our kids, and I'll get my Black community to vote for you in the next election of state, for the state legislature. And so that's what happened. And that's how Tuskegee started. Yes, Booker T. Washington built the school, but it was Lewis Adams who conceived the idea that there was a need for a school for the Blacks in Macon County and in Tuskegee. So we have to preserve the legacy. We have to preserve the education. We have to preserve the lives of our students and those forerunners who worked very hard to make sure that we kept our institutions. And so it's very important to those of us who went to HBCUs and some who didn't, to have that HBCU experience. You can talk to any student that has gone in the other direction, and where do you see them at homecoming? Where do you see them doing the step shows? Where do you see them at Founders Day or other historic events on the campus? They are at an HBCU. So we just have to preserve our heritage.
You are absolutely right. It's so interesting whenever as we've done these interviews, because it's just like a common thread between HBCU administrators at your level, to where you all understand that, you've got to keep the fire burning, because there's going to be future generations coming beyond you that need, Tuskegee, that need, Howard and FAMU and Grambling. So that's really awesome to kind of see that everyone, even it's not like y'all got together and talked about this before, doing interviews, but that's just really awesome to see that. Our next question here, funding we see is a big deal for HBCUs. Depending on who you are, you may have a huge endowment. And, if you're not, you may not have as large of an endowment. And one of the things that we know about HBCUs is that they're really good about not passing on the cost of operating expenses onto the students. They really keep their tuition low, and they give out a lot of scholarships. Instead, the institutions really the institutions really are responsible to the alumni as far as giving, and they really depend upon them to fund the HBCUs. But one of the things we realize is that giving can sometimes be low, and sometimes there needs to be an interjection of funding from other sources. One of the things that we saw on the website is that Tuskegee is participating in a Home Depot Retool Your School vote. And our question is around the sense of this. Do you find your institution having to maybe participate in more competitions like this, the Home Depot's Retool Your School vote, to get the necessary funding it needs to do the things to operate? And what sort of advice might you give to a smaller institution to partner and network with some of these businesses to get the needed funding to get some of the things they need done?
We do have to get out and fundraise. We have to have a plan, and every so often we have to have a campaign to raise major funds, and we have to teach our alumni, our students, and all to give back. And you do that by treating them well when they are there, so that they will want to give back. And we try to instill good customer service, for instance, among our employees at the institution. We encourage our faculty to write proposals to companies and organizations so that we can get funds. Recently, one of our board members got a $5 million scholarship grant from a single individual, and that helped bridge that little gap between whether or not a student has the resources to complete this semester or not. They may need $500, they may need $1,000, but whatever they need, this grant will give them that bridge. So we have to fundraise and get those type of resources so that our students can, number one, stay in school and graduate, because we want our graduation rate higher. We want our retention rate higher, and the finances of a person, a student, and their parents have a lot to do with that. We are a private and state-related institution, so we get a small amount, about $10 million, and that's not even a tenth of our annual budget. But I mean, it helps. We will miss it if we don't have it, but we get that from the state, and so our tuition is a little bit higher than a public institution, for instance, but we don't have out-of-state tuition. All of our students pay the same to go to Tuskegee. So our peer institutions, Morehouse, Spelman, those institutions, we all try and keep our tuition right around the same amount so that our students will not feel obligated to fluctuate between the institutions, and they can stay where they are and finish that degree and become a successful whatever they decide to do in life. So it's all about knowing where your strengths are, knowing who your friends are, and fundraise. We all have to do that, and we have to instill in our faculty and staff. No one is going to give unless you give to your own institution. Our alumni, the same thing. We have to have a certain percentage of our alumni, and I always tell them, if you can't give but $20, give the $20, and you can be counted in the percentage of alumni who give. And so that's where we start. And then once they start giving, then they will continue to give.
No, that's exactly right. And it's interesting that little tidbit that you gave at the end about making sure that you give, whether it's $20 or $5, you give something to where you're counted as far as, the percentage of alumni they give back to the university. Because we're talking with the provost from Howard, and he talked about when they go out and try to, strike, strategic partnerships with, whether it's creating a center of excellence and creating an endowment to go with that. The first question they get is, what percentage of your alumni donate back to the school? That's the first thing that they want to know. And so if you have a school that's struggling to get their alumni to donate, the outside world sees that and says, well, what's going on there? Why is there a disconnect? Why are they not giving back? And so it's interesting to hear that relationship there, because you don't really think about it in that way, that when you don't give back to the university, there are actually other people paying attention. You're sending a signal to them saying, well, I don't necessarily, I went to school there and I graduated, but now I'm not giving back. And people start to wonder what's going on with that. And so that's an interesting point there that I'm glad you made it. And so that's going to do it for our third segment here. We're going to take another quick break. And when we come back, we'll get your final message here. We always like to wrap it up and put a big bow on it, like Adrian says, and send it off to our viewers. So we're going to take one last break and we'll be right back.
All right, viewers, let's go ahead and wrap up our interview today. We've had a really, really great conversation with Dr. Charlotte Morris. Remember, she is the interim president of Tuskegee University, continuing our HBCU awareness series conversation. So just to kind of set the stage for your final message, Dr. Morris, we know that HBCUs have worked diligently to correct the wrongs of the American past. They've really worked to educate our people and have produced so many graduates who've gone on to be leaders in their fields. HBCUs have been noted to be responsible for creating the middle class, the Black middle class that is in America, and for continuing to fill that gap to provide economic opportunities. When we look at it, even in healthcare, where that's not equally given, HBCUs have been pioneers in healthcare, and now they've been working to educate our communities about COVID-19 vaccines. When you look at it, HBCUs have produced some of the most prominent civil rights leaders, from MLK to Rosa Parks, and they've stood to march with them for civil rights and social justice. So it's easy to see that HBCUs are a backbone of American society and a driving force within the Black community. But we just want to, I guess, provide a final message for those people who still may not be convinced. Even after all of that and after our conversation, there may be some who are just listening and wondering, why do we need HBCUs? So Dr. Morris, leave us with a message that speaks to why we must strengthen our HBCUs for their future sustainability so that we can continue being champions in our society.
Okay. It's hard for you to tell someone who is not an HBCU graduate how they need to perform in order to build another institution. But we all have a legacy of some sort, whether it's our parents or our grandparents or our great-grandparents or whomever. And we need to encourage all of those individuals, descendants and all, to support Black colleges and and keep the dirty laundry in the Black college community. We are our own worst enemy when it comes to that, because we we were stifled so long that we can't wait to be the first one to tell something now. So we've got to make sure that we protect our legacy, that we help to raise funds for our institutions, that we recognize where our weaknesses are and try and improve upon them. We know most of our private HBCUs are very old. They have old facilities, and all of them, if they're like Tuskegee, needs upgrading. Well, we are doing it one step at a time, one dorm at a time, because we can't afford to do all of them at the same time. And now we are grateful for the forgiveness package that came out of the Congress in 2020, because Tuskegee was the recipient of that, and to the tune of $115 million, because that's what was used to renovate some of our facilities. But they're still we got that so long ago that there are facilities that still need upgrading if we are going to stay on the cutting edge. And the thing that we should do is, our parents told us a long time ago, if you try and don't succeed, try again. So we can't stop trying. We have to continue to move forward. And if we continue moving forward without looking back, then we'll get to a successful point somewhere in our lifetime.
No, that's
go ahead. Go ahead, Devin.
No, I mean, that's a powerful message there, and that's what needs to be heard for people, HBCU graduates or not. Understand that these institutions are vital, to the continued success of our community and other communities who, are looking for places to go to where they can get a great education and not be saddled with, thousands upon thousands of student debt, which you see a lot these days. And so, no, that's a very, very powerful message. And Adrian, you got your thoughts there?
No, I the only thing I was going to say, it just further reinforces the need for, everybody, no matter, if you went to an HBCU or not, because, Devin and I, neither of us went to an HBCU, but we understand, the purpose that it has as an institution and a pillar within the community and throughout the entire Black community as a whole. So it's just awesome to hear that and to know that we have people, like you, Dr. Morris, who are at the helm, really fighting to make sure that, the class of 2050 is going to have a place, to go at Tuskegee University. So that's really fantastic. Viewers, we just want to, go ahead and recognize that we've had Dr. Charlotte Morris, interim president of Tuskegee University, on the show today. Continuing our HBCU awareness series for HBCU Awareness Month. Dr. Morris, you've been awesome. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I appreciate it for me and for my institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, viewers, what we're going to do, we're going to take our last break. When we return, Devin and I are going to end the episode as always. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. So as always, we like to end the show with giving you some updates and some things to look forward to as far as the podcast goes. So the interview with Dr. Charlotte Morris was amazing, and we were glad to have her on. But this is part of a bigger series where we are speaking to HBCU leaders all across the country as part of our HBCU Awareness Series during the month of March, which is also HBCU Awareness Month. And so each week we'll be releasing a conversation with the leader at an HBCU on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So look out for those. And like I said, we have quite a lineup here. If you haven't already, we've had several interviews already come out. So you can go back and listen to our interview with Dr. Lee Robinson at FAMU. You can hear our interview with Dr. Wutaw, who is the Provost and Chief Academic Officer at Howard University. And then you can also listen to our interview with Dr. Rick Gallo from Grambling State University. All of them incredible, insightful interviews. So definitely, if you have a chance, go back, listen or watch it on YouTube. As always, we try to get you in different ways. And so in addition to our HBCU Awareness Series, we will be continuing our weekly roundups where we bring you the news every single Saturday night at 7:30 p.m. You can find us on YouTube and Facebook at Black Agenda Pod. That's where we bring you breaking news of the week, maybe some news you didn't hear about, maybe some stuff you did, but we talk about it through a lens, from the Black perspective. And so that's our way to bring you some things that happened this week. And so look out for that. And as always, we would like to tell people, this venture here is not free. We do appreciate any support we can get. And so Adrian can donate to us.
Yeah, Devin, it is not free. I see it every month whenever I get my Wells Fargo statements. But yeah, viewers, if you are a fan of the show, we'd love to have you become a patron of the show. All you've got to do, you can go to blackagendapod.com, click the donate button, or if you listen to the audio podcast on our host site, Podbean, they also have an option that you can click on to donate from there. Either or, it's going to take you to that portal. We always say $1 a month. It's really, really easy to blow $1 a month. It's even easier to give it to somebody that's going to do something with it, like Devin and myself. So we'd love to have you as a patron. There's a lot of gifts on there to where you can get shout outs. You can even suggest topics, maybe even be on our show. So definitely go to our website or listen to us on Patreon or rather on Podbean, and you can do it that way. One of the other things that we're going to be doing throughout this year is honoring different charities. For the month of March, we're going to be recognizing the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, which really, really goes well with our HBCU Awareness Series because they work to give a lot of scholarship to students who are going to be going to HBCUs. In fact, their mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership development. So I really wanted to recognize an institution like the Thurgood Marshall College Fund and just, say, hey, another great organization to give some money to, give money to us, and we can partner with them, be like a little middleman. So yeah, Devin, plenty of reasons to give money. We're looking to do a lot this year.
Absolutely. We got big things happening here. And so before we go, we always like to tell you to like, share, and follow us on social media so you don't miss out on some of the great things that we're going to be doing, like our HBCU Awareness Series. And so you can find us on all the major platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at Black Agenda Pod. It's also going to play at the end of this video. So make sure you see it and follow us, like us, and share us. Again, our handle is at Black Agenda Pod. So make sure you share that. You can also find us at blackagendapod.com. That's our new website where you can listen to all of our episodes. You can donate to us. You can read about us, the hosts. You can see our weekly roundups. It's kind of a one-stop shop for everything that we are doing here at the Black Agenda Podcast and everything. So make sure you check that out before we go here. And so that's going to do it for us and for this episode. And we just want to thank Dr. Charlotte Moores for coming on the show and speaking with us, and also thank Tuskegee University for making her available. And also, again, we always say it, make sure you check out these HBCUs and try to give back and do your part to make sure these institutions do continue to last and continue doing the amazing work they are doing. And so for me and Adrian here at the Black Agenda, we appreciate you watching and listening on your podcast app or on YouTube. And so we appreciate you listening, and we will catch you next time.
Zenvstyle.com. 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 Zenvstyle.com.
All right, viewers, welcome to another edition of the Black Agenda Podcast. I'm your co-host, Evan Dito, along with my co-host, Adrian Guest, and we are continuing our HBCU Awareness Series. And today, we are happy to bring on the show from Fisk University, their president, Dr. Van Newkirk Sr., and he's going to, talk to us about what's going on at Fisk University and kind of give us some background. And so we want to start, of course, with introducing Dr. Newkirk. So he is the 17th president of Fisk University, and before being president, Dr. Newkirk served as both the provost and interim president. And he has launched several highly successful new programs at Fisk, including bio, informatics, data science, and social justice programs. Dr. Newkirk's vision includes increasing enrollment, developing elite programs, expanding corporate partnerships, improving student outcomes, and of course, building a national awareness around Fisk, outstanding results. And so that's why we love to have him on the show. And the last thing is, in addition to his administrative accomplishments, Dr. Newkirk is also a published scholar. And so Dr. Newkirk has received his doctorate degree in history from Howard University, and he has been a proven leader in higher education for more than 20 years. And so, Dr. Newkirk, we're thankful and proud to have you on the show, and we appreciate you joining us.
We're glad to be here.
Thank you. And so just to kind of start our first segment, we always start kind of general. We want to talk about, the value and the history of our HBCUs. And so with you being a graduate, like we said, a graduate student of Howard University, our first question, we've asked every president this, what was your perception, going all the way back then as a young student when you were coming up, what was your perception of HBCUs and when you were considering your undergraduate and graduate degree? And did your family and your friends really, did they push you towards an HBCU? Kind of walk us through how you decided your higher education journey.
Well, HBCU was in my bloodline. My great-great-grandmother went to Barber Scotia in 1867. And so that was 1 year after the school, the year after the school was founded. And so my family had a history of going to HBCUs. My grandmother, my mom, they all went to Barber Scotia, and I finished at Barber Scotia. And so being at HBCU was a natural feel. It was one of those things that in my family that we just migrated and we just continued that whole process. My son, Van Newkirk II, is a Morehouse graduate. My daughter is a Claflin graduate. And my youngest son is at North Carolina A&T. So we feel good about HBCU, right, the education that they actually produce.
No, that's awesome. It's good to see that because, Devin and I, we're from Mississippi, so we had, some HBCUs in Mississippi, but I was from a, predominantly white high school, and, I graduated third in my class, and my counselor told me that I needed to go to Mississippi State or an Ole Miss or something like that. Never really opened my eyes to an HBCU, and my family didn't have any history with HBCU, so that was a kind of a missing link. So it's great to see that lineage, and we know that that's how important it is to really continue the awareness for HBCUs. Our next question, we can tell from the website, it says that the first classes of Fisk convened on January 9th, 1866. This was right after the Civil War, where there was a tremendous need for institutions to educate former enslaved people and really help them out of that mentality and out of poverty. On the website of Fisk, it mentions how those first enslaved students had an extraordinary thirst for learning. So fast forward to today, we're in 2021, and you see that African-American educational attainment is only about 26% when you look at bachelor degrees, and only about 9% when you look at master's degrees. So our question, Dr. Newkirk, where is that extraordinary thirst for learning today, and how do we get more people in our community to value education, especially in education from an HBCU?
Well, I think our community still values education. They value it tremendously. I think what happens is that the institutions that many of us folk choose, those institutions don't actually nurture the students. I think what we do when a student comes to our institution, we try to bring out what's inside that student. Here's one thing that's really important that you need to know about Fisk. Of the classes that we graduated over the last 3 years, we did a survey, and we had about 105 students send that survey back. And of those students, the average income was $73,000 after 1 year. And what we learned was that we were graduating students not to get a degree, we were graduating students for particular jobs. And we were preparing them for those jobs. And that's what's important, letting people on the outside know that we're preparing you not just for a degree, but for a job, giving you those career skills that you need to actually progress. And so our graduates are going to places like Kraft, Swain and Moore, which is one of the largest law firms on Wall Street. They're going to Google, they're going to Amazon. We have relationships with Google. That there's been this controversy about Google, but we've had relationships with Google for 5 to 6 years. We're sending a lot of the Blacks who work at Google from Fisk. We're sending people to some of the biggest brokerage houses on Wall Street. And that's what's happening with our students. And they're getting the careers that they could not get without the education they get from Fisk. So we're nurturing our students and we're taking our students along a pathway. And that's one of the reasons that you look at our graduation rate. We graduate over 50% of our students in 4 years, and we do a good job at it. And the reason we're doing that is because our faculty, they take the time to nurture our students. They take the time to prepare our students with those interpersonal skills that are needed to get you past that hurdle. And I think that's what's allowing our students to stay at the university. When you look at our retention rate at Fisk, we retain about 75% of our students from point A to point B. That means from the coming to the university and graduating at the university. That is a very high retention rate. And the reason we do that, we don't have great facilities. The last new building we built on our campus was about 50 years ago. And we have 3 new buildings that will be created on our campus in the next year and a half. But because of what we do, the students come back to our university. They come back and they're enthusiastic about the university because it is not the buildings, it is not the community around the campus, but it is what we're putting in our students and instilling in our students that creates that enthusiasm to have them come back to the university.
No, and that's a common theme that we've heard, from every HBCU president and leader we've talked to, is that when you go to an HBCU, it is not just about, getting your student aid and, and trying to just treat you like a normal student. The people who are there, they care for you. They are embedded and invested in your success as a student. As you get out of you succeed in that nurturing part is where that differs. When you go to PWI, you don't necessarily have that type of environment where the teachers and the administrators and the secretaries, they all want to see you succeed. Whereas at an HBCU at all levels, everybody is invested in your education and they all want to see you succeed. So they're going to do what they need to help you to get there. And so hearing that, is that something that we've heard from every HBCU president, and something that people just were trying to get across, that look, when you go to these schools, there are people there who are kind of your advocates almost. They're there to make sure that you succeed, and not only at school, but also afterwards. Like you say with the survey, you see people are going on and doing amazing things and preparing them for careers, not necessarily just to graduate. And so that's really, really great to hear. And so that's going to do it for our first segment here. And we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to go into kind of the societal perception of HBCUs and how, schools like Fisk and others are dealing with that and kind of trying to battle back against some of the bias when it comes to perception. And so we're going to take our first break. And when we come back, we'll discuss that. Stick with us.
All right, viewers, let's get back into it here. Remember, we're joined today with Dr. Van Newkirk, Senior President of Fisk University. Dr. Newkirk, our second segment has always been talking about societal perception of HBCUs, and we want to kind of continue in that fashion. Deb and I, we know the strength and value of the HBC community, and we know that they bring a lot to the table. However, the narrative is not really told to society. The narrative that's painted to high school students is totally different. Like I said, I graduated third in my class, and no one ever told me of going to a Howard or a Fisk or anything like that. They told me about predominantly white schools. So it just feels like society is still trying to, maybe put our community down by not recognizing HBCUs. But, Dr. Newkirk, you've talked about that nurturing environment at Fisk. So our first question is, how do we get that message across better? So as students are going through high school and getting ready to graduate, they have an HBCU on their radar, even if they may not have someone in their family who went to an HBCU or an advocate at their school.
Well, it's really important. When you brought that question up right here in Nashville, I've driven 3 miles from my campus and people have asked, where's Fisk University located? I've gone down to the mayor's office. I've had people who worked in the mayor's office. Even though we have 8 institutions in this town and 4 of them are HBCUs, they ask, where's Fisk University located? Or they ask, where's Meharry located? And we're next door to each other. And so it's really interesting when they ask that question. What we've started to do from Fisk University, we put our programs in the high schools. What they're finding is a difficult time here in Nashville having people to teach physics. We have an abundance of physics. That's a strength of our institution. So we're teaching physics in the high school to not just the high schools that are near our low performing high schools, to all the high schools in this town, we're teaching physics. We have one of the only Homeland Security programs in the South. We're teaching Homeland Security in Clarksville, Tennessee, which is the 4th largest school district in the state. We're teaching biology and English in some of the high schools. What we're trying to do now is to get our programs into the high schools so that people know about the quality of education that we have. And that's allowing us to actually turn that tide of where Fisk is located. Because now when I go to places in town, I've been here about 3 years, I hear people saying, well, I see that Fisk has this new program. It's in the newspaper and we want to know more about it. That wasn't something that we were getting all the time, because they often said, well, those programs for the people on the north side of Nashville. But now they're beginning to say these programs are for everyone in town. And it's interesting because we're changing that perception. We started a program in social justice, the only master's program in social justice in the South. And we have a lot of students who come into our program from Vanderbilt University, students who would never come to the university in the past because they hear about North Nashville and the dangers of North Nashville. They hear about all this stuff about Fisk. And it's interesting now that we got those folks that are coming in, developing new pipelines. And those pipelines are coming because we have a history of social justice on our campus. We've turned out so many leaders. John Hope Franklin, we've turned out W.B. Du Bois, we turned out Ida Wells, Nikki Giovanni. All of those are big names in social justice, John Lewis. And all of those are helping us to turn that tide, because we're actually taking our graduates who've done so much. We put them in front of the university name and push them out in the city. And that's allowing us to get people to know who we are and where we are.
Wow. And that's so great to hear that you really are boots on the ground, trying to change the narrative every single day, every classroom, by getting involved in the community. And it's something that every HBCU is really kind of dealing with, which is just an awareness and like a marketing problem of people just not knowing where they are, what they specialize in. And so one of the things, we saw that, Fisk, it is small, but it is the number 6 ranked HBCU in the country. And so our next question was just kind of, what has Fisk been able to do to achieve that high of a ranking while having, a pretty small student body? What have you guys been able to do to ensure that you're still achieving high ranks in like physics and being able to start all of these programs? I'm sure it's taken, consistent leadership. So we just want to get an insight into what you've been able to do to achieve those kind of marks.
Well, one of the things that's important for us is looking at what's needed in our country. And we do a lot of market research at Fisk University. We don't just start programs. We look at the markets and we look at what's selling and what's important to people and what's important for our graduates. That allows us to pick those programs that are going to be unique, those programs that have the ability to grow the university and to grow our students. That's one of the things that we're doing. The other thing that we're doing is that we're looking at the strengths that we have as a university. Fisk for a long time had some of the strongest programs in chemistry, biology, physics, mathematics. Those programs are programs that we promote. Those are programs that we use as we go out. We started all this data science, bioinformatics, because of the strengths that we have there. And that allows us to actually go to our students and develop curriculums around the whole university. All the curriculums are developed around these pathways. And these pathways are allowing us to strengthen and give our students what they need when they leave the university. And that's allowing us to stay strong and allowing us to actually grow our brand. Now, one of the things we are looking at right now, we want to grow our university. I mean, we are the best kept secret in North Nashville. And one of the things we plan to do over the next couple of years, we want to grow Fisk. We want Fisk to be one of the largest and fastest growing HBCUs. And we believe that we're on the right pathway to get there. So those new programs and the growth that we have a branch campus. Our first branch campus in Clarksville, Tennessee, is targeted to the military. And right now we've got a campus that we started about 3 semesters. And every semester we're doubling the enrollment in Clarksville, Tennessee. So we feel that we got a brand and people are interested in what we're selling.
No, I mean, I would say, yeah, that's really great to hear. And so I really appreciate you giving us some insight into what you're doing, how you do that market research. We haven't heard that one before, as far as when you decide to start a new program. Because I'll be honest, I don't know what it goes into when a university decides, hey, we're going to start a new program. But it is interesting to see that you do have an eye forward as far as what the next, the jobs are going to be. They may not exist today, but they will exist at some point in the future. And so you want to be able to provide a route for a student to get to these jobs when they do become available. And so I'm really interested in hearing that you're doing market research. And that just shows at Fisk, you are focused on trying to prepare your students for a career, not necessarily just, hey, we want to get you out the door in 4 years and we don't keep up with what happens, what happens after that. You really are preparing your students for, jobs in the future, but a career also where they can, really advance and be able to, do great things, but also give back, hopefully, to the university. And so we're going to take our next break. And when we come back, we'll kind of get into diversity and funding a little bit. We know funding has always been an issue at HBCUs. And so we're going to discuss that. So we're going to take our next break and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So we are continuing our conversation with Dr. Van Newkirk Sr. of Fisk University. He's the current interim president. And so we've talked a little bit about, the value and perception of HBCUs. And so we now want to talk about funding. Funding has been a huge problem over the past, decades. And so, when we talked to Dr. Larry Robertson down at FAMU, he said HBCUs are in kind of a catch-up mode because they have been so chronically underfunded, where they haven't been able to modernize their campus and build new buildings. And you told us earlier, y'all haven't built a new building on campus in like 50 years, but you're going to be building 3 new ones this year or in the next year. And so that's something we've heard across, all spectrums of the HBCU world, is that, funding has been an issue. And so we just wanted to ask you, we know that right now the focus is on trying to provide a student experience, that this next generation wants. And so how has Fisk been able to do, more, while funding kind of fluctuates, and what do you need from, the state governments and the federal government as far as proper funding support?
Well, it's important for us, as a private institution, our funding is what we can raise and what we get in tuition. Mm-hmm. And we've been very good at raising funds over the last few years. Last year, I think we raised $11 million, which was up from $6 million a year before. Mm-hmm. But it's important that we continue our process of getting our brand out into the community. What's happened for us for a long time, we did a great job with no resources, but we didn't get the word out in the community. And many of the people in the community, they just said, okay, well, this institution, they're getting money from their church, and so they didn't want to help us. And so what's happening now, and it's really important, we started diversifying who we approached. We started that about 4 years ago. We started selling our story, telling people what we're doing. We started this whole thing about getting in newspapers all across the nation. And what helped us a lot is that we actually started approaching some of the big businesses in this city, such as Dollar General. We got Dollar General to actually endow one of our professorships in business. And that's really important for us because that started a trend of giving to the university. And that trend, which increased, we almost doubled our giving in 1 year, but it's not enough. And so what we're looking at now is, how do we get to that next level? How do we get those donors like Bezos to actually send stuff to the university? So what we're trying to make sure is that we're in high-end publications and telling our story, that our story is going all, not just in Nashville, that it's going all across the nation. We've had stories in the Atlantic. We've had stories that we've published in the Hill. We put stories in USA Today. The Jubilee Singers, if you notice, there was a recent article about them in the USA Today. That's all a concerted effort by us to get our story out across the nation. Our Social Justice Center, which is named after John Lewis, we're getting information out about it and what it does across the nation, and that we can see that there's beginning to see some dividends coming to the university, that those dividends are coming in the form of enrollment and people who are questioning and asking how they can help. And that helped us a lot thus far. We've had some major gifts to come to the university this year. January, we got $500,000 from a foundation that was interested in the Social Justice Center. And we've got some additional gifts that are coming in. So I think for us, it's important that we get our story out, and that story is being told, and it's being told by us, and we're getting the correct story out. And our graduates are going out and promoting the university. That's allowing us to get into those places that we couldn't get in the past. And I think that's important for us to grow our brand and to get the gifts that we need to run the university.
You know, Dr. Newkirk, I don't, it's like you almost had our script ahead of time, because you almost teed me up real perfectly for our next question when you were talking about diversity and talking about the responsibility of making sure that you get the story out. Because, you know, throughout Black History Month, we talked about that responsibility that we have to tell Black history and tell it in the correct way. And, you know, you've been talking about how you at Fisk are doing that. And HBCUs, you've always been doing that. Before, you know, students really didn't get a chance to expose themselves to how Black history was supposed to be taught. But then many students went to HBCUs and that narrative was corrected. But when you look at the students that are going to HBCUs, you're going to see 80+% are African American. And that's not a problem, because what HBCUs are for. But when we talk about that responsibility to tell our narrative, one person told us that we can't leave it up to anybody else to tell that narrative correctly, because you look at American history and it's always been flawed. So with that in mind, how can HBCUs work harder to increase enrollment throughout all races, particularly in whites, so HBCUs can have a stronger role and responsibility in telling the value of the African American and African diaspora?
Well, I think historically, we only recruited in African American schools and African American neighborhoods. What we're doing now, we have a large component of students on our campus who are Hispanic. And we're recruiting in Southern Cal, we're recruiting in Texas. We're telling our story in those areas, and we're letting those students know exactly what we can do for them as a university. We're also recruiting in areas like high schools in this town, some of the best high schools. We have our teachers teaching in those classrooms, and we're giving students certain credits. And those students, in many cases, are starting to look at Fisk. We looked at our application pool last year. We had about 6,000 applications to the university. And of that 6,000 applications, about 600 of those applications, 10%, which is not a lot, but they were of Caucasian or white. And that's almost triple what we had the year before. So it's important that we begin to look at those applications, and we begin to convert some of those applications. That we're looking at those applications now as we are looking at different ways we can bring those students to the university. We've started an esports team. We have an esports arena. We've got new majors that are going to be unique to the university, unique to this area. And we feel that that's going to help us attract and to diversify further as a university, to give us those market niches that we need to get our enrollment to our targeted 1,500 students. We want to get 1,500. We don't want to be a large university. We want to get to 1,500 students because we believe that's the optimal number that we can serve. And we believe that number is what we can do our best as a university and turn out the right kind of graduates. So we want those students to be of all races, all ethnicities, and all religious affiliations. And we are recruiting those students. We can see now that of our university, roughly 1,000 students, about 15% of those students are not African American, which that's not a large number, but think about it. A few years back at Fisk, we had about 95% African American. So we're beginning to see the diversity creep into our university, and we're glad of that because that's something that's important to us as a university. And that's important to me as an American and as an African American leader.
No, I completely agree. I think for me, and I may probably hope for Devin too, but it's important for you all to have students of all races to tell the story of the African American race and to show that we bring value to society. Because if you go, to a Harvard or Yale or something like that, or Mississippi State, they're not going to do the same job that you all are doing to really help with cultural competencies. Because that's what we're living, after 2020, we're seeing that we've got so much racial tension. And that's because people don't know the true history that other races went through. So it's so important that we see more HBCUs do what you're doing and diversifying their enrollment. With that being said, we're going to take our last little break here, viewers. When we come back, as always, we're going to wrap up our episode with our final message. So stick with us. We'll be right back. All right, viewers, let's get into it with our final message. Remember, we're joined today with Dr. Dr. Van Newkirk Sr., President of Fisk University. As always, Dr. Newkirk, we always like to give our guests a chance to do a final message, which is just our way to kind of wrap up our episode, send it off to all of our fans, and kind of to set the stage for your final message. Thinking back on 2020, we know it was a tough year for everybody. Higher education has not been immune to some of the economic impacts and likely some of the enrollment numbers. I'm sure they probably have declined too, with some people maybe choosing to do other things. Funding has been a hot topic as Congress is getting ready to give funding to kind of energize various industries. HBCUs, we know they need to have a seat at the table when it comes to this funding because HBCUs are vital to the success of our nation. And as we've been talking about and telling that true story of our history, in order to build better sustainability for HBCUs for generations to come, HBCUs need dollars from major donors like you've talked about. And we spoke with other leaders who talked about alumni and even from giving from government. So, Dr. Newkirk, as a way to just end this episode and send it off, please describe to us the value proposition that Fisk and other HBCUs bring to society in an effort to bolster support and funding for your institution and others, whether someone is an alumni, Black or not.
Well, I think when you look at HBCUs as in a whole, we look at it like this. It's not how you get ahead, it's how you stay ahead. And what we do as a body is that we take students that many people don't want. We take those students, we take them from lumps of coal and turn them into diamonds. And we've been doing that for a long time. That's a common statement. But what we do today is that we're taking those students, we're putting those students into high-paying jobs. We're turning those students into value-added citizens. And for us as an institutional body collective, it's so important for us that we show America what our value to America is. And that as small institutions, most of those small institutions, that we're doing a Herculean task, because if you look at the number of African Americans who actually take leadership roles in our country, the most are coming from HBCUs. Our vice president, and there are tons. John Lewis. We have three of our graduates we had three of our graduates in Congress. We have two now, and I think that's because of the leadership skills that we put into our graduates. And those leadership skills are important when we look at a time of economic downturn that we're having right now. For us as an institution, when we started talking about enrollment this past year, we had one of the highest enrollments as an institution. We didn't have any enrollment downturns. We had very few cases of COVID. We're a very small institution. And our enrollment is actually growing right now. We're projecting one of the highest enrollments at Fisk in the last 15 years. And that's because of the societal things that are going on in this country. We see more people turning to HBCUs, and we're offering the programs that people want and those value-added propositions that are going to get our students to the jobs they need. And I think that's what's important, and that's the message that we need to convey as we go into the 2021 and get further into this year and get further into how this country moves forward with a new administration. And we need to make sure that message goes to the administration, not just from us going up periodically, but consistently through all of the channels that we have, to make sure that message becomes the message of the administration, and they help to carry some of the water that we need to carry.
Yeah, that's the message that needs to get out. And just, just my takeaway from the interview, great message there at the end, and just what you're focused on there at Fisk, and the success you're having and being able to attract new students, having, high enrollment, the highest enrollment you've had in, you said 15 years. Things are looking great at Fisk University, but we know that there are challenges. And so we wanted to use this platform to get the message out there, to help you with the marketing. But I think it shows that while you may be a small school, it's a mighty school, and that you are doing a great job in producing some very, very talented graduates. A couple you said were already in Congress and doing great things. And so that's the message we want to hear. And I love it too, how focused you all are on telling your story, getting it in newspapers and Vanity Fair and different places that you normally don't see stories about HBCUs. Fisk is right there saying, hey, no, we want to tell our story. We want people to know. We're literally getting in the classrooms, getting in front of students, Black, white, whomever, just to make sure that they know people, there are people at Fisk University who are extremely smart, who can educate you on things like physics to homeland security. You just don't hear about those things. And the fact that you all have taken it upon yourself to say, look, this is how we're going to build our university's branding. being in front of the kids in the classroom. I love the mission, and I love the focus that you all have with doing that. So that's just my little takeaway there from this interview. Adrian, I'm sure you have thoughts too.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is just that Fisk is hands-on. That's what I've gathered. Is that if you're looking for a place where you want to be nurtured, you want to grow, you want to be able to blossom and flourish, you need to have Fisk on your radar, viewers. You may think it's a small school, but one of the things, I knew from going throughout college is that sometimes big isn't always better, because it means you don't have the support you need. You don't have the teacher interaction that you need to be able to talk to your professors. But at Fisk, you can have that. So love it, Dr. Newkirk. We really, really appreciate you highlighting what you're doing, highlighting what the university is doing, and really helping more broadly to highlight what we as African Americans bring to the table. So again, viewers, we're continuing our conversation. We had Dr. Van Newkirk Sr., president of Fisk University, the 17th president on our show today. Dr. Newkirk, thank you again for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, and we really enjoyed this time.
Awesome. Well, viewers, we're going to take our last break. And as always, Devin and I are going to come back, end it and wrap it up and give you some highlights of what's in store for next. So stick with us. We'll be right back. All right, viewers, let's go ahead and wrap our episode today up. A great conversation. Devin, I'm really glad that we decided to do this HBCU awareness series. Viewers, that Devin had the idea. I think I may have said it in some other episodes, but just wanted to highlight it again because it's, we're continuing to have some really, really great conversations. With that being said, the whole month of March, we're going to be having these conversations with presidents from HBCUs. We're going to be airing them on Tuesdays, airing them on Thursdays, 7:30 p.m. on Facebook and YouTube. So please be on the lookout for those. Got a great lineup for you from Howard to Tuskegee, FAMU, Grambling. If you haven't heard those interviews, go back and listen to them, watch them. Really, really great stuff there. As always, remember, we're bringing you the breaking news on Saturdays. We love doing that for you, weekly roundup style. You may see us on MSNBC or CNN one day or something like that. You never know. But join us on Saturdays, 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Going to be on Facebook and YouTube, bringing you the breaking news. As always, this is not a free venture. It costs money to do stuff like this. It costs money to want to grow and provide stuff for the community. So Devin, tell them what they can do to help us out.
Yes, so this venture is not free. So from helping, to fund various moving pieces to make our podcast and live show happen, to helping us partner with other nonprofits, your dollars are very important to us. And not only does it show your appreciation for what we do, but it gives us the ability to go even further than we originally imagined. And so be sure to click on the link below there. It's you can go to either our website, which is blackagendapod.com, and just start off by giving us $1. That's all it takes. We don't need a whole lot of money. We just would appreciate your support. And we just, when you do that, it lets us do things like this with our HBCU awareness series. So just check that out. Again, you can go to blackagendapod.com, click the donate button, give us a couple dollars, and we would absolutely appreciate it. And so, the next thing, again, when you give to us, it helps us recognize and be able to partner with other nonprofits. And so we started a campaign here where we're picking a charity each month to kind of highlight. And so our charity of the month for the month of March is going to be the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, which is a great nonprofit there that's helping to put a lot of African-American students into HBCUs. And so their mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership and development. So a very, very great organization there that we're trying to put some attention towards. So not only donate to us, but maybe donate to the Thurgood Marshall College Fund to help them continue doing the amazing work that they are doing. And so again, you can go to our website and donate to us, but Adrian, we always tell the people to find us on social media, so you can let them know where they can find us.
Yeah, Devin. I mean, if you're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, hopefully you've been seeing our advertisements, you've been seeing our posts, but just in case, It's at Black Agenda Pod. Go there. Make sure you like us, follow us, share all the content you see. Whether it's a family member, friend, coworker, even somebody you may not know, tell them about the Black Agenda Podcast because we're doing great things. We're really trying to bring attention to stuff that you don't see on the major platforms like HBCU awareness. We have a website. It's blackagendapod.com, just like our hashtag. Just go there. Feel free to make sure you follow, share, like everything, donate again. Always going to plug that in there. But like I said, Black Agenda Pod, we need you to make sure you like, follow, and share. And as always, we want to make sure to thank our guest, Dr. Newkirk at Fisk University, for arranging our time together with Dr. Newkirk. Make sure to always shout them out. And of course, you, our fans who are listening, watching us, we thank you. We appreciate you. We're looking forward to coming back again to offer you more HBCU awareness, more news. So just be on the lookout, and we'll be back to catch you next time.
SinVStyle.com. 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 ZenVStyle.com. 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 ZenVStyle.com.
All right, viewers, so welcome to another edition of the Black Agenda Podcast, and I'm your co-host, Devin Dito, along with my co-host, Adrian Guest, and we are excited to continue our HBCU Awareness Series, and today we're bringing you Claflin University and its president, Dr. Dwan Warmack. And so just to give you a little bit of background about Dr. Warmack, he serves now as the 9th president of Claflin University. He has more than 20 years of progressive administrative experience in higher education at 6 distinct higher education institutions. And so Dr. Warmack is dedicated to developing programs that promote diversity, pluralism, and cultural competency. And just to continue with his impressive background, Dr. Warmack was named the Delta State University Black Alumnus of the Year and was actually inducted into the institution's Hall of Fame. And so he has other awards and recognition for his work in education and the community, but not limited to the Ricky Smiley Foundation. He's been awarded the Trailblazer Award, the Who's Who in Color, Most Intriguing People, and the 10 most dominant HBCU leaders of 2018. So impressive it is. And Dr. Warmack has earned a bachelor's degree in education and has a master's degree in sociology from Delta State University. He also went on to earn his doctorate in educational leadership with a specialization in higher education from Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. And then he went on to complete his postdoctoral training at Harvard University. So Dr. Warmack, we are thrilled and excited to have you on the show to talk to us about your university.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you guys having me.
Definitely. And so our first question, we kind of start kind of broad. You know, we want to talk about kind of the history and the value of HBCUs. And so when we talk about that history and that value, the best examples, you know, of the types of talented people that are coming out of HBCUs is folks like yourself. And we've talked to, you know, presidents at FAMU and Grambling who are, you know, products of HBCUs. And so we know that these institutions, you know, produce talented people who go on to be leaders in our community. And so our first question, you know, for our audience, just, you know, kind of tell us what your higher education journey was like, and what was your perception of HBCUs, and kind of, you know, what was your family and your friends' perception of, you know, were they pushing you towards an HBCU? Kind of walk us through your journey to get to where you are now.
Right. Well, thanks again for having me on. A couple things. I am not an HBCU graduate, right? And so unfortunately for me, I went to school in Mississippi at one of the top regional institutions in the state of Mississippi called Delta State University, and very diverse institution, but definitely wasn't an HBCU. And so, but I, you know, was very fortunate to have very strong connections through fraternal relationships at multiple HBCUs, and always had a passion and a commitment to the mission of HBCUs. So I started my career off the first maybe 10 years of my career, probably longer than that. First 11 years of my career, I've served at predominantly white institutions, defined as PWIs as an acronym. And after that, I went on to serve the past 12 academic years at HBCUs. And so I've worked at 3 distinctly different HBCUs, 2 private and 1 public. And so I've had the great fortune of serving there. HBCUs are special, remain special. If you think about the context of why HBCUs are so important today and why they always been, currently HBCUs make up about 3% of the colleges, universities in the United States of America. They enroll about 12% of African-American students as a whole. But nevertheless, they produce 23% of the African-American graduates out in the United States of America and confer 40% of all STEM degrees to African-Americans. Not to mention 60% of all engineer degrees are earned by African-Americans that attend HBCUs. So you just think about the impact and the power of them and what they've been able to do and be sustained for a very long time. HBCUs built the middle class, African-Americans. And so just thinking about the access and opportunity of individuals that's come through those amazing institutions, like I said, make up less than 3% of the universities and colleges in the United States, but produce 23% of the graduates. So if I'm in any business, I would want that type of ROI, right? If I'm going to invest in something that get that type of return, that's pretty significant. So.
No, I think you're absolutely right. As we've talked to all of our leaders, that's the message we hear, is that HBCUs are putting out that level of talent. Regardless of what the messaging may be, you're able to do that. And to look at the history of Claflin, we can see that your leaders had a vision to build an institution that would be accepted for everybody. Everybody could go there and be educated. It wasn't, from looking at the founding principles, they were really focused on being inclusive towards everybody. And they were wanting to instill a vision in their students that would carry them towards greater things, because looking at the website, you're talking about preparing students to be visionaries and global leaders, which is really important. So our question to you, Dr. Wormack, how do you get your students and faculty to be those visionaries, and what value does that add to our community in terms of building prosperity and sustainability?
Great question. And Claflin, as you stated, for 151 years, before the word diversity and inclusion had ever become cool or catchword, that was the founding principles of this institution. You were allowed to come to this institution regardless of race, class, gender. And so if you think about that in 1869, right, where before women's rights, civil rights, all of these other rights, institution had the foresight to welcome individuals no matter what the background, just speaks volumes. So I am fortunate to be serving at an institution that had that foresight over 151 years ago. And I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. In 151 years, I'm only the 9th president. So if you think about sustained leadership and individuals that are committed to the long-term mission of the institution. And so when you talk about becoming visionary global leaders, it starts with hiring and recruiting to mission. We don't waver from our institutional mission. So we recruit students that believe in our mission. We recruit faculty and staff that believe in our mission. Without that, the institution won't be able to be successful. And so when you hire to mission and talk about our strategic focus, our strategic goals, about preparing students not just in recruitment, through matriculation, graduation, gainful employment. And we believe in developing that whole student that's academically, personally, socially, and for Claflin, spiritually. And so they have that opportunity to get that holistic development at this institution and nurture to go on to do transformational work. And so when we say the world needs visionaries, and it's our responsibility to produce those. And that's what we continue to do at Claflin University. We have outstanding faculty who are committed to ensuring that our young scholars are going on to do what they need to do. Our faculty can work anywhere. 89% of our faculty have PhDs in their own discipline. And so they our faculty degrees are from some of the top Ivy League and four-year institutions in the nation, but they chose to work at an institution that provides access and opportunity to first-generation college students in rural South Carolina that prepare them to go out to be visionaries across the world, across the globe.
Wow. And hearing you talk about it, it's impressive, to hear that type of, dedication to the vision and the existence and sustainability of what Claflin is doing and what they're producing as far as talent, but also to hear you take your mission an extra step. And when you recruit people, when you're recruiting students and you're hiring professors, you're making sure that they fit your vision and your mission. And so that's definitely the dedication that you get when you go to an HBCU. And the focus is, on the entire student, not just, get you in here for 4 years and get you out of here. It's more so ensuring that you are able to lead the school, but also produce and have a good career. And that's something we've heard from, a couple of other presidents, that we're focused on the long term. You are preparing yourself for a career here at the university, not just to get a degree and a piece of paper. And so we just wanted to make sure we point that out. And so that's going to do it for our first segment. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to kind of talk about some of the biases and the perceptions of the education you get at an HBCU. And so we're going to talk about that after the break. So stick with us. Welcome back. So we are continuing our conversation with Dr. Dwan Warmack, who is the president of Claflin University in South Carolina. And so, Dr. Warmack, we talked a little bit about, the history and the value of HBCUs and what you all are trying to do down there with your mission and your vision. And so, but Claflin is one of the smaller HBCUs, and it's also private, but that doesn't stop you all from achieving some very, high marks and rankings when it comes to being ranked amongst the top 10 HBCUs in the country. And this has been year after year. And so Claflin has been able to sustain that over a period of time. And so we just wanted to ask you, we know, being a private institution, it can be difficult. You're a little bit smaller, but you've been able to achieve some great things. And so just kind of give us some insight into what you're doing down at Claflin that has been able to make you so successful. And also, how does your 5 points of leadership help in accomplishing those marks?
Thank you. Great question. Again, I think when I think about Claflin University and its mission, I think that the misnomer, the difference between state and private schools. There's a ton of private schools in this country that are small, right? But it's so interesting that we tie smaller as less than when it comes to HBCUs. So you think about, it's a general conversation, Yale's private and small, okay? You don't ever hear anyone question their privateness or their small nature. You don't hear folks talking about some of Smith College, one of the top liberal arts institutions in the country, small private out of there. You have, and that's why I can go on, Wheaton, all of these elite private institutions that are predominantly white. And so I think it's once again, every institution has its niche. We have over 3,500 colleges and universities in the United States of America. And that's what's made our education system so good for so long, where people across the world wanted to come to the United States to be educated, because you have a choice of being able to choose what is the best fit for you. So we're small because we want to, not because we have to. We believe in what has allowed us to be ranked in the top 10 amongst HBCUs for 10 consecutive years, what it's allowed us to currently be ranked right now in the top 10 amongst all regional institutions, and to be the only HBCU ranked in that number. And that's some of the top regional institutions in the South. And so when we think about those type of rankings, it doesn't happen without having quality graduation rates, quality retention rates, quality student satisfaction, and overall quality student experiences. So when I think about that, it happens, our small, close-knit environment allows us to do that. We're strategic. We don't want to be a large institution. And so we want students who know their professors personally. Our classes are not taught by graduate assistants. We can go to some large schools and it's a graduate assistant. You're identified by a student ID number. Our students are known by their faculty. They know cell phone numbers. My students know my cell phone number. We're able to connect. And what it shows is the success that happens. And so these students go on to get in. Our mean GPA of our freshman class coming in is a 3.65. Our students have choices. So if you look at the FAFSA and see whose Claflin goes up against, so a student may be recruited to Yale, Princeton, University of South Carolina, Clemson, and they choose Claflin. And so they just know the quality of education they get in a small, close-knit environment. So that allows us to leverage that. And so we never worry about, small or not small. We are strategic about what makes our institution not just survive, but thrive. And so we don't want to we sell, you come to your class, you have 13-to-1 faculty members. So it's not like it's 60 people in the classroom. You know that faculty member intimately. That person has a PhD, an earned PhD in one of the best institutions in the nation, but they're committed to teaching you. And I would say our HBCUs in general, right? We go back and say the conversations of why and why not. The question again, I think about ROI, not just Claflin, but I'll say our HBCUs in general. HBCUs educate, and I'm a stats guy, I'm a sociologist, so I love numbers. And so the great philosopher by the name of Jay-Z, Young Hov, once said, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't, right? And so sharing the numbers and looking at the success rate, because here's what I ask folks to do: extrapolate African-American students at some of your most prestigious, predominantly white institutions. Let's just use state school, right? And compare them to Claflin's African-American population and see who comes out on the top with matrix, right? Are they graduating them at a higher rate? Are they more gainfully employed? And what is their success rate with those students? And so, for example, HBCUs educate 50% of the teachers in the United States of America, 40% of the healthcare professionals, 70% of African-American dentists and physicians earn their degrees from HBCUs, and 58% of the students at HBCUs study abroad. So the question is not if I should attend an HBCU or why should I attend an HBCU. The question you need to ask yourself, if I'm African-American, why not? With those type of success numbers, why not attend an HBCU?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think that's kind of our mission around this whole series is to let people know that you can go to an HBCU and accomplish great things because, depending on what zip code you're in, it's not really told to you that you can do that. You may be pointed towards a different university. But one of the things that we see from your resume and we see from from other resumes of other HBCU presidents is that you did coursework at institutions like Harvard. And it just shows us that, there can be a partnership. There doesn't have to be this tension between, HBCU, Ivy League, or anything like that. So our question is, how can we establish better partnerships with Ivy League and PWIs, as well as the counterparts, HBCUs and PBIs, to create those opportunities for students of all colors while still protecting that strong narrative that HBCUs are top institutions?
Right, and I think unfortunately or fortunately, it happens more than folks know, right? But negative news is sensationalized, right? The partnerships and all of those things, they don't sell stories. I remember I was at an institution prior to coming here, and we pitched to the local media station about an amazing partnership, a 3+2 program we had just created with one of the top schools in that state. Then we created a 3+3 with one of the top law schools of another school in the state, where students did 3 years at this institution and then finished their fourth year, started law school and finished in 6 years, eliminating a year of debt. The journalist said to me, "That's not impressive. We don't care about things like that," right? So those are the things that allow those narratives not to be told, but they will say, "Oh, you went to this HBCU and this situation happened on campus," and they want to sell that story and that narrative. And so part of it, our HBCUs have partnered with, I'll just use Claflin, for example. We're a liberal arts institution. We don't have a doctorate program. We don't have professional programs such as medical school, law school, and that's not our niche, right? We have an undergraduate focus, but we have partnerships with some of the best graduate schools in the country. Let's use Clemson University. They have one of the best mass comm programs in the nation. They're known for producing mass comm. We signed a 3+3 with them just probably 2 months ago, where our students do 3 years with us, undergraduate. Their fourth year, they start their master's program, fully paid for. In 5 years, they got their bachelor's and master's in mass comm, a dual degree from Claflin and Clemson University. Exact same thing with the pharmacy school. So we have numerous partnerships with Ivy Leagues, and our students go on to do that. We have students at PhD full ride. Our Miss Claflin last year is at Georgetown right now, working on her graduate degree. So our students go on those graduate schools at those top tier schools come here and recruit our students because they know they leave here with an outstanding education experience, and they know they're prepared to go on to be able to deal with the rigor that comes on at some of those other institutions. And so that has been a mission for a long time. Our students, there's not a divide like, oh, go to Claflin and don't go to a PWI. No, our students know all the time, you come to Claflin and get your foundation, you transfer, go there. Once you go to graduate school, you get your PhD, you go get your MD, go get your law degree, and you go on to be committed to be global visionary leaders. And that's sort of who we are. So I think the myth of the partnerships and things like that, I can say with Claflin and many of the HBCUs, we partner with a variety of other institutions to create mutually beneficial partnerships that our scholars can go on and be successful and do great things.
Yeah, and that's part of why we decided to do this series, is because we're trying to get to those stories, because you just don't hear about them. People always say they're just the HBCU story, and what you all are doing is just not told enough. And we definitely know, especially in the national media, there's just not an appetite, for positive stories about, a lot of our schools. And so that's what we had to deal with in Mississippi, was the things you heard about the HBCUs in Mississippi were not positive, really. They were about, poor conditions at campus, poor academics or something like that. But we obviously know, talking to you all, and we knew before, things are not like that. These are impressive institutions who are producing, like you say, global visionaries. And so that is what we wanted to hear. And I appreciate you also pointing out too, kind of the myth about, being a small private HBCU, but that meaning somehow the education is not as rigorous and it's not going to be up to standard. We had talked to, I think, Dr. Larry Robinson down at FAMU, and he had to deal with that because he got his undergraduate at a HBCU and was going to go on a get a master's. And they told him, your classes there weren't as rigorous as what you're going to do here. But when he got to his master's program, he was outpacing all of the other students. And so it is a myth, but people believe it because that's what we always hear, in the news and what we're reading and in our media. That's what we're digesting, which is that HBCUs just aren't up to par, and that's not true. And so this series is proof.
Because I go back to even the question again, I know the data doesn't lie, right? Yeah. 40% of African Americans in Congress right now are HBCU graduates. 12% of Black CEOs in this country, 12.5% actually, are African American that are from HBCUs. You can't tell me on a better ROI than that, right? If I even go to 80% of the judges in the United States, of Black judges, United States of America, 80% are graduates of HBCUs, 50% of lawyers, 50% of professors at non-HBCUs. So I think, again, there's the data is there for folks who want to read it. But, and so the opportunity to say, that they're not good, that there's nothing. So that's why I always ask that question. Tell me how they're not good, right? Explain to, no one can tell you that, right? Oh, they have bad facilities, or they don't. Tell me about the quality of education, and tell me where students are faring better anywhere else. When you think about a collective group, to be able to do that, and folks can't do that. I think that's part of, and our HBCUs, we haven't told our stories well enough either, right? It's a both. It's not an either or, it's a both and. We have to continue to tell the story about the outstanding work that is happening at our institutions.
No, you're right. And I mean, it definitely goes to the fact that, we in the community, we have to, build each other up and not tear each other down, because you have, like, when you talk about bad buildings, or you talk about, how some HBCUs may be located in predominantly Black communities where it may be higher crime, because, like I said, you get that if you live in Mississippi and there's Jackson State. But we have to really work to kind of transform the narrative to what it's supposed to be, which is high quality, excellence, visionary. So we really appreciate you, bringing that aspect to it. So we'll wrap up this second segment here, and we'll come back into our third segment. So viewers, enjoy the break, and we'll be right back. Viewers, let's get back into it. This is our third segment here. Remember, we're joined today by Dr. Dewan Warmack, president of Claflin University. So Dr. Warmack, this third segment, we've been kind of talking about funding and diversity among some other topics. And one of the things that we know is historically HBCUs kind of fill the educational gap for African Americans who were denied access to white schools. That's kind of the premise of why they were started. But fast forward and looking at today, HBCUs fortunately don't have to serve that purpose because students can go to any school they want to. But when you look at generations who've been miseducated on the importance of the African American community, it seems that HBCUs could maybe serve a different purpose or maybe add that to their purposes and maybe correct this. And we know most HBCUs generally have enrollments of 80, maybe 85% above of African Americans. So our question with that in mind, should HBCUs make more of an effort to recruit other races outside of African Americans to ensure the true narrative of our people are told correctly? Or maybe what role do you see HBCUs in maybe playing to aid in cultural competencies among other races?
Right. HBCUs, I use this analogy all the time. When other institutions in this country catch a cold, HBCUs catch COVID-19. And that's because of historic underfunding, under-resourced. And so, and then again, after that whole historic long-term underfunded, under-resources, going back to one of the first HBCUs, Cheney University in 1837, and thinking about that, but then you put the expectation of the HBCUs to have to educate another population because of the myths that they're taught in the K-12 system and things like that. It's not fair. They don't, and that's not the responsibility, I don't think, of our HBCUs. Here's what I say all the time. Why don't we hold other institutions accountable for teaching real history, right? Mm-hmm. And so the question is, our HBCUs, part of what happens here is this as well. Claflin University is roughly about 73 to 74% African-American, right? And so if you begin to look at that, so that means about 26% other. Tell me, is Mississippi State 25% diverse? Tell me tell me if Ole Miss is 25% diverse. Tell me if Clemson has 20% minorities at their institution. Tell me if USC has 25%. They're not held to that standard, right? But we do that with excellence, and the individuals that come to our school graduate as well. So we are still educating a diverse student population. Diversity has been at the core of what we do. And HBCUs have never been exclusive. We've been inclusive our entire time. Just other institutions were exclusive. That's why we couldn't attend. And so what we were able to do that. And you think about some of the folks, and I don't think it was a choice. It was not about choice because institutions were great. So you can't think of, I shared all of the great data and statistics with you, but then you go on to ask about, some of the outstanding graduates from Taraji Henson, right? Martin Luther King, W. Du Bois, Oprah Winfrey, Toni Morrison, you name it. These folks are top of Common, Pam Oliver. I can just go on and on and on about these outstanding individuals who are pillars in the African-American community who attended HBCUs, right? Now you see the first African-American and woman vice president of the United States of America, HBCU graduate, So this is not new. It just, America is just waking up, And so the thing is, if you're sleeping, it's easy to miss. But if you're now just paying attention to the outstanding transformational work that has happened for a very long time, these institutions have been great, and continue to do great things. So I think it's, our HBCUs have a civic and a moral responsibility to continue to educate, but it's also to create a space because we're not, HBCUs are not monolithic by no stretch. The diversity amongst the student population at our institutions, even amongst the minority students, right? So in rural South Carolina, a student from rural South Carolina is completely different from an urban student from Jackson, Mississippi. Mm-hmm. And it's totally different from a kid from Chicago or Washington, D.C. or California. And so creating a culture about no matter how you come in, it's how you leave out and being able to nurture that as well. So I think part of it is really reimagining. I did 11 years at PWIs, reimagining a curriculum that is there to ensure that students are being taught there. Or if you can think about what is happening in the K-12 school system, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't want to misquote, but I think it may have been Utah, if I'm not mistaken, where they've decided to take Black History Month. You can opt out of Black History Month at the school in K-12, right? So, but you want to be able to opt out K-12, but HBCUs to fix it once they didn't get the history. Makes no sense, right? Hold folks accountable to do the work that is needed because Black history is just not month of February. It's all the time because black folks have had a rich history of building this country. And how do we make our curriculums more inclusive? It's not a black or white thing, it's a we thing, and teaching the true history of our institutions.
No, you're absolutely right. And Devin, I don't mean to cut you off. I was just going to follow up and say I'm glad that you took the initiative with that to, call out the responsibility on, where it starts, because, truthfully with that question, that was really to point out the fact that, within, parents and households, K through 12 education, there's a lot of different touch points that people can be properly educated on, what the African American community has done for the American, society and, the human race as a whole. So I'm glad that you just pointed that out. I just wanted to say that, Devin, just before you go to the next point.
No, and you're absolutely right. Both of you are spot on as far as diagnosing the problem, which is K through 12, really. And so we know, just you all, as a private university, you kind of mentioned it, the chronic underfunding that a lot of HBCUs have to deal with. And I'm sure, Claflin, as a private, smaller HBCU, I'm sure funding has been an issue at some point. And fundraising is the name of the game. So we just wanted to kind of get an insight into, how are things as far as Claflin and the fundraising and funding, and how have you been able to overcome any challenges as far as that and continue to be able to provide a high, a good education to your students? And, because of the pandemic and maybe because of the protests last year, have you been able to find new ways of actually engaging with donors and being able to raise more funds?
Right. We can always use more funds, right? So anybody that's listening or watching, please be willing, if you're willing and able, go to www.claflin.edu, and we're taking donations today. And so help invest in a future amazing scholar, visionary scholar. Fundraising, I think at any private institution, that's the name of the game, right? Your students that are there, state appropriations, but we've been fortunate. We've been very fortunate pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. Our matrix continue to be, folks want to invest in fertile ground. And we continue to have very high retention rates, very high student satisfaction rates, but an awesome alumni base, right? But we don't tell those stories. You asked the question, and I would ask that you all go do a study and find out what is the national average of alumni giving, right? That's a good indicator about the student experience at that institution. So if I attended Southern Mississippi, right, and because I had a great experience, I'm going to invest back and give back when I graduate, because that school has helped shape me. Well, the national average is extremely low in alumni giving, but Claflin hovers over 30% each year in alumni giving. So that 30 to 40% of our alums each year give back to this institution. And it's because of their experience, right? We created an experience that they leave here committed to give back to the institution that gave them an opportunity. So we believe in fundraising from a corporate philanthropy perspective. We believe in it from a local, sort of a local municipality perspective, a state corporation perspective, and also to alumni and friends. And so we go after all of those entities and tell the Claflin story and to get investment. So we've been fine through the pandemic. Claflin, as other institutions, has had a decrease in enrollment. PWIs as well, mostly. We saw a 9.3% increase in our freshman population. So I'm tired of what's happening in the world around George Floyd and other things of that magnitude that America had the chance to see. Again, this is not new, but it just was captured during the middle of a pandemic where folks were actually in a place to be zoomed in to see it. And so we have continued to tell the outstanding work and investing in a place like Claflin, you're investing into fertile ground. Again, you are making a mistake. We're the first Zoom campus, first campus to partner with Zoom Corporation. And so part of that, it makes sense. We're going to help them produce the future engineers. Our computer science program is ABET accredited, which is, you can't find a lot of institutions in the country that's ABET accredited, not just HBCUs, 4-year PWIs. So we have a great product. And so our fundraising is intentional about helping corporations and companies get their diverse workforce that they need to be successful. And our graduates are able to go on to do that.
Yeah, and that's what we ask, kind of to see what your focus is, because we know, like you say, fundraising is the name of the game. And so it's been a tough year for other schools, but we're glad to at least hear that Claflin is doing at least okay. But like Dr. Warmack said, they could always use more funding. So please go check them out and donate a little bit back. And two, we heard from the provost at Howard is that when you do go out to try to strike these partnerships with corporations and things, they do ask what percentage of your alumni actually donate back to the school, because they want to know, what's the view of the education that the alumni got from the school. So they want to know, who's donating and how much are they donating and what percentage. That way, before they give their money, they want to know this is a good institution that people are supporting. So, I'll just
take a point of privilege again. We are not bragging, but we have historically been the top alumni giving amongst HBCUs, probably also in the country, for at least 10 consecutive years. And so, that's not new. It's just something that's in our DNA and continue to do that. And you have any other institution that has, we have 30 to 40% variance that is there. And so we're right at 40% right now. And so you ask another school, what's their alumni giving? And it just speaks volumes when we go to corporations. They know because their alumni are giving back at that magnitude consistently, not a one-off. This is just what they believe in. So we're a great institution that's providing a great product. So it makes sense to partner with and invest in.
That makes sense, because I think back to my, going to Mississippi State and going to the University of Memphis, both of them, and thinking about, the level of commitment to me as a student, to students in general, versus that level of commitment at an HBCU that you would get. And I see why people would give to an HBCU. I mean, I see listening to the conversations, I can really see that value and that connection that you made with your students, so that when they graduate, it's not like, oh, I just graduated from, University of Memphis or Mississippi State. It's like, oh, I graduated from Claflin or Howard. It's like there's just a passion to it. So that speaks volumes. So we'll go ahead and wrap up this third segment here. And when we come back, we're going to get our final message from Dr. Wormack. So viewers, stick with us. We'll be right back. All right, viewers, let's go ahead and wrap up our episode today. As always, we like to do a final message just to kind of wrap this episode up and send it off to you. Remember, today we're joined with Dr. Dwan Wormack, president of Claflin University. And Dr. Wormack, just to kind of set the stage for your final message, after talking to our HBCU presidents, one thing is clear. If you're an African-American student, you're not going to get a more nurturing environment from another institution other than an HBCU. Every aspect of the HBCU is geared towards producing excellence within the African-American community. Yet, as you've thrown out the numbers, we see many African-Americans do not choose HBCUs. They go to other institutions. And with that being said, there's no community that's supporting HBCUs other than just the alumni, other than just the donors. However, we've been really trying to paint a message or paint a picture that regardless of whether or not an HBCU is on your resume, you should be supporting them in some way because of all the important contributions HBCUs have done for the American society. So, Dr. Wormack, as your final message, just leave us with something that explains why any and everybody should be concerned about the state and the future of HBCUs.
Sounds good. Again, let me just thank you all for having me on here as well and providing HBCUs a platform to tell the story and tell about the outstanding work that is happening at our institutions. I think but I'll preference this just about minority students or any other student. I believe in education. Right? I believe education is the equalizer. And so what I believe more about is institutional fit, going to an institution where you fit. And so HBCUs are not for everyone, right? And so it's okay if a person doesn't attend an HBCU and they feel better at a different institution. My thing is getting an education. And the thing is, whether it's at whatever that institution is, we support and believe it. But we ask the same thing if a student chooses our institution to support that as well and help those students be successful. So I think it's, again, the question is not why an HBCU. The question is why not an HBCU? Again, 40% of Congress, again, for those folks who may have missed that part of the segment, receive their degrees from HBCUs. 12.5% of CEOs in this country are HBCU graduates. 40% of engineers, African-American, are HBCU graduates. If you continue to look at numbers, 50% of professors at non-HBCUs 50% of the lawyers in this country are African-American, are HBCU graduates, and 80% of judges. So the question you have to ask yourself, why not an HBCU? If I know I wanted to be a judge and 80% of the judges that are currently judges now went to an HBCU, but I decide to go to a PWI and be one of the 20% versus the 80%, that's a higher probability risk by going to do that. And so the question is, understand the data, doing your research, and figuring out why. So the bigger question is, why not? But I also say this as well. I think it's, how do we find a way to invest in quality products, right? If there's HBCU, or whether it's a predominantly white institution, whether it's a minority serving institution, tribal-based institution, doesn't matter. Quality education. And our communities need to support the institutions that are in our communities and ones that we believe in. And so I believe that leadership matters. 18 to 22-year-olds are going through this cognitive developmental stage, exploring who they are and whose they are, and how do we nurture them to find themselves within that space. And so what makes Claflin University very specifically special is we take pride in that. You come in one way, but you're gonna leave a different way. And it's our responsibility to develop that student, to ensure that that student has that. So I think it's, I say to any of the viewers that are listening, if your child is interested in attending an institution that wants to get a transformational experience, whether African-American or non-African-American, the most inclusive institutions with caring faculty and a nurturing environment, take them on a visit. One thing about me, I tell folks all the time, you will know when you step on a campus if that's the place for you, whether it's a large research one, whether it's a regional institution, whether it's a small private liberal arts, HBCU, non-HBCU. Once you go visit, you will know, like, this is the place for me. There's this intangible feeling that I can't explain, but you will know if that place is for you. So we are clear. We do about 9,000, close to 10,000 applications each year, and we only bring in a class of 642, 650. We don't want a large class. We want students that fit the Claflin brand and fit the Claflin model. So we could say, hey, we got 9,000, 10,000 applications. We're going to step 3,000 and have a greater, larger student enrollment. That's not our mission. Our mission is finding that right niche of student that's going to be able to come in and be successful. And so we help students find whatever that is. It may not be Claflin, it may be somewhere else, and helping that student find that. So I think it's imperative that our HBCUs and all of our institutions of higher education in this country continue to do outstanding work. There's folks outside this country who are putting focus and resources in higher education that want to compete against America. What makes America special is the diverse institutions that we have, and be able to provide access and opportunities to students to have a choice wherever they want to go. And so wherever they decide to go is just continue to invest in those institutions that are on fertile ground. So thank you.
Yes, that's the message.
I like that.
Yeah, I appreciate you leaving us with that. And that's why, that's why we did this series. We wanted to give people an idea and a view into not only what's going on at Claflin, but also just HBCUs at large, and I appreciate you pointing out, you're small by choice. It's not so much that you can't get students to come to campus and apply. No, you have plenty. You just choose to, your mission, and you're looking for the right fit and the right students, to come onto your campuses. So I appreciate you giving us that insight. And look, HBCU graduate or not, we need to support our HBCUs and help them tell the story. If you have a platform, YouTube channel, whatever it may be, make sure that you are, promoting our HBCUs, but also putting positive stories out there. I think one of the presidents we talked to said, a lot of people like to run out and tell the bad story about what's going on at an HBCU, but they won't tell the accomplishments, the high marks, the achievements. Those things kind of get left behind because that's not what people, on the outside want to hear about, and so we have to change that mindset in our community, but also the country at large, and just that these institutions are great. They're high achieving for a reason, and they've been able to produce leader after leader for a reason. It didn't just happen by happenstance, that way. And so really, really great to hear. And I appreciate that message. And Adrian, you got any last thoughts?
Other than, HBCUs are great. And, we're just hoping that people start to accept that because what y'all are doing are fighting against a narrative in society about the African-American, community and African-American race is that we're in, the inferior race, and that y'all are always having to fight against that, plus all the other things that come into it, because unfortunately, American race, just can't, coincide. But we just are appreciative of the work that you all do at Claflin. I appreciate, what you all do just in the HBCU community in general for our communities. And we just hope that we can do something to amplify the work and bring you more attention and awareness. So thank you for being with us, Dr. Wormack.
Well, thank you all for providing a platform for us to tell our story. And I think part of the responsibility as HBCUs is our fault because we don't tell our story. We just put our head down and do the great work that is happening. And once again, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And so part of that is sharing the numbers, sharing the data so folks can understand it. And outside of that, when they say, oh, folks want to tell the negative stories, well, we have to create our own content and tell our own story. We don't have to wait for a mainstream media source to tell a story, especially in today's time. And so I think part of that with Claflin University, that's been our fault. No one has been ranked as long in the top 10. We were probably the most successful unknown institution in this country, right? People don't even know how to pronounce the name, right? It's one of those, and here's the thing, it's everywhere, right? But because we haven't told the story, we were okay. One of our slogans was, we're the best kept secret. Well, when they hired me, I'm like, oh no, that best kept secret is no good, right? The world needs to know. And so you'll see our mantra is the world needs to know, right? The great things that are happening, because if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And so I think part of it is going out to share some of those successes. And so when we meet with folks and creating the content that people want to hear and see, and we don't have to wait for other folks to do it. So I thank you two for allowing a space and a platform for us to tell a story. And again, I don't get defensive and say, oh, folks, so why HBCU? Why not? You find a choice of where you want to go, but I know what I'm producing, right? And then if you don't decide to take a part in that, that's your choice, right? You make the choice that's best for you. But I know the product that's being produced here. So it's not an us versus them. You go where you feel comfortable. You go where you feel embraced and being supported. HBCUs have a rich history of doing it, a proven success. And so if folks are interested in being part of that, again, Claflin University, www.claflin.edu. If you're a student and if you're watching this today, I'm waiving an application fee for you today. And so I'm waiving an application fee, reference the Black Agenda Show and in your application process. And I'll waive that application fee for you.
Hey, there we go. There it is. That's what we need. And honestly, that's awesome because as we do our ads, we can see that, the 13 to 17-year-old category on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, that's the ones that are really tapping into this. So like I said, we're doing this to promote you all, and we hope that it definitely works. So we'll continue our partnership because as creators of Black media, we understand our value to the community as well. So we appreciate that. But what we'll do, we're going to let Dr. Wormack go. Remember, we've been talking to Dr. Dwan Wormack, the president of Hampton University. Viewers, we're going to take one more break, and Devin and I, we're going to come back and wrap up our episode. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. So as always, we like to end the show with giving you some info. No, I'm trying to figure out a better way to say that. Like, what are we? Okay. All right. All right, so welcome back. We always end the show with giving you some news about our upcoming things that are going to be going on with the podcast. So, of course, the month of March, we are recognizing HBCU Awareness Month. And we are doing an HBCU awareness series. And so each week we'll be releasing a conversation with the leader at an HBCU, like what you saw tonight with Dr. Wormack. And so we're going to have more of this going on the entire month. We worked our whole schedule to make sure that we can release 2 episodes each week. And if you haven't already, please go back and listen to our previous conversations with FAMU, Howard University, Grambling University, or Grambling State University, and Tuskegee University. All of them are very, very, very good interviews. And we'll have another one coming up this week with Fisk University as well. And so definitely, actually, that one's already aired. So make sure you go back and listen to that one as well. They're all very, very good and some really good information about institutions we don't normally hear about. So make sure you go back and check those out. And as always, this upcoming Saturday, we'll be back with our weekly roundup at 7:30 p.m. You can catch us on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be bringing you breaking news from the past week, things, from our perspective, stories in our community. So make sure you check us out, Facebook and YouTube, 7:30 on Saturdays. And Before we go, we always like to tell folks this venture here at the Black Agenda Podcast, as great as it is and as great as it looks, it does cost a little bit of money for us on the backside, but we also want to be able to grow this and be able to do things in our community. And we do need a little bit of your support. And so Adrian can tell us how you can help us out.
You know, whenever you said how great things look, I didn't know if you were trying to shout out my red jacket. I got it.
That might have been a little dig. You know?
But yeah, viewers, your money is not going to my fashion. I already have this. Your money would actually be going to make sure this thing can come to you on Tuesdays and Saturdays and any other day we decide to do a show. But not only do we want to make sure we can provide you the news and talk to experts, we want to transform this into an organization where we can actually bring change in our communities. But we live in a capitalist society. We can have these frou-frou ideas of providing things for our community, but we got to have money to do that. So that's what your dollars are going toward making sure this mission goes further than what we originally imagined. So all you got to do, go to our website, blackagendapod.com, click the donate button, start off with $1 a month. That's all we're asking for. If you want, go from there. That's $5, $20. You may even do $100 a month, but $1 a month, that's all we're asking for. With doing that, it can help us to partner with maybe the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, which is the charity of the month for March. So we're wanting to highlight charities of the month every month. And like I said, this one we're going to be doing to coincide with our HBCU awareness series. Thurgood Marshall College Fund tries to put a lot of people into HBCUs. Their mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership development. So really, really great mission. You give us money, we can give them money, and we can spread both missions even further. So yeah, Devin, go to our website, give some money.
There you go. That's we just need a little bit. And so I guess the next thing would be our charity of the month, which would be the Thurgood Marshall College Fund.
No, I said that. There you go.
Did okay. I couldn't remember. Okay, we could cut it. But yes, this venture here, we don't ask for much. We just need a little bit, like Adrian said, $1 here, $1 there. Maybe skip on the Frappuccino this week or something to help us out. So before we go, we always like to tell you where you can like, share, and follow us. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Black Agenda Pod, and that's at Black Agenda Pod. Make sure you follow us. Make sure you share us. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can find us, just search the Black Agenda Podcast, and make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on the great interviews like what you saw today. So make sure you share that with your friends, family, coworkers. We're just trying to get this in front of as many people as we can. And also new is you can go to blackagendapod.com. That's our new website here. You can listen to and watch all of our episodes. You can see our weekly roundups. And like Adrian said, you can donate to us. We really, really appreciate that. And so we just appreciate any support. We're trying to grow this thing here, and we're only going to do it with your support. And so we appreciate you staying with us and watching tonight's interview, and look forward to more things coming out in the coming weeks. So until then, we'll catch you next time.
ZenVStyle.com. 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 ZenVStyle.com.
Welcome to the Black Agenda Podcast. I'm your co-host, Adrian Guest, along with co-host Devin Dito. Today, we are continuing our HBCU Awareness Series, and we're bringing you Hampton University and President Dr. William R. Harvey. So let's start off by giving some background about Dr. Harvey. Dr. Harvey is president of Hampton University and 100% owner of the Pepsi-Cola bottling company of Hampton, Michigan. Since 1978, he has served the distinction as president of Hampton University and created a monumental legacy during his 42-year tenure, which is one of the longest tenures of any sitting president of a college or university in the country. Dr. Harvey served 3 years on active duty with the United States Army and currently is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve. Dr. Harvey earned his doctorate in college administration from Harvard University in 1972. Not to let everybody know how old he is, but prior to assuming his current position as president, Dr. Harvey served as assistant for governmental affairs to the dean of Graduate School of Education at Harvard University, administrative assistant to the president at Fisk University, and as administrative vice president at Tuskegee University, and we've talked to two of those. His commitment to expansion and innovation in academic programs has resulted in 92 new academic programs being implemented under his watch. Dr. Harvey has Dr. Harvey has been long active on the national scene as a result of his appointments to national boards by 6 presidents of the United States. Lastly, along with his duties as president of Hampton, Dr. Harvey serves on and has served on numerous corporate board of directors. So viewers, as you can tell, we've got another spectacular guest, someone who is an example of excellence, someone who is leading our HBCUs. Dr. Harvey, we're ecstatic and thrilled to have you joining us today.
Well, it's absolutely my pleasure. And I thank you. And I thank you for that wonderful introduction.
Yeah, I mean, it's Dr. Harvey. It's no stretch to say you're quite an accomplished individual. Honored to have someone of your talent and intellect on the show, because we've seen throughout our HBCU presidents, y'all are bright individuals. And we as we talked about your bio, you've led the helm of Hampton University for over 40 years. And one of the things that I kind of gathered throughout the website is that your vision and your determination have kind of been like the lifeblood of the university for a long time. And everyone that that talks about you say that you're like a beacon and a mentor to anybody that interacts with you. Your motto, dream no small dream, which I believe is a motto that should be throughout our entire HBCU community, speaks volumes. So our first question to you, Dr. Harvey, explain what that motto has looked like over your 42 years at Hampton, and take it further and tell us what can we do to get that message to resonate within our community as a whole, especially when you consider a lot of African Americans aren't attending HBCUs.
Well, first of all, let me say that I believe very strongly in the whole concept of team. We have done really well here at Hampton. But I also say that collective competence is better than individual competence any day. I don't care how smart, how any one man or woman may be, collective competence is better. So part of my model is to make sure that the team is the dream. I am the team leader, and I'm a tough team leader. But the fact is that putting together, we have done the kinds of things that you have talked about, the 92 new degree granting programs. We have the world's largest proton beam cancer treatment center, where we are treating prostate, breast, lung, ocular, head, neck, and brain cancers. We've got the 4 satellites that are flying right now as you and I are speaking. We have a large antenna that can detect storms, hurricanes, tornadoes up to 2,000 miles from here. Nobody else in this region has that. The major schools, the majority schools, or any schools. And I like to dream no small dreams. That's what I was taught in little old Bruton, Alabama, that if you work hard and you include others in as a part of your team, there isn't anything that you can't accomplish. Yes, there was racism. Yes, there is, but that's an excuse if you let that keep you down. What you got to do is to just keep on pushing. And that's what we have done. I've had 17 of my vice presidents become presidents of other institutions. That gives you an idea of the kind of team that we have had and the emphasis on on teamwork. I'm also a very conservative as it relates to finances. When I became president here at Hampton, we had not balanced our budget in a couple of decades. Well, fortunately, with the help of faculty and others, the team, we have balanced our budget every single year. Our endowment was $29 million when I became president. It's now a little over $340 million. It could have been more than that, but we used some of the money to build new buildings. We've built 30 new buildings since we've been here. And I stress the we. So the fact that I believe so strongly in the team, and the team approach has produced the outstanding results that we have here. The other thing that I look for and that I insist upon is that members of my team have to understand how important management is. This is an educational institution. But the fact is that we need good managers in our deans, in our vice presidents, and in others. And I insist on that, and things have worked out exceedingly well. I'll end this little soliloquy by simply saying that, reiterating, the team is the dream.
You know, David, before you say your question, the only thing I wanted to say is that I really hope that viewers pick up on that team mentality. Because one thing that Deb and I have talked about is how within our own community, we often try to pull each other down rather than work together and kind of propel each other forward. So viewers, please take, heed to Dr. Harvey's, message in that, because that's how he's been able to build that dream, is by having a team. And that's how we can repair our community. My bad, Devin, just wanted to highlight that part.
No, that's a great point. And we've heard too, talking to other presidents, how just even within the presidents of HBCUs, it's more of a team mentality. We're mentoring, we're teaching, learning new things from each school. And so that's really, awesome to hear that is the motto down at up at Hampton University. And one of the things, we've heard too, is that the story of HBCUs needs to be told much more. It needs to be told far and wide. And some people, may look at HBCUs in 2021 and may wonder, why they exist and why we still need them, because they did start off as institutions primarily for teaching African-American students. And so, we talked about during the early part of your career, you made, some stops at HBCUs like Fisk University and Tuskegee. And so our question is just, when you were younger, kind of going up the ranks and going through your young career, what was your perception when it came to the value and the importance of HBCUs? And what would you say to those folks who may look around and say, well, why do we still need, historically Black colleges and universities in 2021?
Well, let me say that I think that's such a salient question, because so many folk, Black and white, think that HBCUs only exist to educate low income and first generation students. That's not correct. We do that, but that's not our sole mission. And if you look around, and I know Hampton intimately, but if you look around, those institutions that have schools of pharmacy like Xavier, institutions like Howard and Meharry and Morehouse with medical schools and law schools, Tuskegee with veterinary medicine schools, that offer PhDs and pharmacy. Hampton offers that as well. So the fact is that even though we are sensitive to African Americans and others, Hampton has about 20% other enrollment. I always hope that Hampton will remain an HBCU. So 20% other, 80%. But the fact is that we teach life skills. Hampton University was founded by General Samuel Chapman Armstrong, and he founded this school to provide education for recently freed slaves. And in an address to the students in August of 1868, he said that there are two things that I want at my institution. One, he said, a top flight education program. And in Hampton, today, that would be called workforce development. It wasn't teacher training, it was workforce development. And secondly, he said, the development of character. And he thirdly said, and of the two, the development of character is more important than the other. Now, as a 12th president, I think the very same thing, because when you talk about life skills, think about what character means, what it meant to him and what it means to me. It means honesty, integrity, respect, trustworthiness, responsible personal behavior, other life skills such as perseverance, civility, loyalty, things like that. That's the quality difference in a place like Hampton that you're not going to get at some of our majority institutions, along with biology and chemistry and pharmacy and psychology and business and so forth. So I think that that's kind of a misnomer when people think that our only raison d'etre is to take care of low-income folk and first-generation folk. No, that's not it. We have, from the very beginning of schools like Hampton, we've been doing things that we continue to do today. Now, we don't have workforce development as a curriculum now. You know, we've got 12 PhD programs now. We got 29 masters and so forth. But the fact is that Black schools all over the country, and I named just a few, but there are others that are doing such great work that I think that we add to that, certainly at a place like Hampton, because I can speak for Hampton. We're talking about becoming a outstanding man and woman. And that's the kind of thing that General Armstrong talked about, and that's the kind of thing that I talk about, and that's the kind of thing that I talk to and coach my folk who are my vice presidents and deans and others who have gone on to other institutions.
No, and that message there is one that needs to be heard as far as why HBCUs came about, but also why they are still important here in 2021. Everything you just named as far as trustworthiness and those building, you know, a man and a woman who are going to go on to be great, you know, productive citizens in this country is something that's not ever going to be not needed. You know, we're always going to need institutions that are going to cater to students who, you know, like you say, you don't just cater to just first generation or low income. Anybody can go to a Hampton University or a Fisk or a Claflin and do great things and be able to get to the highest tier of their careers. We've heard a lot from, go ahead.
Yeah, and the fact is that even if you're from a low income or first generation, you can go on to greatness. That's the point. That's the point. You know, even if I look at Hampton right now, you know, we had Ruth Carter won an Oscar last year. A Hampton graduate has just been named president of MSNBC. I mean, I could just go right down the list of people, and everybody didn't come here with a silver spoon in their mouth. What they came here with is an opportunity to excel. And that's what we push, and that's what we're going to continue to push.
You're right. You're exactly right. And so that message, take that with you into the break. And we're going to take our first break here. And when we come back, we're going to kind of shift a little bit. You know, we talked about, you know, what you're doing down at Hampton, which you're really, you know, what's pushing you all every single day that you go out and do your job. But we also know that society has its own perception and views of HBCU. So we want to discuss that a little bit. So we're going to take our very first break and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Hampton University is one of the most beautiful university settings you'll find anywhere. From our world-class research centers to our dedication to the arts and our athletic programs where we build champions, we've launched satellites that will better predict the weather. The Hampton University Proton Therapy Institute Cancer Treatment Center is easing human misery and saving lives. Hampton University faculty, staff, and students are making a difference in the global community through service and science.
All right, welcome back, viewers. So we are continuing our conversation with Dr. William Harvey, president of Hampton University. And so before the break, we were talking a lot about kind of the history and the value of HBCUs and kind of the mottos of Hampton University. But Dr. Harvey, we did want to talk about kind of the societal perceptions, if you may say. And so we know that, you know, the successes and achievements of many HBCUs, you know, they've come despite enormous challenges. But, you know, oftentimes when you read about or hear about HBCUs in the media, sometimes it's not always positive. It seems like we may hear the more negative sides of HBCUs and the struggles rather than hearing the incredible achievements of what's happening at these universities. And even in our past interviews, we've talked to past presidents who have said sometimes when they try to pitch a positive story, you know, the journalists and things are just not interested. They want to hear the more negative things. And so we're sure that you may have dealt with this during your 40 years leading Hampton University. And so we just wanted to ask, you know, what has been the most challenging part of trying to tell that positive story of HBCUs, and has your approach to telling that story changed throughout the years?
Well, what you just said is absolutely correct. The fact is that we do get challenging kinds of issues and questions from the media, based on certain perceptions. I'm one that believes in being straightforward with everything and everybody. And as a result, if I get those kinds of things, questions, I try to correct, and I use my experience as an example. I did, as the introduction indicated, got a doctorate from Harvard, and I did very well there, and I was offered a very minor position. I was the assistant to the dean for governmental affairs. I was also an assistant director of the Harvard Summer School. I was director of an intensive summer studies program, and I was a tutor in Adams House. And my star clearly was on the rise there. When I was there, there actually was only two African-American administrators. One fellow named Archie Epps and Bill Harvey. Both of us, coincidentally, graduated from Talladega College in Alabama, HBCU. And when I decided with my wife, by the way, she and I have been married 54 years. That was a blessing. I got to get that in, okay? I wanted to come back south to use whatever energy, talent that I had at an HBCU. I want to tell you, every one of my mentors at Harvard tried to get me to not do that. They said that my star could rise faster as an administrator at Harvard. And they may very well have been correct, but I know what my North Star was, and I wanted to follow my North Star. So, although I was a graduate of Talladega and Virginia State with a master's, I went to Fisk for 2 years, then Tuskegee for 6 years, and then I've been at Hampton. This is actually my 43rd year. And I haven't regretted it. It's one of the best professional decisions that I ever made in my life. So I know that there are those perceptions like that out there, but I'm a living example that they just aren't true, and what we've got to do is to let folk know that. And we have a responsibility, those of us that are scholars, those of us that write articles, those of us that write books, those of us that give lectures, we got to let folk know that it's no one size fits all. And that's what I try to do. Now, I've already authored 2 books. I got one at a very major publisher right now. And I want folk to understand that I had an opportunity to stay at what some would say is the top university in the world. And I left there to go to an HBCU, and I have not regretted it. It doesn't mean that I have not experienced some exasperation, because I have been criticized and I have been applauded. But I treat those two imposters just the same. I do what I think is right and best, and I want to do what's best for the institution that I am involved with. Now, let me just say this. I talked about the blessing of my wife for 54 years. I think that with my parents, that was the first blessing. And then in little old Bruton, Alabama, I'm going to tell you a story. They looked out for people. Now, Bruton had about 4,000 or 5,000 people, probably less than 1,000 African Americans, but they looked out for people. And that's a classic example of it takes a village to raise a child. And I'm going to give you an example of something. As a young boy, I was around about a block from my home in front of one of my friends' homes. His name was Samuel Stallworth. He happens to be dead now. And I was cutting up, and I don't remember what I was doing, but I was cutting up, and the lady across the street told me to stop. I didn't stop. You know what? She got a switch and whipped me, okay? And called my mother. And when I got home, I got another whipping, because they looked out for you. Not even, she's passed now, but her name was Mrs. Sang Forbes. And the fact is that they looked out for each other. When I went to high school, the local mortician was my football coach. My baseball coach was a local worker. my Boy Scout troop leader. They looked out for us. And I wish, and I think, and I hope that those of us, I don't care what size of the city and the neighborhood, we could somehow get that back. Looking out for young folk. Now, I understand it's a different time, because if you got a child somewhere and somebody else whips them, the people might want to call the police now. Well, as I said, my mother didn't call the police, she whipped me again, because people looked out for you. And that's what we need. So that's my orientation. And that's why throughout my life, whether or not it was in the armed services or at a place like Harvard or Talladega, I understood that I had to try to do the very best that I could. HBCUs are classic examples of turning that stone into a shining diamond. And there are so many of us, and I'm not the only one. And that's what I hope and pray that we can continue to do, despite some of the media that might not understand that. And some of that may very well be coming from people that look like us. But I'm here to tell you that is not the case. That is not the case.
You hit on so much, Dr. Harvey. That is absolutely right. That's, Devin and I, we talk about that narrative because I'm from Mississippi and there were HBCUs, but because, we graduated top in our class, we were told we needed to go to Mississippi State or Ole Miss. We were told don't go to, those schools or anything like that. And what you're saying, it just speaks volumes to counter that narrative. And it kind of just goes into the fact of what you were saying, how, we as people of color, we really have to go towards that level of excellence. Like you said, HBCUs, y'all have been, beacons and pillars of excellence. You talked about, how Hampton, partnered with NASA to have the satellites, and you even talked about the proton cancer treatment facilities. I mean, when you look at Hampton's ratings from U.S. News and World Report, I mean, y'all rank top among universities, top among HBCUs. So y'all are, like I said, leading the charge in excellence and uniquely positioned. But our question here is because we're really trying to counter this narrative and really just almost transcend this throughout our community. So, Dr. Harvey, what can we do to get this across to the African-American community as a whole to really show why it's necessary for people of color to be better than great and work towards that excellence and defy these societal stereotypes and perceptions that we're talking about?
Well, first of all, I think that you do things like what you all are doing, your podcast, you get the word out. Secondly, you talk to people about having them come to visit. Hampton, in my judgment, and I know it's a prejudicial judgment, is the prettiest campus in the world. We got water on 3 sides of our campus. It's pretty. I don't care what somebody might tell you, come and visit Hampton, or go and visit Talladega, or go to New Orleans and visit Xavier, or go and visit, talk to the students, talk to the faculty, come and kick the tires. Don't believe everything that you might see or hear. So that's my message, and that's my answer. Come and see, and then judge for yourself. Because the fact is, and you said you didn't want to say how old I was. I'm 80 years old, but the fact is that I've got the energy of a 20 or 30-year-old. I've got the mental acuity of that as well. I thank God for that. But I never have shied away from letting folk know how old I was, because that is nothing but a number, So the thing is to continue to do what you're doing, continue to do what I'm doing. My latest book is a book that's hopefully going to resonate with those young people that want to go to college, and those that are already in college. It's called A Guide to Success in College. And I'm talking about a number of things. So what all of us have to do, folk like you and you're doing it, folk like me and I'm doing it, and others, is to talk to people and let them come and see for themselves. Talk to the people, as I said, the students, the faculty, staff, and others. And then you decide. Now, I have no problem with majority institutions If I had to do it over again, I'd do the same thing. I'd go to Talladega and Harvard. I think those are two of the best. You know, one happened to be an HBCU, one happened to be a majority institution. But the fact is, do that. You know, there's a young lady who's a federal judge now that she came here for a summer, and her neighbor out of DC told me that she was going to go to Harvard. So I told her, I said, listen, why don't you come to Hampton, do well, and then go to Harvard? She did that. She came here. She was in a sorority. She became the head of that sorority. She had a wonderful record here. I later even put her on the board here. But the fact is that you look at her life. She had a great college undergraduate career. She went on to Harvard, or if she wanted to go somewhere else, that's fine as well. That's my message, rightly or wrongly. Go to an HBCU that you think can help you become a young man or a young woman that's going to be have those life skills to help people, to be of service to others. And then do well. Don't go there and play now. Don't go there and party all the time, because sometimes we get folk to do that and they don't last too long. You got to understand how important it is to work hard, how important it is on that character things I talked about: truth, respect, integrity, trustworthiness, and responsible personal behavior, you know, and you'll be fine. And you'll be fine. So that's my message. That's it. It's not difficult. It's very simple.
No, that's good, Dr. Harvey. I like it because it tells me that what you are about and what Hampton is about is speaking against the conditioning of the African-American people, because we've talked about the fact that, you know, throughout history, we've really been conditioned to, you know, to live in a survival mentality day to day. But you are really trying to get people to step out of that and live a standard of excellence. So that's so positive. Thank you for ending our segment with that. And viewers, as I said, we're going to end this second segment. When we come back, we want to get into a little bit of the funding and a little bit of the diversity at HBCUs. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
The doctor said I had prostate cancer. I needed to do something else. Can I go to proton therapy? Hampton University Proton Therapy Institute. He said, yeah, you can do it, man. So freeze, man. When I went for the treatments, there were no side effects. Whatever you could do before, you could do it after. Thank you, Jesus. I'm so glad I can go down there. But I tell you right now, I wanted to let those people know that I really appreciate it. And HU is his spot. This is Cindy. When you call her up, she's not so nice on the phone. This is Jen. This is Ashley.
All right, welcome back. So we are continuing our conversation with Dr. William Harvey, president of Hampton University, and it's been a great conversation so far. And for this segment, we just want to talk a little bit about, you know, kind of funding and diversity. So we know fundraising is the name of the game, and so for a lot of HBCUs, it has been a struggle, but for others, they've had some success. And just to kind of, you know, put it into context and encapsulate just the difference between PWIs and HBCUs when you talk about funding, particularly endowments. When we spoke with the provost and chief academic officer, Dr. Wuto at Howard, and he explained to us that if you added up all of the endowments at all of the HBCUs in the country, it would actually come out to like a fraction of the endowment of, you know, the school you attended, Harvard University, that has like a $40 billion endowment. I think if you added up all the HBCUs in the country, it'd be about $4 billion. So just a small fraction of what HBCUs have. And so, Dr. Harvey, despite the challenges, under your leadership, Hampton has achieved impressive fundraising success. You kind of stated it before, but when you started, the endowment was about $29 million. And today you said it was over $340 million. And so Hampton has also been able to consistently beat its capital fundraising goals. And then I think even in the last year, you all received your largest single donation, which was $30 million. And so our question is just, how have you been able to find consistent success in fundraising? And maybe what can other HBCUs learn from what you've done down at Hampton that maybe they can take with them to maybe try to, improve their fundraising success?
Well, first of all, we have, and I'm very thankful for that. We're very, very blessed to be able to have raised the kind of money that we did. We did get from Ms. Mackenzie Scott the largest single donation from a private source. We've got more money from other sources. I'll give an example in a minute. But we got $30 million, and that was a blessing for us. We've gotten even this past 12 months, we've been able to bring in a little bit more than $150 million. And again, that's because of the team and what we represent and the team going out. Although with Ms. Mackenzie Scott, we didn't know anything about that. I didn't, but what I believe in is that you've got to go and ask. And the person can't do anything other than say yes or no. And when you go, make sure that you've got a well thought out program. What I try to do, and I coined this phrase, developing a community of interest with a particular foundation, or corporation, or individual. Now, let me give you an example. Suppose I'm going to XYZ Foundation, and they tell you before you get there that they do not fund bricks and mortar. So why are you going to go there and ask them to fund a building? So you got to be prepared. So what I do is I have, and I've had sessions with other presidents, mostly HBCU presidents, but not only that. And I say to them, make sure you're prepared. And before I go someplace, there isn't too much I don't know about that foundation or that corporation. I know who the CEO is. I know where he or she went to school. I know the management team, where they went to school. There's a reason for that, because I might be able to develop a community of interest with one or more of them. As an example only, suppose somebody went to Harvard, and suppose they stayed in the house where I was a tutor. So I go in. I don't go in asking for money. I go in talking about developing that community of interest. And okay, if they don't have that, then if I'm going to go in and talk about STEM, well, we got to make sure that those people there are interested in funding STEM. If they aren't, don't do it. So preparation is the key. Articulation is another aspect. And the fact is that I do believe that if you don't ask, you're not going to get. Now, I will say this, and you've heard me use the word blessed a lot. There are very few places that have not responded positively to an ask that I've been able to make on behalf of Hampton. But that's because of Hampton, our reputation, what we're doing with training young men and women, and the way that it is articulated to that particular entity. So that's what we do. And it has proven very, very successful.
No doubt at all. I mean, nobody can deny that. When you've got a proven track record, people see that as a great investment. They'll know there'll be good returns on that investment. One of the other things that we wanted to talk about within this segment is a little bit of diversity, because we did a lot of different episodes for for Black History Month to really talk about how we need to tell our narrative as the African American race. And whenever we think about it, HBCUs are masters in telling the story and really uplifting the African American community and the African diaspora as a whole. Not only that, but whenever you think about institutions like Hampton, like Howard, like Spelman, and et cetera, you have a mindset of of prestige and different things of that nature. Conversely, we've seen organizations like Black Lives Matter who've maybe stepped up to try to create some more culturally diverse curriculum for K through 12 schools. And actually, that's kind of been looked and ill received. Even some states have maybe banned that. So we've thought maybe, if we had, a Hampton or Harvard, or rather a Hampton or a Spelman or Morehouse or something like that, to take more of an initiative to tell our story, maybe rewrite a curriculum or something like that. how do you think that would be, received within the community? Because we know it's not maybe the HBCU responsibility to, go into K through 12 schools, but how do you think that would be, received in the community? And what value do you think that could maybe add in preparing future adult citizens to being more culturally aware and accepting of other races?
Well, let me tell you this, and give you an example. I like to teach by example. When I became president, I got a number of committees together, but I got a committee together and said that I wanted them to develop a course that every single freshman would take. I don't care if they were coming in here in physics, biology, music, nursing, I didn't care. And it's called University 101. And I said I wanted that those freshmen to be able to take courses in not the whole year, but it's 1 year in African American history, in African American literature, in African American music, but also European history, Far East history. I wanted them to be well-rounded citizens. And even today, we're doing that so that you get a smattering of African American history. Suppose you're from an area where you hadn't gotten that in school. Doesn't make any difference. You got to take it if you come to Hampton. Now, if you find that you have an interest, then you can go and get more information about, a particular poet or writer or what have you. But you've gotten that smattering, and that has proven to be very successful here at Hampton. So we're going to do that. And as it relates to equity, I want to say that there's, as I said, some people may criticize, some people may applaud. I treat those two imposters just the same. From the time that I was a kid, my parents taught me to make sure that I gave everybody an opportunity. I don't discriminate against anybody. Men, women, young, old, black, white, gay, straight. I don't discriminate. I don't go out and look for either one of those. But when I've got a position, then I want to be able to get the very best talent available. And I don't care which one of those categories they might fit in, as long as they can do the job. Now, if they don't do the job, they're not going to stay here very long. But if they do the job, it's okay. And that's the way I operate. That's the way I have operated. When I became president, my administrative cabinet was all men. Now, my administrative cabinet is all women. Now, I didn't set out to do that. I'll say that publicly. I set out that when I had a vice president for academic affairs, or I had a dean of business, or I had a vice president for student affairs, I looked for the very best person. And I've had white people fill those positions. I've had mostly African Americans, and right now they happen to be all women. I don't give women any more break or leeway than I do men. They got to perform. And the fact is, I believe truly that I got one of the best teams that I've ever seen. And I can say this to you. I have chaired about 30 or more Southern Association accreditation visits at HBCUs, at major white schools. And as you know, I went to Harvard and so forth. We got a team here. They happen to be women. That's okay with me, because the fact is they're good. And no, I'm going to change that. They're great. It's a great team. And that's why we have excelled. And that's my message when I speak to people and when I write articles and books and things like that. And I have lectured at Harvard and Yale and Georgetown and William and Mary and Tuskegee and Howard and places like that. I don't change my message. There may be some people who don't like that. I really don't care, because that's what I believe in. I believe in equity. I believe in talent. I believe in hard work. I believe in character. I believe in life skills. And if you got them, you can work with me. If you don't, go somewhere else.
You're absolutely right. I like that right there. You just laying it out perfectly, and just speaking volumes to what we need. That being connected, being that team, being that community. I really hope that is something that we can see that starts to really get to students before they get to HBCUs. Like I said, in those K through 12 schools, that really starts to ingrain them to start to build that dynamic of being a more global citizen, a more engaged citizen, because that is what we see happening at HBCUs from Hampton to Howard to Tuskegee. Everybody's building the next generation to think more like a visionary and think more beyond. So that is really great to see that y'all are continuing that for generations to come. So viewers, we're going to take our last break here. When we come back, we've got to get Dr. Harvey's final message, just a way to wrap up our episode, send it off to you in a great big old bow. So stick with us. We'll be right back. Thank you so much. All right, viewers, welcome back. We're continuing our conversation today with Dr. William Harvey. Remember, he's the president of Hampton University. So, Dr. Harvey, just to kind of, leave our episode, we always like to do a final message. I'm going to kind of set the stage up for you. Your vision back in 1978 when you got to Hampton Institute, it must have been a grand vision, because you've done great work to transform Hampton University into a leading institution that's recognized around the world. Like any great in African-American history, you defied the odds, and your achievements speak volume in your work ethic and your dedication to building a culture of excellence. We know that you are set to retire in June of 2020, but we also know that the work you are doing, it has to continue. It can't stop in June 2020. Not only must it continue at Hampton University, but it must continue throughout every African-American neighborhood in America, so that we can really set that standard of excellence that Hampton embodies. So, Dr. Harvey, leave us with a message that speaks to why your mission and journey is not over, even when you retire, and why we as people of color must continue our efforts towards equality, opportunity, and excellence, so that we leave our people better off than when we got here.
Well, you said June of 2020. It's June of 2022.
Oh, so, there we go. Thank you.
No, that's great. That's great. Well, look, here's the thing. I have said throughout this interview, and I really appreciate you giving me an opportunity to say it. Hampton has done well because of the team. When I was being interviewed for the job some 44 years ago now, I was 36 years old. And the question came to me from a trustee: if we elect you, what will you do? I said, I will run Hampton like a business for educational objectives. And that's what we have done. And so I believe in input. I believe that people who have to live with decisions ought to have input into the decision-making process. I don't have a problem making hard decisions, but I do believe strongly in input. So that's what I do. And that's what we have done here at Hampton. And as a result, the collective competence of the various team members, including the 17 that have gone on and become presidents of other institutions. The only one that I've got left right now is the president of the University of Bahamas. But I've had 17. This is what we do. And that's what I said to the board, that's what we were going to do. We were going to have an institution that was going to be run like a business for educational objectives. And the thing that I said several times, I'll repeat, because the fact is that it's the team that's the dream. And I believe strongly in management. I'm not going to ever change that. I mentioned earlier that we had a proton beam cancer treatment center. We're treating right now about 65 patients a day. Prostate, breast, lung, ocular, pediatrics, head, neck, and brain cancer, 65 a day. But that's a healthcare business. We got to make money in order to do the great work that we are doing. And the same thing is true of an educational enterprise. It's an educational business. And that's what we've done. So the fact is, I'll leave you with this. It's the team, that's the dream. We practice good management. We want people to understand how important it is to not only be a physicist or a pharmacist or a nurse, but also to be a decent human being, to be someone that has character. And I mentioned that several times. And if we talk further, I'd mention it several more times, because that's important. That's important. And that's what we do. And that would be my message, not only to your audience, but to anybody else. It's important to have a skill, but it's also important to be a decent human being. Okay?
No, you're doing it. You're absolutely right on that, because one of our very first interviews we had when we started this podcast, we talked to a clinical psychologist, and one of the things he said is that with the African American community, one of our issues is just life skills and just having good character, even going to bed on time and different things like that. So what you're talking about is what we call it, in sales, just table stakes, just basic things that you've got to bring to the table. And as you bring them to the table, we're going to mold you into that standard of excellence here at Hampton. And I mean, it's like I said, it's been awesome talking to you. I'm sure people tell you that all the time. I'm sure you're probably the life, even as an 80-year-old, you're probably the life of the party. Everybody likes to be around you. So we were ecstatic to get you and Hampton on our show and to be highlighting you within our HBCU awareness series, because institutions like Hampton, we need you. We need as many of you as we can get to start showing the true value of the African American race and what we can bring to the table when it comes to transforming society, to bring that equity and bring that opportunity that we're talking about. So I was just really thrilled, and I've been happy throughout this whole conversation. Devin, what your last thoughts? I can get real chatty because Dr. Harvey's got me excited today. No, but listening to Dr. Harvey will get anybody in that kind of stage, hearing it is inspiring to hear that, especially the motto of the team aspect. Anybody can relate to that. We all watch sports. We know, everybody has their role to play, whether it's football, basketball, or whatever. There's a leader, but there is also a people around that person that helps to push forward and to do the things that Hampton is doing, whether it's fundraising or academically or anything. And so it was just great to hear that the motto and the laser focus of making sure that you live up to the motto that you set and the standards that you have set. So I've enjoyed the entire conversation and hearing you talk about it and giving us some insight. Maybe, hopefully, one day we will be able to come up and see what you say is the most beautiful campus in the country. And so,
no question about it. No question about it. Well, let me say this before I get off as well. I have enjoyed this, and as I said a little earlier, I mean everything I say, because I don't want to not do that. And I've enjoyed chatting with you all. You're two young men. Let me just tell you to continue to press on, continue to do what you're doing. Make sure that you continue that, because we need people like you out there carrying the message, asking the questions, prodding us to give you answers that will help not only our race, but help humanity. I believe in that. I'm a proud African American. But the fact is, we've got too much incivility in our country from both sides. One side thinks it's the other side thinks it's the other side. It's both sides. Let us work together to make a better existence for ourselves, for our families, for our children, and for the world.
That's it in a nutshell right there. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been serenaded and educated and lectured and everything else by Dr. William Harvey, the president of Hampton University. Couldn't have ended it any better, couldn't have, stated it any better. So Dr. Harvey, I know we've said it to you, I don't know how many times, but it's been, an honor. It's been awesome getting a chance to talk to you. We can see why, people love to be around you and why Hampton University is excelling in so many different spectrums. So thank you again. Continue to wear your mask, stay healthy. Hopefully you've gotten some shots and things like that, but still keep safe because we hope to come over to Virginia and visit with you soon.
Well, I've gotten both of them. As a matter of fact, one of the things I did it on TV because I wanted to try to convince other brothers and sisters that it was important. That's the only way we're going to get out of this pandemic. And I was talking with the Surgeon General of the United States, and he's the one that suggested it. So I did it on TV. I got our PR people to get the TV stations and the newspapers together because I wanted to let other folk know, and I don't want to prolong this, but a lot of folk, including our students, were talking about the Tuskegee study. I said, listen, that's 1932. It lasted for a long time, but the fact is that we need to get it. And I did it. I'm glad. I had my second shot about 2 months ago. And I'm very pleased, and I hope you all have. If you haven't, let me know. The other thing, and I haven't mentioned it so much, and maybe at some point I can come back, we spent money and bought a mobile van. We're testing, and what I said is that I wanted to test not only the faculty, staff, and students, but also I wanted to go into the African-American areas, to the Hispanic areas, to the rural areas, to the underserved areas, and provide it because a lot of folk, for whatever the reason, don't trust the power structure. But Hampton has the credibility. So we got a mobile van, and we're going to go out. We're going to test, number one, and we've got thus far only 400 vaccines. I'm trying to get the governor. I got to call into him right now, try to see if I can't get more because I want to do that. But that's what we are all about. And you all are doing that. Continue to do it, and you take care. And if you haven't gotten your shots, make sure you get it. If you don't get it, let me know. Come on up here. I'll give you 1 hour. Okay.
All right. That sounds good. Thank you so much, Dr.
That's a
Harvey.
send-off right there.
All right.
Dr. Harvey, we appreciate it. And we're not going to take up any more of your time. Again, this was Dr. William Harvey from Hampton University. He's the current president and has been for a very long time. He's doing some amazing things. So make sure you check him out. Visit the campus if you can. So we're going to take our last break. And when we come back, we'll wrap the show up. Stick with us.
I'll remember it always. When he was diagnosed with brain cancer. I didn't want to mentally think that way, but in my mind, that was the end. So we came to Hampton University Proton Therapy Institute. There's a new program called Happy Smiles. They have a place they can go and pick a toy. Took his mind off the fact that he was being treated for cancer. They saved my son's life.
Help us give every child something to smile about during their cancer treatment. Donate to Happy Smiles today. A toy a day for our brave little ones battling cancer.
All right, welcome back. So as always, we like to end the show giving you a look forward for what's coming up for the podcast. So the first thing is this series that you just witnessed and watched with Dr. William Harvey from Hampton University is part of a larger series that we're calling an HBCU Awareness Series. And we're doing this for the month of March, which is also HBCU Awareness Month. And so each week we'll have a conversation coming out with the leader at an HBCU, and that's every Tuesday and Thursday. You can watch it at 7:30 p.m. every Tuesday and Thursday night. So you can tune in. And so everything that you've seen is things that we're trying to get from these leaders and answer questions about what is the state of our HBCUs right now. And if you haven't already, please go back and listen or watch our conversations with FAMU. We've had Howard University, Grambling University, Tuskegee, Fisk, and Claflin University. So a pretty impressive lineup that we're trying to bolster and get the message out as far as what they're doing at their respective schools. And as you can see, it's a lineup here, and it's going to become more coming after today. And so we're not just doing this HBCU Awareness Series. We also do have a weekly show that we do every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. You can watch us on Facebook and YouTube, and that's our weekly roundup. And that's where we bring you all of the breaking news or small news that you may not have heard about. We bring it all to you in an hour-long show, Saturday night, 7:30. And so that's every single week. You can catch me and Adrian right here at the Black Agenda podcast. And so that's our way to kind of tell you the news through our lens and make sure we tell the stories the correct way, without all the bias and everything. And so again, so we're trying to get the message out there. And one of the ways we can try to do that is by, trying to get some support from our listeners and our watchers. Even if you're new to us, we're trying to partner and recognize charities. And so we need some support from our listeners. And so Adrian's going to let you know where you can give us a few dollars.
Yeah, viewers or listeners, however you're tuning in with us, your donations matter. We've kind of talked with our HBCU leaders about how alumni support shows that appreciation. Same kind of concept that shows your appreciation, and it really helps propel what we're trying to do. Beyond what we're doing with podcasting and news. We'd love to be able to have an organization, maybe have our own little radio station or something like that. You never know. But with your help and your support, we can do those sorts of things. All you got to do is go to our website. It's just blackagendapod.com, click on the donate button, and start off by giving $1. $1 a month is a simple contribution, very small, and it's something that can really snowball and build and lead toward great things for us, like being able to partner with other organizations, which we're trying to do by having our Charity of the Month, which March is actually going to be the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. By you giving donation to us, we can maybe donate to them. You can even donate to them as well, because their mission is great too. They're working to make sure that people that look like you and I, people who aren't looking like you and I, can continue to go to these great institutions that we're having on our show, these HBCUs. Their mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership development. So great things there. We're promoting some great things. We'd love to have your money so that we can keep doing this, because as Devin said, it's not free, and we'd love to see your support in our bank accounts.
There it is. Straight to the point there. We would absolutely appreciate your support. And so lastly, before we go, we always like to tell you where you can find us on social media. So remember, we're on all the major platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can find us at our handle, which is at Black Agenda Pod. And that's at Black Agenda Pod. So make sure you go there and check us out. Follow us, share, whatever videos and content that you see with your fans, family, coworkers, whomever may be near you, around you. Share it with as many people as you can. We're just trying to get this in front of as many viewers and listeners as possible. And so again, a huge thank you to Dr. William Harvey and Hampton University for making him available to us. And again, make sure you go to our YouTube channel, just type in the Black Agenda. You can subscribe to make sure you don't miss out on interviews like what we saw here with Dr. Harvey. So again, we appreciate you watching and listening, and we'll catch you next time. All right, listeners. So welcome to another edition of the Black Agenda podcast. I'm your co-host, Devin Dito, along with my co-host, Adrian Guest, and we are continuing our HBCU awareness series. And today we are excited and really excited to have Clark Atlanta and its president, Dr. George T. French Jr. on the show. Some say he's the voice of HBCUs, so we are excited to see what he has to say about the state of HBCUs in 2021. And so just to give you a little bit of background about Dr. French, in 2019, he was named the fifth president of Clark Atlanta University, which is the largest United Negro College Fund member institution in the country and the largest private HBCU within the state of Georgia. And so prior to his appointment as president, Dr. French served for 14 years as the president of Miles College, which make him one of the longest serving university presidents in the nation. And he's a nationally recognized leader and influencer in higher education and educational policy. Dr. French has served under three secretaries of education, under two United States president as a congressional appointee to the National Advisory Committee on Institutional Quality and Integrity. And just to give you a little bit about his educational background, Dr. French actually started off at the University of Louisville, then went on to Miles Law School for his Juris Doctorate, and then finally made a stop at Jackson State University for his PhD. And so under Dr. French's leadership, Clark Atlanta University has exponentially exceeded all fundraising records in the history of the university. It's maintained stable enrollment in the midst of a global pandemic, which is no small feat, and he has developed a corporate and community relationships to position the university for unprecedented growth in the years to come. And lastly, just to cap off this impressive resume, his awards, Dr. French's awards include the Birmingham Spotlight Man of the Year, the NAACP Man of the Year Award, and the Higher Education Leadership Foundation Lifetime Achievement Award. So obviously a very impressive guest and very impressive president. And so we're excited to have you, Dr. French, and we thank you for coming on the show.
And thank you so much, Devin. It's so good to be with you and Adrian and your listeners. Congratulations on this initiative of informing the Black community. So I'm honored and humbled to be with you today.
Thank you. And we're honored to have you on the show. So just to kind of start, our first segment, usually we talk about, the value and the importance of HBCUs. And so to start, we, in one of our previous conversations, we spoke with Dr. William Harvey, who is the president at Hampton University. And he kind of explained to us that, although the perception is that HBCUs only cater to like low income or first time college students, oftentimes they don't. They actually have, very good master's and PhD programs. And so people can look at HBCUs as a place where those seeking higher degrees like yourself, you went to Jackson State to get your PhD, you can do that and you can go on to be extremely successful. So for our first question, if you could just explain to our listeners, as a young and, up and coming student, what was your perception of HBCUs and why did you choose an HBCU for your PhD?
Thank you. So I absolutely concur with President Harvey. Sometimes institutions can get caught with a certain narrative, and the narrative doesn't necessarily evolve nor change. But being in higher education for a quarter of a century myself, coming into higher education, the narrative was we cater to first generation African Americans. And so Dr. Harvey is eminently correct. We have to change that narrative at some point. When 25, 50 years goes by, that's not going to be the first generation that we're catering to. It's just empirically impossible. So yes, we do cater to first generation, but not only first generation. And HBCUs, we are the producers. We actually create and produce what is the Black middle class for America. That's what we do. And institutions like Clark Atlanta University, who is a Carnegie Research 2 institution, we offer the bachelor's, as you noted, master's, and all the way through PhD. So we don't only offer individuals who are leaving home for the first time an opportunity, but we offer individuals who are going into careers an opportunity. We offer individuals who are already in careers going back to school opportunities. So it's not just about the 18-year-olds, the 19-year-olds that are fresh out of high school. Sometimes it's the 40 and 50-year-olds that are working for IBM that want to continue their education at an institution like Clark Atlanta University and so many of our HBCUs. One of the things that we have to dispel is that this thought that HBCUs are monolithic in character. So individuals expect to go to Clark Atlanta University and see the same thing that they see when they go to Tougaloo, and you're going to see two totally different missions. Oftentimes, a mission in Mississippi at Tougaloo that is a teacher institution that is training teachers, which is a very important mission, but then to come to a research institution like Clark Atlanta University, where we are solving the issues of prostate cancer research today. So we're not monolithic in character. So it's kind of hard to describe, difficult to describe HBCUs overall, because we wind up, again, giving the impression that we are monolithic in character when we are not at all. So for me, going to the University of Louisville, of course, PWI. I went to private schools all my life, all white schools all my life. I went on from the University of Louisville actually to do my first 2 years of law school at the University of Richmond, which is a PWI. And then I was called in ministry to move to Alabama. And that's when I engaged Miles Law School to finish my last 2 semesters. But the predominant educational experience was with PWIs. And I just wanted the opportunity to really engage the HBCU community. So that's how I found myself at Jackson State University for the PhD.
No, that's really, really exciting. That's the kind of stuff that we've been getting from our HBCU leaders, is that, you know, we've got to be able to have HBCU in our history and in our bloodline more often, so that we can have that heritage and have that legacy passed down from generation to generation. And you know, that's why, Dr. French, that's why Devin and I wanted to have this series, to really highlight the wonderful institutions, you know, that we call HBCUs. Each college, you know, has a special place within its own community and a special place in the greater fabric of the African-American influence on American society. A lot of people might be out there wondering, though, what it means to be a part of an institution that embodies so much history and tradition. So, Dr. French, our second question in this segment, when you think back on the preservation and the perseverance of the leaders before you that passed you the baton, what growth have you seen Clark Atlanta University bring to Atlanta and to the African-American community?
So excellent question. So it gives me almost goosebumps when I walk on the campus of Clark Atlanta University, and I walk past where W.E.B. Du Bois' office was, and I realized that he did the majority, he admits he did the majority of his scholarly work in Atlanta. Yes, he did the work in Philadelphia, studying the demographics and the social interests of African Americans in Philadelphia, but he did the same thing right here in Atlanta. That's where he did the majority of his work. When I walk across that campus and I see the murals of Hale Woodruff and the fact that he began the art department at Atlanta University, when I walk across that campus and I wonder, are these the same sidewalks? They are the same sidewalks, and I celebrate that they're the same sidewalks that James Weldon Johnson walked when he was a student at Atlanta University. So historically, we made such gains, but it's not just about historical perspective. The question today in 2021 is, what is the relevance of HBCUs? So yes, we can study Du Bois and we can talk about Johnson, we can talk about Hale Woodruff, but we also, as I noted a moment ago, we have to study, focus on cancer research. We have the largest academic prostate cancer research center in the nation. We're trying to solve a problem that disproportionately affects Black men, African-American men, affects all men, but African-Americans disproportionately. So I don't want to just talk about Plato and Aristotle and Aristophanes and Euripides, but I also want to talk about the man who's in the hospital at Grady right now suffering from prostate cancer. And I want to come up with the cure. So the evolution that we've seen is that we are dealing with the substantive issues of the day. There's a technology gap. We know there's a digital divide within our community. So what do? Clark Atlanta University, we partner with Apple Computer. The AUC, we partner with IBM and Microsoft, and we are bringing the latest technological advances to the AUC so that we can bridge this digital divide and meet the needs of our citizenry.
No, that's exciting, honestly, hearing you say that. And it's inspiring too to hear how you all are focused on being on the cutting edge of, you know, healthcare when you're talking about prostate cancer, and also trying to combat issues like the digital divide, which is very real, and within our community. And so that's awesome to hear. And that's one thing that people, you know, just don't know. You know, folks just don't know that HBCUs really are honestly more involved in our communities than PWIs. You know, we saw that like Howard was giving out vaccines, FAMU was, you know, helping to do tests and things like that. So it's like, not only are you an institution within the city, but you're active within the community to try to fix some of the chronic problems that we've always had. And so I really, really like to hear that, you know, you all are doing down at Clark Atlanta. And so we're going to take our first break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about a little bit about the societal perception, you know, of HBCUs. We know that we need the story told more about what you all are doing. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And so stick with us. We're going to take our first break and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So we are continuing our conversation with Dr. George French, who is the president of Clark Atlanta University. And so in the first segment, we kind of talked about the history and the value of HBCUs. And so we now want to shift a little bit to looking at the societal perception of HBCUs. And so you kind of touched on a little bit some of the things that Clark Atlanta is doing, whether, you know, within the prostate cancer research and also combating the digital divide in our community. But we know that you've done these things despite enormous challenges related to whether it's funding or just, you know, bias in the media when trying to tell the positive stories of HBCUs. And so we just wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of tell us some of the other things that Clark Atlanta has been able to accomplish despite these challenges. And then also, how are you using these accomplishments to help change that narrative that HBCUs are less than?
So we continue, of course, to work, like you said, with healthcare on our prostate cancer research center, but we're recently designated a vaccine center for the COVID-19 vaccine. So we're working very closely with the AUC, working very closely with Morehouse College, who's also Morehouse School of Medicine, which is also a designated vaccine center. Work very closely with the CDC and other health organizations to dispel some of the misinformation that's been put out there, because what people don't, you know, we have short memories sometimes. And when we look at the prevalence of COVID within our community today, we really have to go back to when the outbreak first began. And we had misinformation. We had information that African Americans could not catch COVID. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. And we knew it was wrong, but the rumors was out there and it spread very quickly that African Americans couldn't catch it. So we have an obligation as educators to educate not just individuals who come and register for our classes, but to educate our community. And that's what we do at Clark Atlanta University, even as we deal with gentrification. We're Clark Atlanta University, we're the largest landowner in west end of the city of Atlanta. We have a huge real estate portfolio, but we're making sure that we understand gentrification, what gentrification means, and making sure that we protect the rights of our community residents. Those who want to remain in those communities, we make sure that we educate them and that we protect their rights. HBCUs, we have, like you said, there are notions to be dispelled, just like there are notions of the continent of Africa. We are the diaspora. And as it was noted by a recent scholar with whom I was speaking by the name of Adrian Guest, there are actually people who think that Africa is a third world country and it's undeveloped and it's the jungle. But I tell you, when you stand on the coast of Cape Town, and you're on these beautiful beaches, and you see homes 5 and 6 times larger than what you see in the United States. And you see these magnificent palaces in Africa, and you see these developed countries. You understand very quickly that that's not an underdeveloped continent, even though our top executive leader has called some of our countries there in Africa the worst names, of which I would never even repeat. But we know that not to be the case. At the same time, that same president said, that's where all of my friends go to get rich. Now that's interesting, because today we still, although Africa has been stripped and raped for centuries, we still have the largest concentration of natural resources on the continent. And there's still a lot of money to be made. And that's why the Black leadership in Africa is reaching out to the diaspora, including those of African-American descent, to say, even if you have $1,000, we're building dams, we're building roads that you can invest in, and you can realize a huge return on your investment if you invest in Africa. So we at Clark Atlanta University, we have partnerships with the University of Johannesburg. We met last week with the University of Liberia. We're reaching out to the continent because that's where, as the United States population continues to shrink and the population from which we can recruit continues to shrink, we realize that it's growing in Africa. And by 2050, we'll have the largest concentration of youth in the world on the continent of Africa. So yes, I'm going to recruit from Chicago and Detroit and Baltimore. I'm also going to recruit from Johannesburg, from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from Rwanda, from the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's where we're also going to continue to recruit.
See, that's just perfect there. It's just showing that, you know, despite what society tries to put on HBCUs and really put to downplay the African-American community as a whole, you know, you all are working tirelessly to show that HBCUs are top institutions in the world, not just in America, but in the world, as you're talking about. You know, with that being said, you and other HBC leaders, I mean, y'all are really planning ahead. I mean, to strengthen the universities. As we've spoken to a lot of the leaders, they talk about these strategic plans. And, you know, Clark Atlanta University is no different. We know that you all have that strategic plan. And that's important because you all are going to have to be there because, as Dr. Robinson of FAMU said, you know, there's going to be a class of 2050 who's going to need a Clark Atlanta in the city of Atlanta to go to. So our second question to you, Dr. French, you know, how does Clark Atlanta develop its strategic plan? And more importantly, why is it so important for individuals and organizations within our community as a whole to really start to develop these sorts of plans for sustainability and generational mobility within our community?
Excellent question. And because the focus has to be not on the jobs that exist currently. The focus has to be on the jobs that don't exist. It is unbelievable of the numbers of jobs that will be available in this market in 2050 that don't currently exist. So we have to be anticipatory in our thought process, knowing that technology is evolving on at such a rapid pace. That's why we have the partnership with Apple. That's why we partner again with Microsoft and IBM, and not just the huge companies. We also partner with the small startup companies. The small startup companies are just as important. That's why right now the city of Atlanta is the epicenter. We have become the epicenter for technology, the epicenter for fintech, financial technology, and we become the epicenter even for the movie making industry. We are the new Hollywood. There are more movies made now in Georgia every year than in Hollywood. The technology hubs, that's why Apple and Microsoft are moving to Atlanta with such a huge presence, because they understand, one thing they understand, Atlanta is the epicenter also for African-American intellectual thought. We are the epicenter for African-American economic development. And what they realize is that I'm fortunate enough in watching and observing our economy for the last 25 years, and not just observing, but researching it. I was fortunate enough, Adrian, to see when diversity, equity, and inclusion was a moral imperative. It was the right thing to do. But it's not just the moral imperative anymore. These large companies are seeing the creativity that comes to the table when you diversify, and it's increasing their bottom line. So it's not just the moral imperative and the right thing to do anymore to bring African Americans and other minorities, but it brings a fresh thought into the boardroom, a fresh thought which spurs innovation and creativity, and it increases the bottom line for those companies. So again, not just a moral imperative anymore, but it's a bottom line imperative to bring these brilliant minds into the boardroom. I would note, I'm not new to the AUC, although I just became president in September of 19. My daughter graduated from Spelman this year. My son graduated from Morehouse last year. So I've been intimately involved with the AUC, and being involved that intimately, you see these brilliant minds. Guys, Devin, it's nothing like walking the promenade of Clark Atlanta University, because you don't just interact with Clark Atlanta University students there. You interact with Spelman and Morehouse School of Medicine, and the creme de la creme of the African community walking up and down that promenade. And when I ask them, Scholar, how are you doing today? The greatest joy I get is when they stop and tell me how they're doing. And they have some magnificent stories to tell. And like you said earlier, Devin, they're not all first generation anymore. Some of these people have mothers and fathers who are scholars, surgeons, and neuroscientists, and coming from everywhere. So to have this conversation with students of the diaspora on a regular and daily basis is nothing more exciting for me than doing that.
And that message is no. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that just got me excited. I mean, that's why we wanted to highlight, our HBCUs, because there's so much on each campus. I mean, Devin and I, we went to Mississippi State, and I'll admit, when I was on State's campus, or when I went transfer to University of Memphis, I didn't feel that sense when I was walking on the fields or walking throughout the hallways. You don't feel that reverence that every leader that we've spoken to talks about on their institution, where everybody just becomes a part of the institution rather than just be a student there. So I just wanted to say that, Devin, because it's just really, really exciting to hear.
It is exciting to feel. I'm going to invite both of you to our beautiful campus, and when you get that feel. Even Martin Luther King, I mean, that's the same. He walked the same campus. I mean, the feel there, the spirit, the energy. And you're talking about some focused young people. Oh my God. Now, I wasn't as focused when I was in college. I'm going to tell you, I wasn't as focused as those young people that I'm serving now. I wish I had been, but they are focused and they are serious.
No, and that's the difference. That's the difference between going, kind of like Adrian was saying, going to PWI and going to an HBCU. I didn't remember anybody ever greeting me and saying scholar, even just little things like that, creating that expectation that you are here to be the best and brightest, and go off into your career and achieve, great things because you are at a Clark Atlanta University or Spelman or Morehouse. And so
Devin, you didn't miss that. You did not miss it. I said it one time. You didn't miss it. I tell you, when I hit those campuses and I say scholar, at the beginning of the year, sometimes they'll kind of look around. I'm like, I'm talking to you. I'm like, yes, you're a scholar. And that's the expectation. And I tell you, and then the second time you see the student, they're looking, they're like, is that the president coming? I'm gonna see if you're gonna call me scholar again. They're ready. Okay. They're like, yes, sir, Mr. President. It's beautiful.
That's right. Y'all are preparing global visionary leaders. That's what every HBCU leader is talking about, preparing the next generation to think beyond just, right now and today and what's in front of you and how you can transform the community as a whole. So That's a beautiful message.
Thank you.
Well, what we'll do here, we're going to take our next break, and when we come back, we'll get into our third segment where we want to talk a little bit about funding and diversity of HBCUs, because that's always a hot topic there. So viewers, enjoy your break, and we'll be right back. All right, viewers, welcome back. We're getting into our third segment here. Remember, today we're joined by Dr. George T. French Jr., who's the president of Clark Atlanta University. So, Dr. French, we wanted to talk a little bit about funding. We know that funding is generally a tough area for any organization, especially a private institution. But one of the things that we've heard from a lot of our HBCU leaders is that because of the civil unrest of 2020, funding has actually seen some increases. Many people have almost started to give as a way to protest and stand up towards inequality. We know how important funding is for HBCUs, especially when you consider the fact that you all are really good about keeping tuition costs lower and not passing on rising administrative costs to the students. So our question, Dr. French, how does the fight for civil rights impact funding for HBCUs? And more importantly, when will we get to a point where we will actually properly fund our HBCUs without the need for such violence and civil unrest?
Excellent question. And you're eminently correct in your observation that there's been an uptick in personal giving since the social unrest as a response to the social unrest. And we're grateful for that. And we're grateful for Clark Atlanta University is grateful for Mackenzie Scott giving us recently an unrestricted $15 million gift. And we've got several other overtures that we are negotiating now and funds that have come in, not just to Clark Atlanta, of course, to Howard, to Spelman, to Morehouse, to some of the smaller HBCUs like the Tougaloo and Oakwood and Philander Smith. So we're proud. And I'm really happy that these funders didn't just focus like they do sometimes only on Clark and Spelman and Morehouse and Howard, but they're expanding their reach because they understand that we all have our sense of mission. So yes, we need additional funding. We need sustained funding. So when these huge gifts come in, they're great, but we need sustained giving from our alumni and from our community. So if it's 15 million or $15, if we receive funding on a regular basis, it's going to strengthen our institution. I was recruited to Clark Atlanta University because of my fundraising experience. And one of the things that Clark Atlanta University, the search committee, they told me when I agreed to speak with them is that I would need to engage a $100 million capital campaign. I was excited about it until I actually reached campus and I saw that our needs were so much greater than $100 million. So at my last board of trustee meeting, I went to the board and I told them I had structured and planned a $100 million capital campaign, but it's not going to be enough. We need a campaign with a B in front of it. So that's why we are doing $250 million instead of $100 million capital campaign. We're currently in the silent phase before the public phase, but it's okay for us to talk about it here because we've already let everyone know we're in the silent phase and we're doing quite well. I feel like we're going to reach this $250 million probably ahead of schedule because of the excitement of alums like Jolene Butts Freeman, who was our first female drum major at Clark Atlanta University, but she's gone out into the world. And alums like her, they go out into the world and they get these world experiences and career experiences, and then they come back home. And that's what we have to do. We have to come back home and give to our HBCUs. And when alums like Jolene do that, it strengthens us. They get the education from the HBCUs, but they get the real world experience in corporate America, but then come back home and share that with your HBCUs. That's what the funders, what I'm seeing, the funders are most impressed with those alums that go out into the world, do well, but then come and give back to their institutions. And a lot of these funders are asking the question, well, why should we give if alums are not giving back to their own institutions? Why should we give if you're not taking care of your own? And they're eminently correct. And that's why even at Clark Atlanta University, we are increasing our alumni giving, because federal grants are great, philanthropy is great, but at the end, the sustainability is going to come from those small gifts that come every single month, year after year after year. That's pretty much where we are. And finally, Adrian, I like the fact that you all are focusing very specifically on particular conversations within these segments. And it's very important that we focus on the financial viability, because what we have to see now is also a diversification of our sources of revenue. We're not going to be able to sustain only with tuition into the future like we need to. We need to get into other sources of revenue, such as we're looking right now, like I said, we're talking about the Cancer Research Center that deals with prostate cancer, but now we're going into therapeutic development, which says that we're going to the pharmaceutical companies now for patents on the drugs that we are developing to fight prostate cancer. So those revenue streams, once we partner with the pharmaceuticals and they fund research and development for these drugs that will help these medicines, then those are going to be long-term sources of revenue. And that way we can continue, like you said, to keep our tuition as low as we possibly can, which is always a challenge. You bring in the world's best faculty, you have to pay those faculty because you're competing with them, with corporate America. Corporate America is pulling them on this side. And I'm like, hell no, come back over to the HBCU. But I got to be able to pay them at the same time. Yes.
You talked about a lot, and I don't mean to cut you off, Devin, but I just wanted to talk about the fact that when you said, come back home, because it's just so interesting that, Devin, before you got on, we were having a conversation about how we've kind of progressed as individuals, young adults, and how it's a need for us, because we're from Mississippi, and Mississippi is very underdeveloped and antiquated, and how there's been a need for people like us to go back home and give to the community. So it's really nice that you're talking about, anyone within the African-American community coming back home, whether it's your local community or just the HBCU community and the African-American diaspora. That's just really, really great. My bad, Devin. Like I said, Dr. French has got me excited over here.
No, the feeling is mutual on this side. And so, and I just wanted to, for our next question, we'll talk a little bit about diversity. You mentioned, diversification when it comes to sources of funding, not relying so much on tuition, but we do know, here in 2021, me and Adrian are examples that many African Americans are, looking at and attending PWIs. And so we've talked to past presidents during our conversations about the fact that HBCUs are kind of competing in a different environment now, where, yes, their main focus, of course, is teaching and educating African American students, but we now know that they are attending other schools. Doesn't mean that they won't attend HBCUs, but it's just the reality that we are seeing more attend other schools. And so, I think we talked with FAMU and they were, kind of reorienting their message to where, they're saying, look, yes, we, can educate Black students, but we can also educate students of all races, internationally, domestic, it doesn't matter. You can get a great education here, no matter, what race or community that you come from. And so, we wanted to ask you, as far as, as far as Clark Atlanta is concerned, I know you mentioned recruiting, from the continent of Africa, whether it's the University of Liberia, the Congo, or Rwanda. So we know you have an international focus, but I guess domestically, have you had to tweak the message a little bit to say that we, yes, we educate Black students, but we can educate anybody, here at Clark Atlanta?
Yes, and I've done that not only at Clark Atlanta, Devin. I did it when I was president of Miles College. I had an intentional focus on recruiting Latinos. And I was actually on World News Tonight, and I sent the message out far and wide. Believe it or not, I had a group of alums that were upset with me. They sat with me and they told me that if I don't stop recruiting Latinos, then they were going to stop giving to the institution. And I said to them, do you realize that's the stuff that we used to deal with in Jim Crow era, okay, that if you don't stop recruiting those Negroes at the time, then we're going to stop giving. I said, I'm going to be the last person to stop. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ramp since you just threatened me. And since you just threatened me, I'll go back on World News tonight and tell that community that I was threatened. And I guarantee you that when that happens, the Latino rate is going to shoot up exponentially. And it actually did. I didn't have to go back on the news because I told them I'm not taking them up. I'm going to continue my diversification efforts. So we have to diversify. And Devin, we also have to diversify in thought. So I'm unapologetic for attending the PWI, the University of Louisville, because there are best practices that we have to bring into the HBCU community. Some have this thought, this school of thought, that if you didn't graduate from an HBCU, you can't lead an HBCU, you don't know the HBCU way. Well, sometimes maybe you don't need to know the HBCU way. Okay, Harvard University was founded September the 8th, 1636. I did some studies at Harvard, and they reminded me that in 1636, they were founded 140 years before the signing of the Declaration of Independence. What? 100? That's how long they've been here. So if Harvard has been doing well since 1636, why wouldn't I ask Harvard, what are some of your best accounting? What are some of your best business practices? It doesn't have to be that we just have this HBCU way. No, we have to have accountability, profitability standards, and certain metrics that are based on best practices. And best practices are not always found at HBCUs. But you go to some places that have the largest endowment of any school in the United States. I want to talk to you about some of your investment practices. What does your portfolio look like? What is your investment policy? That's who I need to talk to. Yeah, I need to talk to my people at other HBCUs, but also some individuals at PWIs who realize huge successes. Just makes sense.
It does. It makes perfect sense. And when you lay it out there like that, you can't really argue with that line of thinking. There, like you said, there's more than one way. Some people say there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to run a college. And so
right.
And we have to be open, to new ways of thinking. And I appreciate you saying, like, you don't have to be apologizing for attending a PWI. And so, because we've run into that conversation too. People will say, like, you're not really Black, or you're not, you didn't get the true experience because you didn't go to an HBCU. And right. At the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is whether or not you're successful in your career and you got a proper higher education, and whether you use those skills to give back to your community. And so, yes, we did go to Mississippi State.
What are you an agent doing? What are you an agent doing? After going to Mississippi, okay, to school there at Mississippi State, right? Mm-hmm. What are you all doing on this Sunday morning? You are engaging the HBCU community. You're helping us exponentially. You're shining the light on HBCUs, but you didn't even attend an HBCU. But that's what it's all about. It's all about going back to Egypt. Okay, that's what it's really all about. Going back to Egypt to say, well, I came back home. And sometimes when you go back home, you're not always well received. But you should be, because when you go back to Egypt and you decide I'm going to help, then you should be openly embraced. And I'm going to tell you, I embrace both you, Devin, and you, Adrian. And I'm going to have you all on our podcast. We have a podcast called The Innovators with Richard Levitt. And it's hugely successful right now. I'm going to bring you back to this HBCU. And I want you to share some of your experiences and how you have the foresight and enough sense to say, okay, I didn't graduate from an HBCU, but I'm going to help my people and help HBCU. So I say thank you all.
Yes, that's it there. That I'm telling you, Dr. French, that's why we're doing this. That's why we're putting this on. We, Deb and I both, this is just a podcast, but this is a precursor to a bigger organization, a bigger movement that Devin and I hope to lead and champion. So yeah, we really look forward to that opportunity and look forward to continuing to partner with other HBCUs and Clark Atlanta. So we're going to take our last break, and we got to come.
Adrian,
Go ahead.
Before you leave, I would remind you, who do I brag about? I say W.E.B. William Edward Burghardt Du Bois. Yes, he did his work at Atlanta University, but he was the first African American to get the PhD from Harvard. Okay, he came from Harvard and then went to Harvard and then came back home. That's what you all are doing, brother. Thank you.
That's good. And that just shows that it does not have to be a competition. I feel here in America, we almost play into the narrative that it's always got to be a black-white thing or PWI versus HBCU. But like you said, you can learn and you can collaborate and you can build coalitions. So that is the message that we've got to take. And that's going to set us up for what we're going to have with your final message. So viewers, stick with us. Remember, we're talking to Dr. French, having a great conversation. So the final message is going to be just as awesome. So stick with us. We'll be right back. All right, viewers, welcome back. We're getting into our final message here. Remember, we're joined by Dr. George T. French Jr., president of Clark Atlanta University. Dr. French, as always, we like to do a final message just as a way to send off our episode in a great big old bow to our viewers and listeners. And to kind of set the stage, here it is. Our people have always been in a catch-up mode, whether it's healthcare, education, or jobs. We've been behind when you look at white America. The impact of 2020 crippled many of these systems, further widening that gap between us and white America. But what that shows us is there's a need for bonds within our communities to come together and root out this injustice that has stifled our people. Clark Atlanta is a part of a larger group of network colleges and institutions that is using its collective abilities to bring transformative leadership to the greater Atlanta community. One of the things that Devin and I have discussed on our show on multiple occasions is the fact that people within our community often do not come together and will not come together to bring about that change. So, Dr. French, as a way to leave us with a final message that speaks to why our community must build better coalitions like you and the other presidents on your team with ACU, that's going to uplift each individual within our community while also propelling our legacy towards some forward progression.
So I think you hit it on the head. I think you really summarize where we are and what we need to do. We need to understand that we operate for competitive advantage as HBCUs, as a business model. But it's been my observation after a quarter century in this business is operating for competitive advantage for one slice of the pie is not significant. We need to come together as HBCUs and as PWIs, collaborate, realize what our strengths are, and bring the whole pie home. That's what I've attempted to do with the CARES Act, with the Stimulus Act, with the $1.9 trillion bill that was recently passed by the House and the Senate and that will go on to the president. This is going to help all institutions of higher education. I had the opportunity, Adrian, to be appointed by Secretary of Education to be one of two negotiators on the Parent Plus debacle some years ago, and that was under the Obama administration. But under that debacle, we had millions of individuals who were at higher education institutions in the fall that couldn't return for the spring. I mean, millions. And we only had 350,000 people in HBCUs aggregate. So it wasn't an HBCU issue, but I went to Washington and I negotiated, and I was able to get that Parent Plus turned around. And that helped all institutions, PWIs, HBCUs. That type of collaborative spirit is what we need right now. It's not really competing against one another, but it's really coming to the table to assess what the needs of our communities are. What are the needs? And Adrian and Devin, if we were able to pull together 101 HBCU presidents, and they told us what the needs of their communities are, as I said earlier, is not monolithic. The needs of a small school like Tougaloo in Mississippi are not the same as the needs of the West End community of Atlanta, where you have Mercedes-Benz moving in, where you have all these major corporations coming here. That's not what's going on around Tougaloo, but they have their issues. And Tougaloo needs to sit with the community, as they do, I'm sure, because I have great respect for that institution, but sit with that community and ask what those needs are, assess what those needs are, and provide solutions for those communities. It's time for us to come from behind the ivory walls and deal with our people, deal with our communities, their issues, and speak sometimes for people who may not be able to speak for themselves. That's what I'm looking forward to. It's going to be a new day. We are political. We don't participate in lobbying. So I'm grateful for what all past administrations have done for HBCUs, including the Trump administration. And that's very unpopular to say, but as young people say also, I ain't scared. That's what they say. They had some great strides for us. And I'm proud that Biden and Harris are committed to doing even more. And I'm looking forward to working with them as they do more to move us forward as a higher and higher education community. That's where we are. The final thing I would point out is that my good friend, president of Howard University, Wayne I. Frederick, he had a great friend that he lost, of course, most recently being in Vernon, Jordan. And Vernon, Jordan was a champion of higher education, a champion of HBCUs. And he was one of those leaders that if he's on the search committee, if he's heading the search committee to bring in a president, then he supports that president. And this is an issue that we didn't touch on, but the importance of boards supporting the presidents at HBCUs is huge and significant. And I would say to you unequivocally, at Clark Atlanta University, I have a chair, Gregory Morrison, that is the epitome of how that's done, the epitome of separating policy versus day-to-day operations and making sure to understand that line of demarcation. And a lot of our HBCUs were falling into struggles as the president struggles with the board because they don't quite have a clear understanding of their roles. But at CAU, we have a clear understanding. But at more HBCUs, we need clearer understandings of those lines of demarcation so that these institutions may work together and move forward. I mentioned Wayne, I mentioned Howard University, because when you look at what that chair did, what Vernon Jordan did when all hell was breaking loose with Howard, and people were not supporting Howard, and people were trying to hurt that president, Vernon Jordan stepped in and said, no, that's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, what we're going to do is we're going to extend his contract. And if you notice, after that happened, Howard has been sailing more smoothly than we could have imagined. But that board and that chair took a strong stance and made an example of how an HBCU should be run. And finally, Adrian and Devin, I say thank you, brothers, for your efforts. Thank you for your vision. Thank you for coming back home. Okay, when Moses went back home to say, let my people go, he had been gone from Egypt, but he came back home. He went and got his education somewhere else, but he came back home. And that's what I see Devin and Adrian doing after being in Mississippi, coming back home to the HBCU community to say, let us help you. And I hope that you all will continue to help us. And Clark Atlanta University will welcome, we will support you guys when you all are running for mayorships, for governorships, for presidencies of the United States. Guess what? Clark Atlanta University will say, that's right, we remember when they were reaching back to help us. So now we're going to help them. So thank you, brothers, for this opportunity.
I like that. That's it, viewers. That all in a nutshell. That's why we have dynamic leaders like you on our show to paint such a great picture and a great message for the American society that HBCUs and what we promote can go toe to toe with any institution. HBCUs put out some of the top scholars in any field in any sector. And that's what we've got to be talking about to really go against the American society that says the African-American community is inadequate and inferior. And y'all are really going against that and defying those stereotypes. And we love and appreciate that support that you're showing us. And we're definitely going to continue in that camaraderie. Devin, your last thoughts?
No, I agree with everything you said. And Dr. French, again, I appreciate you coming on. And I really appreciate you telling us, just laying it out there, just giving us the truth and your insights to what's going on and what needs to happen in our community and what we need to work on. And I really appreciate you giving us that insight there at the end about the leadership issues that were happening, at a university like Howard. You would never think that. It's such a well-known institution. And I didn't know when you told that story that had happened like that. But it goes back to your message of, how we need to work together. And then the fact that you are okay with mentioning that, yes, the Trump administration did do some things for us that we appreciate is a big deal too, because a lot of people get caught up in, well, I don't like this president, so I'm not going to try to work with them. And it's like, at the end of the day, we need to try to advance the football forward, no matter who sits in the White House, no matter who's in Congress. It doesn't matter. We have to be able to get what we need for our community, no matter who's there, because if we don't do that, nobody else is going to do it for us. So we have to be the ones to do it. And so I appreciate you being willing to just say, like, look, yes, they did it. We appreciate their help. And we're looking forward to what the Biden administration is going to do for HBCU. So again, I just appreciate that clear cut message of this is what we need to do to advance. And so again, viewers, this has been Dr. George T. French Jr., president of Clark Atlanta University. An amazing conversation that probably could have gone for 3, 4, 5 hours. But we know you don't have that much time here on a Sunday, but we do appreciate you joining the show. And we're going to take a quick break and we'll wrap the show up after that.
All right, viewers, welcome back. We're going to wrap this episode up as always with giving you some insight into what we've got going on for you. You should have already been aware by now, but in case you haven't, the whole month of March is our HBCU Awareness Series to honor HBCU Awareness Month. Please go back and listen to all of our past episodes. They are great. They're awesome. They're highlighting great institutions that are pillars within our community. Whether you're wanting to listen to FAMU, Howard, Grambling, Tuskegee, Fisk, Claflin, or Hampton, they're all really great within their own right. All have great insight, great nuggets. So definitely go check us out. Whether you want to watch or listen, we've got them taken care of for you. In addition to that, don't forget our weekly roundups. That's just our way to bring you the late breaking news of the week. As always, we're going to be bringing that to you on Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Love it whenever people watch in. Let us know your comments as you're watching too. We haven't been getting a lot of people to comment, but I wanted to highlight that because we want to be able to engage with our viewers and listeners. So let us know your thoughts. As always, we like to mention that what we do is not free, whether it be from paying Zoom, paying Podbean, putting money behind advertisements. This is a part of a greater mission that does take dollars to fund that mission. So, Devin, why don't you tell our fans how they can help with that mission?
Absolutely. So if you want to see more content like you see today with our interview with Dr. French, we do and would love some support from you all. Of course, so the way you can do it is you can either go to our website, which is blackagendapod.com. There's a little donate button there. And you can donate as little as $1. You can donate $1,000. I know we all just got stimulus checks, so maybe we can, use a little bit of that to give back. So again, then that's blackagendapod.com. Give us $1. You can make it a monthly recurring thing. Just anything that you're willing to give us, we would absolutely love it and appreciate it, and put it towards creating more content that you are looking for and want. And so the other thing your support does and allows us to do is to recognize and partner with other organizations. And so we are doing a charity of the month. We did one last month. And so for the month of March, our charity of the month is going to be the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, which is where we kind of came up with the idea of doing an HBCU awareness series, because we know that they are doing things to recognize HBCUs during the month of March. And so just to give you a little bit of insight, Thurgood Marshall's College Fund's mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and also preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership development. So we know how important that is, that our HBCUs have, stay on the cutting edge, but also that they have students who are ready to be on the cutting edge. So a great charity there. So if you can, check them out. The last thing is, of course, you can find us on social media. We're on the 3 major platforms. So Adrian, you can tell the folks where they can find this and share and follow us and everything.
Yeah, we need that. Just like those dollars, we need, more subscribers. We need more likes, follows, and shares. Remember, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, whatever you want to go to, all of those, you're going to be able to find great content from the Black Agenda Podcast. Our handle is at Black Agenda Pod, real simple, just like our website, Black Agenda Pod. You go there. You can also find all of our audio podcasting as well as our weekly roundups. As Devin mentioned, there's that donate button. So definitely encourage you to go to our website because there's a lot of different things you can get from there. And as Devin was saying, make sure you share this. Like our stuff, follow our stuff, whether it's a family member, a friend, a coworker, somebody that you don't even know that's a friend on your Facebook. They may even be in tune with what we're talking about. So any and everybody, share it, because what we're doing, like I said, is a part of a larger mission to transform our community. As always, we like to end our episodes with thanking our guests. So to Dr. French and Clark Atlanta University, really appreciate the dynamic conversation and the dynamic dedication that we see yet again from another HBCU institution in America. Our viewers, our listeners, as always, we want to thank you for listening and watching. Can't wait to catch you on the next time, the next weekly roundup, the next HBCU Awareness Series episode. So until then, stay safe, wear your mask, and we'll catch you next time. Viewers, welcome to the Black Agenda Podcast. I'm your co-host, Adrian Guest, along with co-host Devin Dito. Today, we are continuing our HBCU Awareness Series, yet again, bringing you another great institution, Xavier University of Louisiana, and their president, Dr. Reynold Barrett. Just to give you a little bit of information about Dr. Barrett, he's actually the 6th president and the 2nd lay leader of Xavier University of Louisiana, which is the only Catholic HBCU in the nation. So that's really interesting point there. Before being president, Dr. Barrett served as provost at Savannah State University and at Wilkes University. As chief academic officer at Savannah, he led the university initiatives to build enrollment, enhance the quality and diversity of academic programs, develop the faculty, promote interdisciplinary efforts, especially between the humanities and sciences, and to create cooperative relationships with neighboring institutions and with other partners at the K-12 and higher education levels. Dr. Barrett is a Haitian native who received his undergraduate degree cum laude in biochemistry from Columbia University and a PhD in biochemistry from MIT in the laboratory of the late Harbourgen-Coran. Beyond his degrees, he has a postdoctoral experience as a fellow at the Howard Hughes Institute for Immunology at Yale and the Center for Cancer Research at MIT, where he completed research regarding immunology. He has served on many professional organizations and advisory bodies, including those of the National Institutes of Health, the board of the Pennsylvania Humanities Council, and the Georgia Coastal Indicators Coalition. He has received awards and fellowships for teaching and scholarship. So viewers, we always like to say this, but we've got great individuals at the helm of our HBCUs. So again, we're bringing you another great leader, and we're so pleased to have you join us today, Dr. Barrett.
Good to be with you and to join the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a great conversation so far as we've been doing this, because the thing that we've realized is that HBCUs do not get the appreciation they deserve. So that's why we wanted to do this. March is HBCU Awareness Month. So we really wanted to put on something that talks about the value of HBCUs, which is what the first segment is about. It's about the history and the value of HBCUs. And one of the things that we've gathered throughout this series is that HBCUs do more than just educating. HBCUs are about giving back to their students, giving back to the communities, making sure that they can, leave a legacy behind. Even with your institution, Mother Catherine was clear in laying out the purpose of Xavier University. She wanted to produce leaders for society, for government, for the church, with a strong emphasis on giving back, with the sense of stewardship or sharing that they freely receive. And one of the things that we wanted to kind of, get in with the first question, we've been talking about how this model. So our first question, how are you getting your students and faculty and staff at Xavier to live up to that mission? And what can we do to really expand that throughout our Black neighborhoods?
I think one of the things that we have as a core sense of what Xavier is, which has been here before me, we have lived this since our founding in the early 1900s, is the expectation of service. When we have a mission statement, which eventually has been modified slightly but never changed, says we are here to contribute to a more just and humane society. That notion of service, if I put it this way, is that our students, our graduates understand that no matter what they've learned here, whether it's chemistry, it's history, it's art, it's political science, that none of that will have any meaning until they put it to the service of somebody else. That's really when you come to use it to build community, to serve other people as a physician, as a teacher, as a lawyer, whatever you do. It means that notion of service is really built in. And that notion is that basically giving and living for someone else is important to what we do. That's what community is, that none of us walks alone and none of what we do has any meaning by itself, for us alone. And that notion reminds our alumni that giving back, even if they're giving back elsewhere, is important. That's important that they are giving and always building, and that's what they are called to be. And I think that's also very inherent in the cultures of ancestors. There are many expressions, for example, in the Caribbean when they speak of kombit, or other efforts which essentially build the building, the coming together to do something great. That expectation of community was inherently there. And it almost counters another American tension. Americans are known for their individualism. And the individualism is that, and sometimes taken to an extreme pole. And the other extreme pole is communitarian values, right? And that's the communitarian values is never lost at our institutions. And I have to say that in this COVID pandemic, right, it's communitarian values that saved us, not individualism.
Very true. Very, very true. And one thing we've noticed too, speaking with, presidents from all around the country, is that each HBCU is kind of doing its part in the community, really during this pandemic, to try to help out and try to, kind of blunt the blow of this pandemic when it comes to our community. We talked to Howard, they're giving vaccines. I think even FAMU is doing that. So you definitely do see each university kind of trying to do its own thing in the community. And so our question is more so about you a little bit and your journey. We know you went to Columbia and MIT. And so we just wanted to ask you, what was your perception, of HBCUs and how, just kind of walk us through your higher education journey and your perception of those HBCUs and what did you think of their value?
Well, to begin with, I grew up in Brooklyn, and the high school that I attended, I'm a member of the last class of that high school. The building the building of that high school became Medgar Evers College, not historically Black college, but also recent. So I've also known Medgar Evers College for my days as I was leaving my high school and I came back to the neighborhood. But also more tellingly is that even when I was at MIT, John Turner, who was an associate dean, myself, Joe Francisco was a professor at Penn. He and I, were graduate students and postdocs, just finishing. And we began the program basically of recruiting students from HBCUs to a summer program. And many of those students then went on to become graduate students. Some of them are professors elsewhere. Some of them have even gray hair at this point. But the sense that these brilliant young men and women were coming from HBCUs was not strange to us, that even some of my professors themselves had studied at HBCUs. John Turner himself is a Fisk graduate, and he was associate dean of the graduate school. So we had examples of people from HBCUs who had done remarkable things. So when my coming to Xavier was not my first venture in HBCU, because I was at Savannah State. But before that, as a professor of chemistry, I was a professor at Claflin. So where we could see what could happen at HBCUs with great students. So it was not, to me, it was not a recent revelation of what the HBCUs were doing. But also you saw the examples of who came out of the HBCUs and what they were doing, and they were throughout the country. So there was never a question in my mind that the education and the talent in those HBCUs wasn't as rich as what I would see, for example, in many of the institutions in the Northeast where there are very few HBCUs.
No, that's good. Yeah, that's what we've been seeing from a lot of our leaders is that, even from people who may not have gone to an HBCU institution, they understand the value. They have colleagues, they have family members who've participated in that, and they've been able to see that HBCUs are putting on some top programs, whether it be in engineering, medicine, different things of that nature. We know that even Xavier is putting on a lot of the top programs in a lot of these fields. So yeah, that's why, Dr. Bear, we really like to start this first segment, or rather the conversation, talking about the history and the value of HBCUs, because they have a special place in our society, special place in Black communities, and they deserve, to be recognized. So with that being said, we're going to take our first break, viewers, and when we come back, we're going to get into our second segment, which has been talking about the societal perception of HBCUs. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
Xavier was something different. It was the experience that you needed with the challenge that you wanted. It's how you leave ready.
I guess I was destined to go to Xavier. They really do help us for the real world.
The network of Black physicians that Xavier has is tremendous.
They're not just focused on the now, they're focused on the now and the future.
25 years later, I graduated from the same pharmacy school that my father graduated from.
That's the best decision in my life I could have made.
All right, viewers, let's get back into this. We're in our second segment. Remember, we're joined today by Dr. Baird, who's the 6th president of Xavier University of Louisiana, a great institution, only Catholic HBCU in our nation. Dr. Baird, we've been talking a lot about societal perception in our second segment within our HBCU series. And I wanted to start off by just giving a little bit of praise to your institution, because there was a couple different things I saw on the website. One was there was an announcement by TikTok that you're going to be getting a $1 million donation from them in recognition for serving underrepresented students with programs focused on public health and professions. Another thing is NBC Universal News Group is launching a new program, journalism training program with you all. That's going to be really a world-class organization program for you. That's going to show that people that are like NBC see value in HBCUs and Xavier. Not to mention looking at rankings. I mean, you're number 3rd on the U.S. News Best College Guide 2021 when it comes to HBCUs. So clearly, Xavier is, y'all excelling, y'all are doing some great things. But from talking with all of our HBCU leaders, we know that y'all are doing these great things, even with challenges that are happening behind the scenes. One of those big challenges is that y'all are fighting against a societal perception that wants to keep minority groups as the inferior groups, wants to keep them down. Because when you look at that, when you look at that fact like that, HBCUs are often top of the list, but only under certain categories, like looking at HBCUs or looking at regional schools in the South. So our question to you, Dr. Vera, as a disclaimer, we know rankings are not important, but for a lot of students and a lot of parents, they are.
So how do we fix this narrative or maybe reevaluate the metrics that go into these rankings lists so that our nation's HBCUs can receive the appreciation and the acceptance that they deserve?
Well, I'll begin with one data point. Xavier sends more African Americans to become physicians than any school in the country. We've not been doing it for the last few years. We've been doing this for many decades because we're very intentional about that. I would put this: whether any student who comes here, whether that student is Black, white, or of any other ethnicity, and comes to Xavier, the desire of coming to medical school, or goes to another one of those very good peer schools of ours, and I can mention a few in Pennsylvania and in Massachusetts as well, right? Coming to Xavier or coming to one of those schools and with the desire of coming to medical school, there's no doubt that the probability of your reaching that dream is much greater at Xavier. We've been doing it very well. In fact, many other institutions come to look to see exactly why and how we're doing it, especially since we do not presume to be a selective institution. We bring in students, and I'm very intentional. This is my choice of words. I said we bring in young people who may not have received the education they deserved. We're not blaming the student. Remember, no child chooses his or her own school, at least not yet. And we do these marvelous things with it because of a faculty that's very intentional and that we reproduces itself. People leave it, we replace with faculty of those qualities still. That's and Xavier, the fact that we send these students to become doctors, PhDs in the physical and life sciences, and the NSF points that out, is because of not something that we do that's uniquely just for African American students. Because the education is at the highest quality. In fact, one thing that students coming to Xavier face is that, as I say, they may have chinks in their armor because you may come with an education that is not perfect, but you will discover the chinks in your armor in that first year. And the one thing these alumni say, they know the faculty has their back, so that the faculty says, "Here's what you don't know, and now here's how we're going to work to fix it with you," and the students know this. We're very intentional about that, and our students can stand and compete with anyone around the country, around the world. It's happened, and we've done it, and we know how to do it well. Part of it is believing that there is talent in these students. And now, to come back to your question, that the assumption that there was less intellectual capacity, that the descendants of slaves should not be educated at the higher levels, that they should be educated for only menial tasks, was because it was important for the society to say, we need these people in their place in order to keep a certain caste structure based on race. That was also the justification, for example, why you would enslave someone and expropriate his or her labor, children, body, and to rationalize that. And as I say, there's something that someone always says, even the military knows that when someone does great violence, even in a righteous cause, right? You need to process that so that you can sleep and not become a monster. The rationalization structure was to allow these people who were inflicting this violence in order to actually go to sleep and actually hold their children after having flogged a woman and taken the skin off her back. So that structure of minimizing things Black also extended to institutions of educational institutions. So that you have schools like that school, which was not very big at the time in Atlanta, Morehouse or Spelman or Xavier. You have these remarkable young women and men who are graduating from there, right? Mm-hmm. And somehow people assume that they were getting less than until they sat in the bench next to you in medical school, law school, whatever. And say, oh, Howard. You have these remark, but there's always a surprise. My God, you went to this HBCU? No, you should see the others who were next to me. They were even brighter than I was. But that reluctance to see this reality when the reality faces you is what I call the American mind. The American mind is if you think about it, you think that we all swim in this water and we drink all the same Kool-Aid and we get infected by it. The American mind is that when you wake up and something happens, even when you're 7 or 8 years old, and the first question is, was he Black or was he white? That's an automatic question. Mm-hmm. It's a question that we ask ourselves. For example, if I hear a voice of someone on the phone and the voice is ambiguous, it could be a woman or a man. in between. My brain wants to know if it's a woman or a man because it's something I was coded from since I was a little child, a little baby. Even if the person is just telling me your car's about to be towed, the sex of that person doesn't matter, right? My brain wants to know. The same way that in the United States, the way we create a society that actually washes people's minds, right? That everyone wants to know, is he black or white? That's an automatic question. Well, and as Americans, because we are the empire, we are the great power of the world, right? We assume everyone thinks the way we do. Until you get to maybe Saudi Arabia, where the question would be, is he Sunni or Shiite? But not black or white. Not everybody thinks the way you do. And you realize that even an immigrant who comes here, even as an adult, after several years in the United States, begins to think like an American. But the assumption that the fact that people come to think that way is basically understand that basically we can actually liberate ourselves from that kind of thinking.
Exactly.
It's not an obligatory fact.
Mm-hmm.
But we're swimming in this water and drinking the Kool-Aid, and the Kool-Aid is affecting everyone, right? And I even use the fact that even Black folk get affected by it as well, because there's a very simple study was done of the pain relief by physicians of patients with certain greater levels of pain, and they noticed in that large study, which was quite tens of thousands of patients, right? So it was a large study. They could see that Black patients, their pain was addressed less aggressively than white patients, which may have protected Black folks from the opium crisis, if you think about it. But what they did, when you looked at that data and pulled out the African-American physicians in that set, right? They too undertreated the pain of Black folks. Because there's an assumption about Black folks that we drink the Kool-Aid.
Too many times, too often.
It's more like we're swimming in the ocean and everyone's in that water. And you don't notice the water anymore because the water is like the air around us. And that notion, that instant attitude minimizing things that were built by the descendants of slaves, right, doesn't benefit us because these institutions are a rich repository, not just of the legacy of slaves, of the descendants of slaves, right, but there's a reservoir of talent that's so rich here. And when you come on my campus and you see, I call them these freakily bright young women and men walking around, they've always been there.
Right. And it's so interesting hearing you explain the thought process of how we got to where HBCUs, and like you say, anything Black is perceived as being less than or, not up to standard or something to that effect. Although the data doesn't, represent that, people will believe it no matter what. It's almost perception is reality for a lot of people, even though the facts don't back that up. And one of the things we always ask each president is just kind of, what their university is doing to counteract these narratives out there. We know that we've talked to some schools like Fisk University who's made it a point. They are laser focused on making sure that their story is told, by them. And so they're going out and making sure they're putting stories in newspapers and magazines. They're getting in front of kids in high schools to make sure the story is told correctly, because we know typically in the media, the national media, they'll rather tell the negative story about an HBCU than tell the story of how many doctors and lawyers and physicians they're producing every year. They'll rather tell the negative story. And so we just want to ask, what is, I guess, Xavier, what are your goals and what are you doing to make sure that the story of Xavier University of Louisiana is told correctly and trying to counteract that narrative that, HBCUs are less than?
Well, I think we are very intentional in telling our story, the story of our graduates, and what happens at Xavier. And Reggie, for example, is one of the individuals in our communications program which makes sure that our story is told, and that we are owning our story. Because the assumption that you're quite right, the assumption is that others will tell our story correctly can fail us often enough. The other role that we do, I think, we see ourselves as an education as an institution of higher learning. We are in the business of truth telling, because we are, to use a very New Orleans metaphor of the neutral ground, we are as a center for to give the objective truth and explain the truth to everyone. So even our forums that we have forums and different seminars otherwise, we make them available to the public. For example, our Center for Equity, Justice, and Human Spirit is what I call our outward-facing mission. There's an inward mission educating our young people. There's an outward mission where basically we are making sure that the research and scholarship and the encounters that we bring guests on campus to be able to analyze and reflect the news story, and to be involved in some of the debates that are truly contentious points. As I say, the neutral ground at Xavier is where those two communities that didn't like each other, right, would come on the neutral ground sometimes for carnival, even for picnic or for a ball game. So this is where actually we have encounters with people who even do not agree with each other, and that's that modeling discussions, but also discussions based on facts, on truth, not on make believe. It is important. So that truth telling, we feel that it is our mission. Our mission is not just to our students; we have an external mission to the world.
Right. And that's what, that's why we did this series. We wanted to give you all, the ability to tell the story through your voice and with facts to back it up. That way, you can't really dispute it once you ask people like, why do you think HBCUs aren't up to snuff? They really don't have a great answer. They say, well, I think this, I think that. And then you say, well, the numbers don't back that up. So they can't really, retort and say anything. So that's why we need more, universities to be laser focused like Xavier and others, to tell that story and be intentional about what you're saying.
I can give you an example of how remarkable the people who are here, faculty, staff, even in my cabinet. Think about the pandemic. January of last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
People were still not guessing whether this thing was real or not, right? On the third week of January, we began saying we need to do a scenario planning session because what happened in Vietnam, the fact that it showed up in Vietnam was saying that something may come here. This is not where the government declared a pandemic. On 23rd of January, we had planning sessions on how we should plan for this to happen, to work our way through, which is why we've been able to navigate this by thinking thoughtfully. Remember, January, the rest of the country is still twiddling its thumb. We begin our planning work before the end of January. This is the quality of people that we have at Xavier. And so people would assume, oh, it has to be at Harvard at one of the Ivy Leagues or that very nice school in Morningside Heights, right? It was happening at Xavier. The fact that we're able to put behaviors and teach our people about the right behaviors was the reason why we were able to keep our positivity rates somewhere around 1.5%, no higher. We had no drugs at the time. There was no magic.
That's impressive. I mean, and that just goes to show you, like, HBCUs are essentially on a cutting edge. You saw it coming. You responded appropriately, and were able to keep your cases low. That way, you could keep the outbreak under control, whereas the rest of the country was going through a horrible outbreak. And so, I just goes to show you that HBCUs are aware. And there are very, very smart people who come from these schools. So obviously what you see right there with Dr. Vera explaining their response to the coronavirus just goes to show you just how on their game they really are down at Xavier, but and at other HBCUs. So
and I'd say it's true. In the HBCU community, the handling of the pandemic in most instances was exemplary. People actually took the steps they needed to and did what they needed to do. And there was none of the wishful thinking that many other institutions in this country, not just academic institutions, went through.
That's very true. That's very true. So that's going to do it for our second segment. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about funding and also diversity in HBCU. So stick with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Dear Xavierites and friends, I pray that you and your family are safe and well as we live out the COVID-19 emergency. Yes, we are feeling anxiety and uncertainty as the situation evolves. Yet we remain committed to one another and to our shared purpose. In the footsteps of Mother Catherine, we at Xavier continue to advance our mission and to assure our students of the education they deserve. The unprecedented times call for unprecedented philanthropy in support of the mission-critical work to meet the needs of Xavier students. of Xavier faculty, of the Xavier community. I invite you all to join with us to help our students through the Love Fund during Give Love Xavier Day on April 28th. This emergency fund meets current needs associated with the university's response to the novel coronavirus, especially by assisting students impacted throughout the crisis. Let's be there for one another.
All right, viewers, so welcome back. We are continuing our conversation with Dr. Reynold Verrett, who is the 6th president of Xavier University of Louisiana. And so we've talked about, some of the perception of HBCUs. We talked a little bit about the history and the value of HBCUs, but now we want to kind of shift to looking at funding and diversity. And first, we want to talk a little bit about funding, because we know for a lot of HBCUs, fundraising is the name of the game. And so you have to be able to fundraise appropriately. And we know whether you're public or private, there are struggles and challenges that come with having consistent funding. And so we know Xavier has a fairly large endowment of, almost, I think it's here, $178 million. And so we've talked to other HBCUs who've been able to get, some of their largest donations now in the wake of the social justice protests from last year. And even, there's been money from Congress to help with the CARES Act. But our question, Dr. Verrett, is just, we know the HBCUs are have always been in this catch-up mode. Dr. Robinson at FAMU said they're really in a catch-up mode. Yes, the money they're getting now is nice, but they still need continued support to be able to modernize campuses and keep up. And so we just wanted to, get your take as far as, what is Xavier doing, to try to adjust to the pandemic, but also keep their fundraising numbers, steady? And what are you kind of looking towards as far as new ways to try to get donors or alumni to give back to the school?
Well, we know that the wealth differential between African-American families and the average white family in this country is, it depends on how one calculates, anywhere from 6 to 10 to 1. It's a large wealth differential. So, and generally the capacity of most African-American families or individuals is much lower. And that impacts the fundraising, the fundraising and donation capacity of the communities that we normally draw from. But we also know that there are many individuals who are not necessarily African Americans who do become friends of our institutions because they see the remarkable work that we're doing here. Part of that comes back to some of the work that you talked about earlier about the reputation work that we have to do, because we can be lulled by an assumption that they must know about us. But really, they is just people close to us. Even if the graduate schools, the medical schools that draw our students, they know about us, but the larger community, the larger population doesn't know about us. So we have to be very intentional to tell our story. And in that intentionality, what it does do, it does bring us to the attention of people who actually do want to do transformative work. And one of the things that they realize is that institutions like ourselves, that a contribution here can not only be transformative, but has an incredible return on investment that they would not do for a similar contribution at another institution. So part of the moment that we are in because of the pandemic and also social justice question America has been asking in the last, is that some people are noticing us. But I think that's what we have to do is sustain that, and sustain that by real accomplishments and also real conversation with donors who have capacity, both commercial and also both corporate and individuals as well. That's important. The other piece is also to look at the diversity of donations we need. For example, the fact that we are educating students in many STEM fields, the ability to draw grants to support the research, which becomes the venue where students actually practice being STEM or being scientists or engineers or whatever. The same with our musicians practice by playing music and doing like that. Playing in the laboratory is the equivalent. That funding, we have to be the capacity to actually be competitive in agencies like NIH, NSF, NASA, for the funding that creates laboratories where our students can come and become junior colleagues and apprentices. That's important. So diversifying our fundraising is very important, and being able to actually make sure our message reaches the ears of people who actually do want America to move forward as one country and drawing the talent of all the people that it has. That's important. The challenge, I think, is real because I remember our students are, for example, the majority of our students in all HBCUs that I'm aware of, the majority of students are Pell eligible. At Xavier in the mid-60s right now, which means that they are in the lowest, lowest socioeconomic groups, their families are in the lowest socioeconomic groups in this country. That means they have great challenges, and therefore what we need is not just merit-based scholarships, we also need need-based funding to fill the gap, because the gap that may be minimal to a well-heeled family, let's say a few $1,000s to a family that is earning maybe 100 plus, right? The daughter or son will go to college. But for a family that is earning in the 20s, that may be a question of whether that bright daughter or son ever makes it to college. So we need the resource to meet that need and meet that gap. Because one of the things that we do know, and I've been chair of departments, I've been provost at another HBCU, now I'm president at Xavier. One of the things that we do know at many of these institutions that I've been at, that one of the more important causes of attrition, students leaving, is not because students not progressing academically. It's financial. Financial, not just because I can't pay the tuition, right? But minor calamities in the family. That lost his job. With help. Those things that we need to be able to fill that gap today, because what you have is this bright young woman or man, right? Want to get them to that finish line where they can really play a role in transforming that family and the neighborhood and the larger community. So those funds to really help to make us affordable it will be the big challenge that we have to meet for the next decade or so.
You know, that's an interesting perspective, especially when you think about the fact of, like you was talking about, the pool of money is coming from minority groups when you're talking about HBCUs who are, already behind a wealth gap, compared to, white Americans and things like that. So that's a really, really great perspective and how HBCUs really have to diversify their funding portfolio, but also diversify maybe their enrollment, because we know that, like you said, a lot of HBCUs generally going to be 60 above with African Americans, but we've been seeing pushes for them to diversify their enrollments. One of the other things that I've been thinking about is maybe there's time to almost diversify or maybe add a new addition to the mission. And you all at Xavier are already doing that, because we see an interesting partnership between Xavier and the New Orleans Public Schools, where you've put together a partnership and a program that's resulted in more than 250 new teachers for New Orleans schools. And this initiative was designed to recruit, prepare, and develop teachers who are going to be culturally competent teachers from diverse backgrounds, which is something that's so valuable and something that we need throughout the entire country. So, Dr. Barrett, our question here, first off, you can just tell us a little bit about the efficacy of that partnership with New Orleans Public Schools. And more importantly, how do we get this to be more of a national push to, maybe get other HBCUs in on this to develop better culturally competent educators on a national basis?
Well, the vast majority of HBCUs are in the Southeast, with the exception of before Central State or even Cheney and Lincoln. The majority are in what I would call the former Confederacy. Also in part of the country with the large African American populations. All HBCUs, we are in the middle of that density of the African diaspora to the Americas. We have also partnerships with our local school system, our local school districts. Every HBCU needs to have a partnership, not just to produce teachers, but also to improve the quality of education in those public school systems for everyone. Because not only are we have the opportunity, we have the location, and I think there is a lot of desire. That needs what's happening in the partnership that we have here. We're seeing that access to great teachers, and all of us are here because not that all of our teachers were great, but we've all had 1, 2, or 3 great teachers, and if you just sit back in your mind, you'll remember who that was, and you'll still remember something that he or she said. those teachers actually are miraculous. And you think about great buildings, beautiful buildings, yes, but all that, but fundamentally, even in a bad building, a great teacher can do more. Just the way it is. But it's not just teachers. We have other partnerships that are, if I speak about our external mission, the schools are important. What we do in our summer programs for young students, we do in science, in data science, even in creative writing. Those summer programs are an important way of helping students understand the pathway to college. And the majority, I can't say, but at least half of the students do not go to Xavier. They go to other colleges, which is also, that is our mission. They're going to college. That's important. And on the diversity part, you think about that diversity that we have is diversity in many aspects. Xavier was probably the first college in this country, first Catholic college in this country where men and women actually sat in classes together. For a good 30 years, we were the only one. So, but that's one beginning, but also on the other side is that we have at Xavier many of the descendants of the Vietnamese boat people who came and settled in the Southeast. They come to Xavier. And what happens is that I'm speaking of something that's another part. When I spoke about that we are repositories of the legacy and wisdom of the descendants of slaves in the Americas, which is something that actually contributes to making America and pushes America to become the nation that it needs to be, and contributes a lot to America. Not just our histories and our stories, but the way of thinking, the way of doing community is important. And other students who come to HBCUs, right? They learn from us. And I use the example of another school that I consider that has a parallel history. There's a school in a university in Massachusetts called Brandeis University. You may have heard of it. Brandeis was founded by the Jewish community at the time when Jews, especially Jewish immigrants, could not go into the Ivy League in the local school. They were not welcome. So Brandeis was a school that was predominantly Jewish. But what happens in Brandeis over time? Brandeis is probably not predominantly Jewish, but it's still a Jewish institution steeped in Jewish culture. And students come there. And I still remember a story once when I was visiting Brandeis. And I confess the reason I was visiting is because I was dating a young woman who was a graduate student at Brandeis at the time, a long time ago. And I met a young man who was coming to visit, who was coming to as a graduate student, wearing a Mao jacket. This is the time when people still wore Mao jackets in China. He was coming to Brandeis, and I sat with him, and I was speaking to him, and I asked him, "What are you coming to study?" He said, "I'm coming here to do my doctoral work in English literature." I said, "That's interesting." And he said, "What do you think you're going to do a dissertation on?" And he says, "I'm here to write a dissertation on the works of James Baldwin." And you see, the reason it stays with me is I say that here you are, predominantly Jewish institution, young man wearing a Mao jacket, writing about James Baldwin. That's what university is supposed to do. He said, "I've been reading Baldwin since I was a young man in China." I remember the advice I gave him, I hope he took it. I said, "You need to write a letter to James Baldwin, tell him who you are. I'm sure he'd buy you a drink." And I know he would. He would have. Baldwin's still alive. But I'm saying that Brandeis still lives and communicates the Jewish culture, the Centers for Jewish Studies and things like that. Students who come to Brandeis who are not Jewish learn about that heritage. Students who come here who are not African Americans, who are not descendants of slaves, right? Learn about a certain experience and a body of experience. They learn about our music, our culture, our food, all the things that are important about that, but also our commitment to justice and why. And sometimes they are the strongest advocates for our mission because they learn here. So in other words, our work is, I use, if I might take a more religious bent, we have an evangelical mission in the sense of evangelical spreading of good news to the rest of the nation. And sometimes there's a saying by Francis of Assisi where he told his followers to preach all the time. I just want to make sure, no, that's not right. Francis of Assisi told his followers that they should preach. They should be preaching all the time. And he said, and when necessary, use words. In other words, your example, what you're doing at Xavier is what you want to show the country. And because what we know at Xavier, because of what we do, I think we pose an important question to the nation. We say, how come you're not doing this? you're bigger, you're rich. How come you're not doing this? And I would hope that some would compete with us and actually show us and become our equal.
Mm-hmm.
That would mean that we've all arrived.
No, I really like that message there, and it's interesting to hear, kind of, from your lens down at Xavier, what you all are focused on, what you're trying to do, but also the diversity of just the student body and the thinking, and just, it's interesting to hear how you are, like you were saying at the end, you're educating folks who come to the school and letting them know the African American experience and what we've gone through, and then they go off and they take that with them. Like you said, and sometimes they become our biggest advocates right there next to us, trying to push for, justice. And that's really interesting to hear in the time that we're in this country, where we're having these conversations about race. And it seems that folks, at least right now, are more interested in trying to understand the African American experience. And so you can go to an HBCU as a person who's not Black and get and at least have a better understanding of our history and what we've contributed.
And you would be welcome and you would learn. And you'd be welcome and you would learn.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And it goes back to the fact that most people recognize that HBCUs were established to educate, the Black communities, but all HBCUs had the intent and establishment for all races. It wasn't that you had to be Black to come
We
to us.
never bought into Jim Crow.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. So that's the message right there that we're gonna leave with our break here and take to our final message. Remember, viewers, we're gonna always end with our final message here as a way to send this episode in a great big old bow. So stick with us. We're gonna take our last little break with Dr. Barrett here, and we'll be right back. All right, viewers, this has been a great conversation. This HBCU awareness series has been awesome. We've been, Deb and I are very thrilled to put it together for you. Today, remember, we've been joined by Dr. Reynold Barrett, the 6th president of Xavier University in Louisiana. Dr. Barrett, we always like to do a final message for our viewers and our listeners, just to make sure we can send the episode off to them. And to set the stage for your final message, one of the things that we know is that, HBCUs have done so much for the Black community, American society, and abroad. Whether y'all have been on the front lines or behind the scenes, since your inception, each institution has worked diligently to advance ideas of justice, equality, opportunity, even duty. We know that Xavier University, Louisiana, has been part of this. I mean, going back to the mission, which we've talked about, that mission about building a more just and humane society, led by students who then go on to become proactive citizens with an emphasis on leadership and service in a global society. That's the kind of mission that we really need in every neighborhood. So Dr. Barrett, with a way to inspire the Black community and all of those who are watching and listening, leave us with the message that shows why that mission of Xavier should be instilled within the entire Black community, so that we can begin to empower our own neighborhoods and rebuild ourselves toward generational wealth and prosperity.
Well, let me just begin by saying that this America, this United States, was built and grew by the ingenuity of many people, some of them who came from abroad. And in there, the ingenuity of Black people was key to building America, even when we were still slaves. People forget that the first immunization, the first vaccination in this country was because of a slave, Onesimus was actually a slave to Claflin Mathis, who showed them how to vaccinate against smallpox. We think of the Jenner vaccine, Jenner vaccine was actually an improvisation on what Onesimus showed them in Boston. We've been there before. Many of the engines that of our industrial revolution, they were slaves who divided them. The metal workers who came from West Africa, their ingenuity came with them as well. You can see it in many of our buildings and many of our sculptures around the book, and that go back to that period. But likewise, that notion of service and building the community in America has always been there with us. And I want to actually bring something else that I think everyone needs to understand, that to invest in our institutions is not just investing for the betterment of just Black people. it is necessary for the nation. The same way these young people go off to build the nation and the community. Understand that in our institution is talent. Almost 20 years ago, in 2000, a report came out from ETS looking at just the workforce in STEM, whether it was chemistry, biology, physics, computer science, those fields, engineering, and the shortage of manpower that would be available 10 years. They were looking 10 years ahead. And in that report by ETS called Meeting the Needs, one of the things they say is that the United States would not be able to meet its workforce needs in these important STEM fields unless it educated its Black and brown children, because the United States was becoming majority minority. So in other words, it's almost like going into combat into the Olympic Games, right? With only a fraction of your population, or with one hand tied behind your back and maybe one leg tied behind your back as well. Not a happy situation. So what I'm saying is that the fact that we educate these scientists, these engineers, creative people who drive our creative industry, like Chadwick Boseman, and that's a major engine of prosperity for this nation. Writers, lawyers, people who contribute to all the part of the country. Many of these people are Black and brown, and our schools educate them, and they actually make this country possible. Understanding, for example, that if the United States, this is not, I'm not exaggerating, I'm saying, if the United States hopes to remain a world power, a military, economic, all the perspectives that you would want to be a power in the world, right? You have to educate your talent. And that talent is in the second, third, or fourth grade right now. That's your gold. If you want to bury that gold, you can bury that gold, or you can educate that gold, let it flower. Other countries, there was a time when we could count on immigrants from countries like China or India coming to study, even out of best graduate schools, and remaining here. Now, those countries are developing. They want to repatriate their brains. You cannot blame them. So if you don't educate your own, you want to be a backwater, that's what will happen. And we've been in the second grade class before. If you've ever never been in a second, you should walk into a second grade class before recess or after recess, and you'll see these freaky, bright boys and girls. That's what America is going to depend upon. The greatest, the best pediatric neurosurgeon of his generation, right? Was Carson, when Carson was a surgeon. You know how many other people like Ben Carson we chose not to educate? The young woman at the NIH was involved in seeding the first mRNA vaccines. There are others like that. The museum right here at the World War II Museum has done exhibitions on Charles Drew. Has anyone audited how many lives of American soldiers were saved in World War II because of this technology of freezing blood plasma and being able to ship it abroad? And the thing I'm thinking that there are many books, inventions, we don't have the picture of who did it, right? But Black folks were there. And what we know is that in this moment in time, if we want to be able to compete and educate our own and compete with our own, you're going to have to educate some people who look like you and me. And educate them very well. HBCUs are doing that. And therefore, in that respect, we're not just doing something for some people, we're doing it for the country. And so when you are investing in our HBCUs, you're investing in the Black community, you're also investing in the nation. And that's the future that we want to happen for this country. Remember, as Alma Lewis, who was the theater promoter and things like that in Massachusetts once said, she was saying, she would often refer to American as an ongoing project, an unfinished project. This project of justice is unfinished. We stumble and fall. But this is where we're going. And as Martin would say, the arc of justice is bending. The arc is bending towards justice. We'll get there, but it's not, and we'll get there by counting every one of those bright boys and girls in the second grade. And we'll see them as our children, their children, or their children.
That's a very, very powerful message there. That was incredible. I was hanging on, to every word, and I appreciate you just kind of, laying it out there and understanding, getting people to understand the contributions, of African Americans and why it's so important to invest not only in HBCUs but in Black communities, because there is incredibly talented, smart folks out there who are just not being, educated and groomed to really contribute to the country. And so it's like we're shooting ourselves in the foot when we, defund, Black schools and defund HBCUs.
It's like flushing money away.
Yeah, I mean, it's so
flushing genius away. You're flushing genius away.
Exactly. I mean, that one quote you said. I mean, when you invest in HBCU, you're investing in America. I mean, that we need to put that on a T-shirt or a hat or something and start selling that, because that is powerful. I mean, that is truly what it's about. When you're investing in, Xavier's and Hamptons and Howard, you're building a better America, because, as you said, America is being built by Black and brown folks, and a lot of Black and brown folks are going to these institutions, and a lot of these Black and brown folks at these institutions are going on to become vice president of the United States and things. So we've got to make sure that all institutions like our HBCUs are top tier. They're given the accreditation, they're given the resources that they need, because, like you said, they're going to be producing top talent that the world needs, not just the Black community, but the world as a whole needs. So yeah, that was, like I said, we need to put that on a shirt, Devin, and start marking that investing in HBCUs is investing in America, because that's what it's all about. And that's almost like a theme for this HBCU series, Dr. Baird. You didn't know about it, but you kind of gave us a new little theme there, because that's a very powerful sentence when you sum it all up like that. Devin, I don't know, any last thoughts for you?
No, I mean, I appreciate everything you said, Dr. Verrett, and you've been spot on from the very, very beginning and in diagnosing, the issues, but also trying to give people a look forward and why we need to take care of our HBCUs, and why people, need to not tell all the bad stories about HBCUs, but be willing to tell the good stories of the amazing research and physicians and doctors and lawyers that you all are producing. And they're going on to do incredible things for the country, because that's a story that really needs to be told. And we hear it all the time. The story of HBCUs is just not being told enough. And so we appreciate you coming on our show to be able to tell Xavier's story of what you all are doing down there, what you're focused on, and how you're looking ahead to the next decade. So I just appreciate you coming on and giving us, your perspective from Xavier.
And I thank you, because you're telling our story and getting our story to people who never heard it. And this is important work that you're doing. The country needs to hear from you. Thank you.
No, thank you. That's what we're trying to, put this together for, put it out so that people will know. And viewers, remember, we've been joined today by Dr. Reynold Verrett, who's the 6th president of Xavier University in Louisiana. Great institution, only Catholic HBCU in our nation. Be sure to check them out, because they are really preparing students for global excellence. And if you want to be a part of that, you need to have them on your radar. So make sure that you check them out. Stick with us, viewers and listeners. We're going to take one more break. And as always, Devin and I are going to come back and wrap up our episode. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. So as always, we like to end the podcast with the look forward to what is upcoming for the rest of this series and for the podcast. And so for the month of March, we've been recognizing HBCUs because it is HBCU Awareness Month. And that's why we did come up with the idea to do an awareness series. And so each week we've been releasing a conversation with the leader at an HBCU on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And if you haven't already, if this is your first time watching this series after listening to Dr. Verrett, we do urge you to go back and listen to some of our conversations with leaders at FAMU, Howard, Grambling, Tuskegee, Fisk, Claflin, and Hampton University. An impressive lineup that we have. And so upcoming, though, our series is coming to an end, unfortunately. We've thoroughly enjoyed bringing you these conversations, but our very last episode will feature Dr. Thomas Hudson from Jackson State University, and so we're going to dig into them and kind of see what they're doing up at Jackson State. So tune in. That'll be next week, March 30th at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. You can watch that on Facebook and YouTube, just like you watched just Dr. Verrett. And so, as always, too, we will be back with you on Saturday, March 27th, to bring you our weekly roundup. And that's where we bring you the news at 7:30 p.m. Central Time on Facebook and YouTube. And that's where we kind of bring you the news in a different way. We try to do it unbiased, but also funny, engaging, and it's the breaking news of the week, but also some news you may not have heard about. So look for that coming out on Saturday. And also too, we do appreciate your support listening, but we also ask for your support monetarily. And so we do have a way for you to give to us, whether it's a few dollars or $100. And so Adrian, you can kind of explain to the viewers there how they can get back to us.
Yeah, I was laughing at because this reminds me of being in church, or how, we used to say from the pulpit, it's nice to show up, but when it's offering time, we need you to give. So you were just awesome that you're showing up to watch us and listen to us, but it's offering time. So it'd be great to be able to get some of those donations. And what I always tell people, the easy part is going to our website, blackagendapod.com, and clicking the donate button. That's the easy stuff. But the good stuff is the why you should donate. I mean, the Black Agenda Podcast, our mission is really about engaging with leaders to talk about issues within minority communities, but really about how they slow down societal progress. And from doing that, we want to really create an organization, create a mission, a message that can really go to better society. And that does take money because, in America, you can have great ideas, but you do have to have dollars behind those ideas to get them off the ground. We always tell people, start with $1 a month. It's an easy contribution. Like I said, go to our website, start there, start small, grow from there, and you're really going to help to expand our mission. The other thing that you will help us with is our Charity of the Month. Remember, we're honoring the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. It would be awesome if you donate and we could give a donation in honor of the Black Agenda Podcast and our fans to recognize the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, which is an institution that's really trying to put a lot of students in HBCUs. I mean, their mission is to ensure student success by promoting educational excellence and preparing the next generation of workforce talent through leadership development. So a really great mission, just like the Black Agenda Podcast. So you donate to them, you donate to us, just like HBCUs. We can make the world a better place.
Absolutely. You almost sound like Dr. Verrett for a little bit. But again, we appreciate you sticking with us. We had an amazing interview with Dr. Reynold Verrett from Xavier University of Louisiana, and a great interview there. If you can't, go back and listen to it tonight, go back and listen to it tomorrow, share it with everybody. The last thing we like to tell everybody is to find us on social media, and that would be Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our handle is @BlackAgendaPod, and that's @BlackAgendaPod. So you can just put that in there. Go follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, like, share, everything. We're trying to get our engagement up. We want this to get in front of as many people as possible, not only to support us, but to support Xavier University of Louisiana. We're trying to give them some exposure too. So double support there. So again, we appreciate you. We definitely want to thank Xavier University of Louisiana for making Dr. Verrett available to us. We enjoyed the conversation with him, and he left us with some good nuggets, definitely.
And hey, Devin, before we end, I just wanted to mention those nuggets. I just wanted to make sure we go back to that quote he said was, when you're investing in HBCUs, you're investing in America. I just wanted to make sure we get that out, one last time, because now that's a powerful statement that you'll probably see us putting on a T-shirt whenever we do this series in 2022. So be on the lookout for that. But that was a powerful statement that I wanted to make sure we end with. When you're investing in HBCUs, you're investing in America.
Very, very true. That's a great quote. So don't be surprised if you see that on a T-shirt come 2022 or 2021. We'll see. But again, we thank you for staying with us. We thank you for watching, and we'll catch you next time. All right, viewers. So welcome to the Black Agenda podcast. I'm your co-host, Devin Dito, along with my co-host, Adrian Guest, and we are excited to bring you the finale of our HBCU Awareness Series. And we're excited to have Jackson State University and its president, Dr. Thomas K. Hudson. And just to give you a little bit of information about Dr. Hudson, he was named the president of Jackson State University just a few months ago on November 19th, 2020 by the Board of Trustees. And so and he was named the president after serving as special assistant to the president and chief diversity officer. And so as president of JSU, Dr. Hudson's goals have been to enhance the university's legacy and expand its global footprint while also fortifying the school's mission to produce ethical and technologically advanced global leaders who properly address societal problems and compete effectively. And so before joining the staff at Jackson State, Dr. Hudson had actually founded his own law practice and served as an EEO specialist for the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA. And so Dr. Hudson holds a bachelor's degree in political science from Jackson State, and he also has a Juris Doctorate from the University of Mississippi School of Law. And so just to top it off here, Dr. Hudson is also a member of the Margaret Walker Alexander Center Board of Directors and the JSU Athletics Hall of Fame Foundation Board of Directors. So an impressive resume, and so we're happy to have you on the show, Dr. Hudson.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the invite and I appreciate being here. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you. And so our first segment, usually we talk about the history and and the value of HBCUs. And so just about every other president we've spoken to has either graduated or previously worked at, attended an HBCU. And so and like you, before becoming president and leader of the university, you were, a student. You got your bachelor's from there. And so you're no different. And so you went on from Jackson State, got your Juris Doctorate from the University of Mississippi. So just a real general question. We just wanted to ask you, when you were a young student coming up, how important was it to you to attend an HBCU for your higher education? And then what does it mean? What's it like going from student on campus to now president of that same university?
Well, growing up, I grew up around this university. I grew up in the area. My siblings went here, my mom went here, and my earliest memories of school are of Jackson State University. So there was literally no other place that I wanted to attend, that I was going to attend in Jackson State University. So I knew about, if this makes sense, I knew about Jackson State before I knew about the entire HBCU concept. But really, being here, being a part of the culture, there's nothing like the HBCU experience. It's a nurturing environment. It's a fun environment, as any student who's attended here can attest to, but it's also that place where you can become who you were meant to be. HBCUs just have such a storied history of taking, these raw students, raw young men such as myself, and really molding them into gems. And, that's just the legacy and the culture of Jackson State University and HBCUs in general.
That's a powerful statement, because that's the narrative that we want to come out of this series. That's the narrative that we want to speak for the entire HBCU community, because no matter if you're a JSU, a FAMU, or a Howard, you add so much value to the community. But one of the things that I know, Devin know, is that HBCUs don't get enough attention. Even in my hometown, because I'm from Mississippi, Devin's from Mississippi, we're both from Mississippi. My hometown is Eupora, Mississippi, and, not very far from JSU, about an hour and a half. But when I was getting ready to decide on where to attend school, I really didn't have any clue about the importance of HBCU and about the culture, just because I didn't have anybody from my family that attended an HBCU, and there wasn't really anybody in the community who was a big advocate. And when I got ready to graduate, I graduated top of my class. So my counselors and teachers and even principals were saying, you should go to Mississippi State, you should go to Ole Miss. So our question, Dr. Hudson, why does it take having someone maybe within, an HBCU community within that school district for students to really understand the value of an HBCU? And what can HBCUs maybe do better so that students, no matter if they're attending a majority Black school district or not, they're going to fully understand that an HBCU should be on their radar when deciding where to attend college?
That's a great question. And your story is a very common one. When I was in Eupora is up towards Northeast Mississippi. And when I was at the University of Mississippi in Oxford, there was just not that heavy HBCU presence there. So most of your students, even your African-American students, just did not know about HBCUs. Did they know about Jackson State, Alcorn, and Valley? Yes, they knew about those schools. They knew about the demographic population, but they really didn't grasp what makes HBCUs special. And sometimes I don't think, we've kind of taken an attitude when you ask, what can we do better? I sometimes think that in the past, we've taken an attitude of, well, you just have to be here to experience it, right? You have to know about it. You have to have had a family member here. But that's not everyone's story. We really have to intentionally tell our story in such a way in which we articulate what makes HBCU special. What is going to happen to you once you step foot on this campus? How are we going to help you achieve your goals in a way that aligns with your culture, your sense of being, your sense of who you are? How do we really truly tell that story? You're starting to see more and more success stories out of HBCUs in terms of telling that story. It certainly helps when you have Kamala Harris, not only the first Black female vice president, right? The first female vice president, the first African-American vice president, an HBCU graduate, Howard, really showing what we can produce. CEOs of major companies, everywhere you go, just really seeing those success stories in person, in the flesh, really heightens that awareness. So when you see those things, we have to come right behind and say, this is what we produce and this is how you can become a part of it. And you're seeing, again, more and more success stories of HBCUs doing just that.
You're spot on, and it really speaks to one of the points that another HBCU leader brought up was the fact that with the news media, they over sensationalize the bad stuff. They really like to tell the negatives, and that's one of the things that I got. Being in Eupora, I got all the negatives about Jackson. Like, you don't want to live in Jackson because of all of this and that. And we kind of play almost to the detriment of our community. So we've got to really make sure that we continue to do these sorts of conversations to further bolster the fact that HBCUs are top tiered institutions. So thank you for making sure to bring up that perspective. But
a quick point on that. No, just a quick point. You brought up a very important factor in terms of location, right? In the state of Mississippi, and most of your HBCUs are in those major metropolitan population areas. They're in those areas, they're in those pockets that people tend to stay away from or not want to invest in. And we have to talk about how we are really a part of the community and how we in fact build those communities and how we make those communities richer. So again, we have to really truly tell our story and not run away from it, not run away from who we are, where we are, but really talk about the greatness and how location plays a part in that. So again, your story is a very common one, and it's one that we have to counteract over and over again. I'm proud that you're doing this type of podcast, in part based on some of the experiences that you've had, because again, we really have to tell this story in a more intentional way.
Yep. Yes, we do. And go ahead, Adrian.
No, I was just gonna say absolutely. Go ahead, Devin.
Yeah. No. That was it. We've gotten different things from different universities, and even at Fisk, they've taken a very, very hard look and laser focus on trying to tell that story. So they're putting stories in newspapers and magazines all across the country to get their name out there so that people don't just hear the bad things about HBCU. So we appreciate you mentioning that. So we're going to talk a little bit about the societal perception in our next segment. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll discuss, some of the societal perceptions, but also what you're doing at Jackson State to try to counteract that. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Viewers, welcome back. Let's get into our second segment here. Remember, we're joined today by Dr. Thomas Hudson, president of Jackson State University. So Dr. Hudson, our second segment is about societal perception. We know in our society, we tell our Black and brown children that they're going to have to work harder, go over and beyond to prove themselves. And I think that that's kind of the same notion in the lens that we see HBCUs having to really go over and beyond to prove themselves in a sea of other colleges and universities. And as we start this HBCU series, we noticed that a lot of schools have really big, ambitious plans over the next several years to really make sure they counter that narrative and can compete within that sea of colleges and universities. And your institution, JSU, is no different. We know that you all have a really big plan, an 11-year strategic plan, where I know you were the co-chair to help really, pull that plan apart. So our question, how do you feel your university strategic plan positions JSU to be a leader in higher education?
Well, and that's a great lead in because the very beginning, the first part of our strategic plan is the student portion, students first and foremost. How do we bring students to the table? How do we bring them onto campus? And how do we really get that true return on investment? When you come to Jackson State, what do you leave with? We want you to leave with a degree and really set you on your career path. So that's the first thing we have to do within our strategic plan and just overall with the university is really set those students on their path towards their goals. At Jackson State, we have 93 different degree program offerings. We offer bachelor's, master's, specialist, doctorate degrees, and it's all about making you, again, that person who you were meant to be, from an engineer to an epidemiologist, even criminal justice, right? Being a law enforcement officer, being an HBCU, we're a part of all of those conversations and those positions which make our society great. So it's really about the diverse program offerings we have, our student-centered focus, in terms of how we want those students to matriculate through those programs. And then what do you leave with? You leave with the competitive degree that will allow you to do whatever it is you want to do in life, whether it's go to graduate school, go to professional school, or enter this vast job market that we have here. That's the JSU advantage. And again, that's the story that we have to tell within the context of an HBCU, that while you're here, nurturing environment allows you to be who you are and really sets you up for success.
Right. And that's something that we've heard from many HBCUs is that nurturing environment and, and making sure that the student feels like the people at the university care. They're not just trying to get you in and out, in 4 years, get you a degree that you may not be able to use in your career. There's a lot of people out there who do that. But one of the things we know, despite the societal perception, is that, like you say, you are trying to change that narrative. And so we have to ask you, of course, you're at JSU, and JSU made a big splash this year with their hiring of their new football coach, which is NFL Hall of Famer Deion Sanders. And so we wanted, we had the opportunity to ask, what has that done? Having a coach of that caliber on your sidelines now, I'm sure that's brought a ton of attention, to the university. So we just wanted to ask you, what is it like to have him there, and what has it done for the university when it comes to the narrative, student interest, donor interest, and what has it done maybe for the city of Jackson at large to have somebody like that?
All of those things. It's brought a true positive spotlight onto Jackson State, the city of Jackson, and HBCUs in general. Landing a big name like that, but not only that, the way he's come in and really embraced the city, embraced Jackson State, and wanted to not only be a part of this HBCU culture, but be a part of enhancing us from a perspective of the football program and sports is really important. He brings a spotlight to the university. And, one of the things I'm fond of saying is that you may come for Deion, but you're going to stay for Jackson State University. You're going to see all that we have to offer and maybe see it in a way that you wouldn't have otherwise. We've seen that story told over and over again, and it's really been a big enhancement to the university, to our brand, to our public perception. And look, it doesn't hurt that we're actually doing well on the football field also. Winning helps, right? Winning helps with morale. Winning helps your alumni feel better about themselves. It helps with your giving. Having a successful football program has been proven to increase applications for admission to school, help with enrollment. So all of those things are positives that we've been able to benefit from. And we couldn't be happier with how this has gone thus far.
That's a good point. And, when thinking back to, our days at Mississippi State and playing tuba at, football games, that was a big appeal for everybody, whether you're a fan, whether you're a parent or student, it was a big appeal. And one thing, maybe a lot of HBCUs do focus more on, the academics, and obviously we need that. But, what you're saying is maybe if we do focus on our athletics and some of the other things that bring in, money, because, we know sports makes a lot of money, different things like that, we can maybe bring in a little bit more excitement and student enrollment and things like that. Really good perspectives, because I think that when you're an HBCU, you're fighting against a narrative that tries to keep us down because we're minorities. That's kind of the American society, always keeping minorities down. So we have to figure out different ways to be different, to be ingenuitive, so that we can overcome that dynamic despite all the challenges. So we're glad to see that Deion Sanders is helping to do that, because we know, we did a story on Jackson about, the water problem that you all are having. And, we're hoping that, that's gotten a little bit better, since, we did our reporting, and hoping that, with that star appeal, that's bringing some attention to, Jackson, because our city desperately needs that. But
absolutely. And look, Dak Prescott, right, when he was at Mississippi State, as you well know, brought a lot of attention when that football program, really reached those heights. But in the end, Mississippi State has a great veterinarian program. Mississippi State has a great engineering program. Those things are stable, and those things were really highlighted as a result and part of that athletic success. It's the same thing at Jackson State. We have a business school that's in the top 5% of all in the nation based on its accreditation. Those things are important to highlight. Some people might not see those things, but for the spotlight that athletics brings. And as president, that's not something I'm going to shy away from. That's something I'm going to embrace. And that's something we're going to definitely take advantage of, so it can, to the benefit of Jackson State University.
That's a really good point, because I think sometimes there is this tension almost between athletics and academics. It's like, why are you focusing so much on athletics and just kind of throwing, academics is kind of falling to the side, but in your situation, you're trying to use athletics to better, or, put more attention on the great academics you already have. And so that relationship can work. And I do remember at Mississippi State, we saw the next few years a bump in enrollment and definitely just general interest, because the football team was doing what it was doing. They were playing on a national stage, and people were like, oh, okay, Mississippi State, what are they all about? So it does bring in a ton of, interest. And so it's really cool to see, Jackson State go through that in real time now. You're the president, newly coming in, new head coach, so it's really cool to see what you guys are doing and how you're using your newfound fame really, to better your university. So I really, really appreciate that perspective. So that's going to do it for our second segment. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll kind of talk about some of the awareness and diversity challenges and things. And we're going to ask, what are you all doing down there? So we're going to take another quick break, and we'll be right back.
Greetings, I am Kijana Roberts, a senior mass communications major from Gulfport, Mississippi, and I have the pleasure of serving as the fourth Mr. Jackson State University. Attending an HBCU is important to me because I feel it's necessary to be involved in a community that's built on a foundation of support and diversity. At HBCUs, minorities are given the best hands-on resources that will help further their education and find promising careers. Besides, where else can you find the baddest band in the land, the sonic boom of the South, than at an HBCU? And that's why I chose Jackson State University.
Greetings, I am Deja Davis, a senior business marketing major from Belleville, Illinois, and I currently serve as the 81st Miss Jackson State University. Going to HBCU has been one of the best experiences of my life. To the culture, traditions, all the networking, the family environment, just all the above has made my experience here at Jackson State University one of a lifetime. I can definitely say that Jackson State University has challenged my mind and changed my life.
Greetings, I am Jacory Daniels, a senior biology pre-med student here at Jackson State University, where I serve as the 75th Student Government Association President. And attending an HBCU is very important to me because of the rich history and legacy that it holds each and every day. On my campus, my dear old college home, Jackson State University, we showcase this each and every day as we walk down the plaza, from the games on Saturday nights to the boom playing. This is why I chose Jackson State University.
All right, welcome back, viewers. So we are continuing our conversation with Dr. Thomas Hudson, who is the current president of Jackson State University. And so we've talked a little bit about the value and the perception of HBCUs. So we kind of want to talk about, diversity. And so we know in 2021, we continue to have more and more African-American students choose to attend PWIs. And this is something, that our civil rights leaders fought for before us. There were plenty of the first African-American student to go to, all types of schools and try to integrate that. And so that's a new challenge, in 2021, where now, you have so many Black students going to PWIs. HBCUs are kind of in a way having to shift their messaging a little bit to show that they can not only, they were founded to teach Black students, but they can educate anybody. Anybody can come to a Jackson State or, an Alcorn or Valley and get a great education. And so our question, is just how is Jackson State, responding to this new, recruiting environment where you're not only competing for African-American students, but now you're having to compete to recruit in, students of all races. And what have you, and just kind of what is your goal with that? And how have you had to increase the share of non-African-American students on campus to compensate for maybe more, Black students going to other schools?
Well, it goes back, first of all, to what I said earlier about the number of programs and the type of program offerings. The fact is, our science, engineering, and technology, those programs within that particular college have pretty much 100% job placement rates. And so if you want to fulfill your dream to be an engineer, to be a chemist, you really couldn't go to a better place than Jackson State University. And that's true no matter what your race or anything, right? So it's really about selling the university and its programs in order to create that diversity. HBCUs have always been open to all, and that's really the natural advantage that we have. It's not so much an intentional effort on our part, or there had been an intentional effort on our part to quote unquote increase diversity, because the doors were never closed to anyone. But in this market, in this current market, with the competition that you see, it is important that we really talk about our legacy, talk about our successes, talk about the quality of program offerings, so we can be a destination for all students. We'll always be an HBCU. We'll always have our tradition. We'll always have that legacy on which we'll continue to build upon. But as it stands now, we're open for all. We always have been open for all. Jackson State is a great place to get your degree and really start you on the path to fulfilling your dreams. And that's a message that we push to all students, no matter what your background or where you're from. Jackson State is very proud through its international programs, through its graduate programs, and just overall student experience to be a great place and a very diverse place when it comes to higher learning. And we're very proud of that.
Dr. Hudson, it just speaks to the fact that even though we as, the Black community were always put out and left out, we never, left out or put out anybody else. We, always started off our institution with the idea that you don't have to be Black to, come here, versus other institutions who kicked us out. So, that really speaks volumes. One of the other things that, we've talked about in our series is the fact that, HBCUs are responsible for so many degrees within our community, but the struggle is even further than that. They're doing more than just education. One of the things that someone said to us is that HBCUs are responsible for creating the majority of the Black middle class in America. And we can see that, whether it's healthcare, whether it's civil rights, and now economic justice. We know that JSU is partnering with Hope Enterprise and Goldman Sachs, among others, for a $130 million investment throughout the Deep South, which is huge because, as Devin and I know, from Mississippi, the Deep South really needs that sort of investment. So our question, Dr. Hudson, how important is it for HBCUs to really lead the charge and to participate in activities like these that go beyond the efforts just to aid in the education of our communities?
Well, HBCUs build communities. Every successful Black enterprise historically has had HBCU roots. And that's a story that continues on to this day. So really, as a builder of communities, it's important that we engage with partnerships like with Hope Enterprises and Goldman Sachs to continue along those lines, whether it's through our Small Business Development Center, through our Community Development Center, through our School of Public Health, which dedicates itself to addressing health disparities throughout the nation, which is one of the key drivers of economic inequality, lack of access to healthcare and quality healthcare. We've always been committed to really being a part of that overall solution, that economic solution. Again, we build communities. Jackson State built the community that surrounds it. And we want to continue in that mode, maybe in a somewhat different way, but we want to continue in that mode and continue in that space in accordance with our mission. This is what we do, and this is what we're entrusted with doing. So Jackson State, and that's not just the Jackson State story, that's an HBCU story in general. We want to continue that work, and we want to inspire others to continue on that work as well.
Right. And I love that message there, because it shows you, like you say, HBCUs help to build the communities around them. You're already in major metropolitan areas that tend to have needs that, exceed what the city can provide. And so you need somebody or a Jackson State or a university to come in and try to help that. And we've seen that, Howard's doing like vaccines, they're doing testing, FAMU's doing it too. Everybody is trying to do their part, to help our community. And so great message there. And so that's going to do it for our third segment. And so we have one more question for you, Dr. Hudson, before we get you out of here. So we're going to take our very last break. And when we come back, we'll get your final message. Stay with us.
All right, viewers, let's get back into it to wrap up our episode. And really, Dr. Hudson, we really appreciate you being here. Remember, viewers, we're joined today by Dr. Thomas Hudson, president of Jackson State University. This final message, Dr. Hudson, is the final message is going to wrap up our series and, end it. We always say send it off in a great big bow, but as this one is going to be the ending, I don't know what this is going to be wrapped in, but to set the stage for your final message, when you invest in HBCUs, you're investing in America. That's the theme that we want to come out of this series. Blacks have built America. No matter what sector you look at, there's been tremendous Black influence. And HBCUs have been right there in the mix through it all, educating our people and better preparing us to be better stewards of freedom, equality, and even our planet. HBCUs have earned a special place within the fabric of American history, culture, and society. But Dr. Hudson, there are some who may be wondering still what HBCUs are doing and why they're valuable, even after our series of talking with such influential HBCU presidents. They still may be wondering what's going on. So we want you, Dr. Hudson, to leave us with the final message that speaks to why HBCUs continue to fulfill a missing piece in our society and why we must strengthen our HBCUs for their future sustainability and the prosperity of America.
Well, that's a great question. And again, first of all, let me start by saying it's an honor to be a part of this podcast. Thoroughly enjoyed the engagement and just the dialogue and really the support and the highlights you're giving to HBCUs. Very, very proud to have participated. But, as you were asking that question, and as I think about this, the story of this country is really the story of moments, right? Certain moments in time, moments in history. HBCUs were founded to meet the moment of its inception. How do you educate this population of former slaves, uneducated? How do we begin to integrate them into this society? HBCUs were created to meet that moment. If you fast forward to the civil rights movement, we're pressing for our rights, whether it's in the courts or on the streets, and you look at the leaders of that movement, Thurgood Marshall, Dr. Martin Luther King, HBCU grads, again, stepped up to meet the moment. Fast forward to present day, George Floyd, economic inequality, social justice, Black Lives Matters. Every step of the way, again, who are we looking to help meet the moment? HBCUs. These things will continue to happen. America will continue to have moments in its continuous reckoning of its past. It is important that you continue to invest in HBCUs, because what other institution is out there, what other African-American led institution is out there that's equipped with the infrastructure, with the history, the legacy, and the ability to meet the moments when race becomes central in America? Who's going to produce that diversity to take us into the next century? It's not solely the jobs of HBCUs, but it's certainly primarily the job of HBCUs. We must continue to invest in communities of color, but you have to invest in HBCUs going forward if you're going to live up to your mission and America is going to live up to its promise. So the only message I would leave is that the continued investment in HBCUs is really a continued investment in the improvement of America and into a better America. So I'll end it there. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you all. Let's keep these types of conversations going. Please invite me back anytime. This has been a great dialogue.
Yes, it has. And we appreciate that message there. And that's something we can send out, to anybody. And you hear that message, you understand why it is so important for us to properly fund and support our HBCUs. If you're an alumnus or not, you can still support HBCUs. You don't have to be a graduate to support them and do things like this, or just have the conversations. And more importantly, when you hear something negative, also try to correct it and maybe follow that up with a positive story, because we know people like to tell the negative story. So we just appreciate you giving us your perspective. And if you don't get anything else out of this series, you should at least understand that we just talked to maybe 10 or 11 of the best institutions in the country, and that is no small feat. And so there are many more that we didn't get to. Well, we gave you 10 or 11 of the best, schools in the country. So look them up, share with, any kind of students, anybody in your family who's looking at going to college or who's later in their career and needs to go back. You can go to an HBCU and they can handle and take care of you. So that's my last thoughts on that one.
The only thing I was going to add to that is, Dr. Hudson, I love what you said about HBCUs have met the moment throughout history. That's something that's a positive, just like, investing in HBCUs, investing in America. I love when you said that, because there have always been moments through our history where, like you said, you can go to where an HBCU graduate is leading and championing at, that moment. And like you said, there's going to continue to be those moments in the future. So that's why we've got to always have our HBCUs around, because if we're not going to do it, no one else is. No one's going to do it at the level of expertise and the level of dedication and duty that we can do it for ourselves. So thank you, Dr. Hudson, for laying it out there for us. Thank you again for ending our series, dynamic messaging, throughout the entire conversation. So viewers, remember you're been listening to Dr. Thomas Hudson, president of Jackson State University. Again, Dr. Hudson, thank you. Stay safe. And we're going to take our last little break. And viewers, when we come back, Devin and I are going to wrap up our episode as always. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. So as always, we like to end the show with giving you a look forward as far as what is upcoming with the podcast. So the first thing is, unfortunately, this is the end of our HBCU awareness series, and an amazing series it really was, talking to 11 presidents and leaders at HBCUs around the country, really getting a snapshot of the state of our HBCUs. And so every episode, every interview, every conversation that we've had you can listen to it either on, wherever you listen to your music and podcasts, whether that's Spotify, Apple Music, Google Podcasts, you can listen there, or Podbean. But you can also watch them on Facebook and YouTube at Black Agenda Pod. You can find us. You can go back and listen to all of them. I would highly suggest if you just watched this one with Dr. Hudson, go back to the other 10 and go through and listen and see what's going on at our nation's HBCUs. And so after this, we'll be back to our regular lineup. So we'll be back to the normal podcast, one episode a week. But we have thoroughly enjoyed bringing you some great content and some great conversations with leaders at HBCUs. And so, of course, we bring you the news every week. That did not stop during the month of March. It continued. And so we'll be back in the month of April with our weekly roundup, which is where we bring you some breaking news of the week, some news you may not have heard about. We give it to you and try to do that in an unbiased way, in a funny way, an engaging way. And so you can watch us this Saturday, April 3rd at 7:30 p.m. Central Time on Facebook and YouTube. And again, you can find us at Black Agenda Pod. And so again, we appreciate you sticking with us. And one other thing we always like to tell folks is that we appreciate any support, whether that is monetary or you just sticking with us and watching. But we do have some ways that you can give back to us and help us create more content like you just watched. And so, Adrian, you can let the folks know where they can give us a few dollars.
Yeah, Devin, that's very, very important because as Devin always says, this venture is not free. Does cost real dollars. It's not something fake or anything like that. You have to pay real money to get these things operate. And the other thing that we would like to remind people of is that there's a purpose behind, behind why you're donating. The easy part, go to our website. Let me just get the easy part out first. Go to our website, blackagendapod.com, click the donate button, and that's going to get you to donate. But the better side of that is the mission behind what we're trying to do. As you can see from our conversations, we're engaging leaders to have conversations about society to better, ourselves as citizens, to better ourselves as global leaders. So that's the mission about the Black Agenda podcast. We want to be, better citizens, better leaders. So we want to have different things that we can have, like an organization, like our charity of the month that we're doing, maybe an event at the end of the year to kind of, provide some, sort of outreach to the homeless. By you donating to us, it really helps to spread our mission further. It really helps us to do things that we didn't imagine we'd be able to do before. So really, really important for you to be able to donate to us. $1 a month, that's a really, really small contribution to start with. That's what we always start with when we encourage people to give. Grassroots efforts here. So $1 a month, that's all you got to do. Go to our website and do that. Now, I already referenced our charity of the month, but just to give you a little bit of insight, throughout March, we did have Thurgood Marshall College Fund as our charity of the month. April is going to be a new one, so be on the lookout for that. We'll give you some details on who our charity of the month will be. But again, that's another reason to donate, because if you donate to us, maybe we can give some sort of donation and recognition of the Black Agenda and its fans to that charity of the month. So yeah, Devin, really, really easy to give. Go to our website, blackagendapod.com, click donate, and so many different reasons of why you should give. So yeah.
Definitely. Again, like when you donate to HBCUs, you're donating to America or supporting the country there. And so same goes here at the Black Agenda podcast. You donate to us, we're going to support the community alongside HBCUs and organizations like the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. So again, we're so happy and we appreciate you sticking with us throughout our entire HBCU awareness episode. It's been a very busy month for us here at the Black Agenda podcast. So although we thoroughly enjoyed this series, we are happy to now be back on regular schedule afterwards. And so you can also engage with us. You can like our pages, follow us on social media. We're on the 3 platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And so you can find us at Black Agenda Pod. And again, that's at Black Agenda Pod. That's our handle. So go check us out. Share anything you see. Share it with your friends, family, coworkers, anybody who's near you. Make sure we get this information out there. We're trying to get it in front of as many people as we really can because it is great content. So, of course, go and share that for us, and we would really appreciate that. So for me and Adrian here at the Black Agenda Podcast, again, we thank you for watching and staying with us. And we thank Jackson State University for making Dr. Hudson available to us. It was a great interview. So again, we thank you for staying with us, and we'll catch you next time.